alone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, like easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens, cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 and put in work. Work, 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 put in work. Work, okay, work, work today, work, work today, work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do, that's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do, that's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip.
wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine and everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
No room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique panic, don't fear. Trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang-up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the crescendo of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals. And today we get to crown our grand champions between two teams, GameLab and Euphoria Esports. But before that, let me introduce ourselves. My name is Husky, and I'm very honored and happy to share this desk alongside my best friend, Gideon Q.
Well, thank you very much, Husky. We've got a lot of interesting games today, especially with the grand finals happening just around the corner, but also a show match, some may call a money match against two very big teams. I hope that you've heard about them because it's going to be a very, very high-level game.
And there will be watch parties going on as well. Your favorite personalities, including one of the MPL Indonesia casters, Athena. She is also doing this for the show match that's coming up later on. If you guys haven't caught the hint just yet, don't worry, we'll review it very, very soon. But for now, just want to get you guys into the groove because there's so much on the line. Not just for us to crown the champions of the first season for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, but also the show match. There's money at stake.
Yeah, and it's a lot of money, especially for the teams who are already at the last leg of this race. Euphoria Esports as well as GameLab in a best of 5.
And GameLab undefeated up till last week, Thursday, where Euphoria Esports took them down 2-0. And these two teams that had a pretty swimmingly smooth journey in the upper bracket, 2-0ing their competitions. You know, in the lower bracket, you also had GPX, the last vestige of Indonesia, but unfortunately GPX fell to GameLab 2 times in a row, and Euphoria Esports was the first team that dealt GameLab their first series loss and match loss in the entire challenge season. And most importantly, Euphoria Esports was also the same team that knocked GameLab into the second place during their Open qualifiers, which prompted GameLab to basically slaughter everyone during the Open finals.
Look, it seems like history tends to repeat itself around the world, especially for international tournaments. If there are Filipinos, expect to see a Filipino grand final sometime soon. But in our best of 5 today, we have 2 matches for you guys with professional teams here at the very front. It's going to be BTR up against Alter Ego once again in a best of 5. And have I told you about the numbers they're playing for? The cash prize, 15,000 USD on the line in this one best of 5 show match.
And to up the ante, winner takes all. So whichever team that wins This one best of 5 gets 15,000 US dollars. It could not get any better than that. The stakes are high as ever, and these two teams, they also met very recently in the MPL Indonesia playoffs, but we'll talk about that in just a little bit, because today is just as exciting as ever. We talk about the Showmatch prize pool, now we have to talk about the challenge season prize pool. 20,000 US dollars on the line for either GameLab or Euphoria Esports if they win the entire tournament, but second place at least gets to walk away with 10,000.
I mean, who's going to be satisfied being in second place when you lose 10K just because one best of 5?
Lesser than the Showmatch.
Honestly, lesser than the Showmatch. It really shows that making it to the MPL is one way to make it happen if you want to secure some real money. But man, especially for GameLab and Euphoria, the history that they've been through, that 10K is going to be so much more painful to lose.
Absolutely. So far, GameLab has not been able to take down Euphoria, right? Once in the open qualifiers and in the upper bracket finals as well. Is third time a charm? Today we will find out, because I heard GameLab, they have done some homework. Apparently, going down to the lower bracket and knocking out GPX was one of their plans. I don't know if that is just a way to pump themselves up, make themselves more confident, or is it just Euphoria being the better team?
Honestly, there's a lot of conspiracies that could, pop up in these times for a lot of teams who go down to the lower bracket. Most are going to believe that, hey, it's an easier way to get to the grand finals. It's one extra game. Who really cares about that? And in my opinion, I think every team is here to play to win. Personally, for me, maybe Euphoria, that time, they had the secret sauce coming into this technically round 3 grand finals between the two teams. I'm sure GameLab, they're going to be putting everything on the table.
And it also is it's a longer journey as well, right? Because the series that we've seen them play previously were all best of 3. Now we get to put them to the test in a best of 5. More room to work with, more adaptation to be expected from these two teams. Last 2 times they met, it was a 2-0 for Euphoria in both best of 3s. Maybe GameLab just needed a third game to get the gears going.
See, that's the thing, right? I'm assuming that GameLab is expecting Euphoria to play in a particular type of way. They could shake things up in this best of 5. We don't know when it's going to happen, but sometimes in this best of 5, we should expect both either Euphoria or even for GameLab to really change up the playstyle or maybe come up with a different draft.
And give you guys a little bit of a setup for the grand finals, but we gotta talk about the first best of 5 that's coming up. This one, also a huge one, Bigatron Alpha against Alter Ego, our pro show match. And I know some people out there that think to themselves, well, we already had a show match last week. Didn't expect a second one, do you? With money on the line and with proper pro players. Now, the last time these two met was in the MPL Indonesia play-ins to go for playoffs, and Alter Ego won 3-2 over Bigatron Alpha. So if anything, this is a good time for Bigatron to get that revenge and also walk away with a sweet, sweet cash prize.
Look, if it wasn't for AE, I would have a lot more guess coins in my bank account right now, especially in my ML account. But it's frustrating to see how they continue to break the odds.
Yeah, you mentioned behind the scenes that Alter Ego are looking fine so far. Let's take a look at their roster for those who aren't really familiar with what this team is made out of. These are your 5 players today: Pai, Saliboy, Udil, Nino, and Rasi.
Honestly, I'm very excited to see this team all together once again, because Alter Ego, throughout their MPL performance in Indonesia, most people wouldn't have considered them to make it as far as they did.
Oh, yes.
But Alter Ego were brave enough to actually whip out the Ube strat, something that worked for them and got them really far throughout the tournament.
Yeah, this team finished 3rd place in MPL Indonesia, so you have a bronze medalist coming right through and having a chance again to face off against a team that they have defeated before and walk away with $15,000. That I call a steal.
A huge steal, in a matter of fact. And obviously, one of the last Kage still alive here. Udil in the mid lane. Somebody to keep your eyes very closely around. And the same goes for Rossi. With his support picks, it will definitely tell us whether they want to play a more team fight oriented, a more Estes sustained Ube strategy, as people like to call it.
And this is also a good time for us to look at that bit of a difference between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams, right? Majority of the Snapdragon Pro Series has been Tier 2 teams playing in the MDL or from the community level, trying to make a name for themselves, but now we get to see teams that have been playing in the MPL circuit itself. Aside from Alter Ego, we have Bigatron Alpha coming in for potential revenge and 15k on the line with Zorizo, Superken, Moreno, Sakin, and KYY.
Ah, okay. So it looks like Bigatron Alpha, they're not going to be showing off Marquis this time. They're going to show off Sakin to ensure that they try to get a victory this time around. Now, Bigatron Alpha is one of those teams that, well, they've had their ups and downs. You know, when they are on their ups, they're looking so very good. They get very far in their own regular league, and then when it comes down to the playoffs, they get so very close to the end, if not for teams like, well, Alter Ego in this case, knocking them down a peg. But this time, it could be different. For 15k, I'm sure Key is going to put everything he absolutely can to make his team succeed.
Yeah, they have plenty of time to prep for this, and even if the news comes as sudden for these two teams, I'm pretty sure if you are in Bigatron Alpha's shoes, you are looking at that 15k and looking at a chance to really show up in this rematch and go like, yeah, well, last time we lost 2-3, but it was closer than you think.
Pro Team Showmatch, their prize pool of 15,000 USD, winner takes all. Nobody gets a participation award. They're not paid to be here. They have to earn to be here.
Not too common for a show match. You know?
Yeah. I don't know how those talks went by, but I'm pretty sure these competitors are like, competition? Money? Let's do it.
Oh yeah, that 15,000 is very juicy. Like, I would play in it. I probably won't walk away with a dime, but I would try. It's worth a shot.
It's worth a shot. And honestly, I don't know what either one of these teams are, in terms of strategy, what are they looking to actually play? What are they going to look to start off with? How seriously they're going to take it? And you never know, because these teams, they are successful in their own rights. They have achievements, honestly, boundless number of achievements. If we start looking under their Wikipedia page, I'm sure you'll see the full list there.
Yeah, they have a whole archive, you know, just accolades lined up. Page after pages.
Piling up. It's a lot of paperwork. Per guy who on Wikipedia who has to type them all in one by one.
And the Wikipedia guy works pretty fast as well, so you really have to admire that efficiency. And I think, you know, watching these two teams play would probably give us a bit of insight on how the meta works on the Tier 1 stage as well. You know, we've had multiple discussion across the entire challenge group stage and the early stages of the playoffs of how the meta is going to turn out to be. We talked so much about Minsata last week. That one was never revealed. Maybe these Tier 1 professionals can show us how it's done on their level.
Oh, absolutely. I have no doubt that both BTRM as well as AE will be able to show us what a composition is supposed to actually provide at different phases of the game. You know, a lot of clean plays, but it could get a bit messy here, especially this is well, I wouldn't say it's an MPL thing, but it's an Indonesian sort of style. They want to be able to fight, they want to be able to push the aggression, but there's a limit to everything.
Yeah, and that's something I think you can also really admire about Indonesian teams, right? Just the control aggression, something that requires a lot of discipline. We've seen this many times from GPX. That one was a really good example. Now we get to see it being elevated even more.
Yes, even more. Hopefully that's what's going to happen, well, in this upcoming match. So for me, I hope that it's going to boil on over. We get to see something new for either one of these teams.
Yeah. Well, you asked about, you know, if what we can expect from the players and the teams. Now we get to talk to them, starting with the players from Alter Ego with Nino and Rossi with us. Hello guys. Good evening. You guys are looking great. Welcome to the broadcast. How do you guys feel? You know, going into this show match, you know, 15,000 on the line. Is it stressful?
No, because we in holiday, so yeah, just fun. Yeah, fun lah.
Fun. Okay. Now, I know you guys had an incredible run during the MPL Indonesia. Are you going to be using the same kind of strategies? Do you have a different sort of draft coming into this game against your opponents? Could you let us in on a bit of a secret? Come on, give us something.
I think enemy will ban our DG and Estes. So yeah, maybe new strategy.
Maybe new strategy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these teams are prepared for each other.
Right. So last time you guys fought Bigatron Alpha, you guys won the play-ins 3-2. Do you think it's gonna be close, just like last time, or you guys are looking at you know, an easy 3-0 sweep? You're gonna take that 15k and, you know, put it into a holiday fund.
I think 3-0.
3-0.
So we can enjoy our holiday.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta play on a holiday, man. I would want a 3-0 also. Well, lastly, any fighting words? You know, what do you want to say to Bigatron Alpha to scare them before we start the match?
No. Apa yang lu mau omongin ke Bigetron Alpha? Indo aja.
Apa yang mau lakuin?
Ngomongin.
Nggak ada sih, paling mungkin dia ban Melisa gue. Pakai bahasa Inggris gak?
Nino say, we don't have any word, but just maybe they will ban our Melisa so they can easy to win us. But maybe I don't know.
maybe, I don't know. I love it. Thank you so much, Nino and Rossi, for the short interview. Good luck for your games up ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So we asked for some smack talk, some fighting words. They gave us a prediction on what gets banned.
See, the thing is, I feel like they had a prediction of what's going to get banned, but I feel like if they win this game exactly like how they predicted 3-0, I'm expecting Instagram posts, TikToks, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube videos about how Bigetron paid for their holiday.
Oh, 100%. This is like you couldn't have had a better offer, right? You're on your holiday, you get to play your favorite game, and you get to fund your holiday if you win. And it's only going to take like what, 2 hours?
Maybe, who knows, even less. If it's out of 3, well, technically after 2 this break. Oh yeah, so about there.
2.5.
Right.
Okay, we'll give it 2.5 hours.
We're generous. 2.5 sounds about right. But what about you guys at home? Who is your favorite team? Who are you predicting to win? Cast your votes in the Twitch chat right now.
Yeah, and also just make sure that you use that Twitch channel point, because that one is not going to get used anywhere else. We will have a live poll just to see which team is getting more support. I know this is kind of the Indonesia versus Indonesia matchup, but at the end of the day, there has to be a winner, right? Which team do you think deserves that 15,000 more?
Ooh, that's going to be a tough one.
Oh,
To
yeah.
everybody who's watching from those watch parties, it's time. Guess who is your favorite team? Who is going to win this match? Or better yet, ask your favorite KOLs what their match prediction is going to be. I'm excited to hear what it's going to be. I'm probably going to text Turner after this to see what her predictions are going to be, but well, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, I have my predictions. I think this is probably going to go as close as just like last time. I think 3-2 would be a very good balance for these two teams.
I feel like it's hard to predict, right? Because again, after that interview, we know for a fact that both Nino and Rossi, again, alter ego, generally going on holiday, but they're feeling confident, so I can't cleanly say 3-0.
Yeah, but I feel like if you are, letting loose, you're just having fun, there's not stress. Well, maybe a little bit because there's money on the line, but generally, if you're in a more relaxed mood, you tend to perform better.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
It's tough to say. Bigetron could be, honestly, it'd be
They
fun
could
if
be
we
on
had-
holiday as well.
Maybe they could be on holiday. Maybe they could be like, okay, we're practicing for next season, so this is like a good warm-up. We're going to bring out everything. We're going to take this free 15K if AE isn't going to take it seriously.
Yeah, I think we caught them off guard on holiday. 15K in the bag.
Oh man, I can't wait for the social media posts. If it goes either way, somebody is going to be ripping on the other person for 15K.
Yeah, if you guys have seen how Indonesian teams, Indonesian fans are so supportive of their own team when they compete with other regions, you should watch them with their own region.
Well, let's see whose Instagram account is still going to be active after this match.
I heard that Bigetron Alpha fan base are pretty fanatical. They had like 10,000 likes on their announcement for this show match in under an hour.
Yeah, they look. Indonesian fans are built different. They love their. There's a reason why it's called #IndoPride.
They do, right? They turn a professional match into a concert. Last I checked, I thought I was attending a concert, but apparently not. I heard people casting in the background, but all I heard were musical instruments, team chants. I saw a lot of custom-made banners with hand-drawn trophies of all the trophies that the teams won across every single season, just casually laid out.
This was M4, right?
Yes, it was M4.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it gets loud there in Indonesia. And I can't wait for this game to actually begin because I'm so curious as to what kind of interesting strategies we're going to see from AE, because I feel like they're the ones who are most comfortable in doing so,
Yeah.
They might take like a bit of a Singaporean meta, start looking for Paquito, damage EXP laners rather than the traditional glue. Might be some interesting stuff.
Yeah, you mentioned a bit about how they also run the Ube strat in Indonesia, and then we heard a bit from Nino that maybe Bigetron will ban the Diggy, maybe the Estes. So there's a chance that we don't see that, and that set the expectations, right? A different draft.
It does. It sets the expectations, but it also kind of proposes a problem for most teams who play the Ube strat, right? If you're playing against them, you're thinking, okay, they got the Ube, they can play meta, they have two very different styles with a couple of heroes that overlap, so it's very hard to tell when it's going to get whipped out, so it's either you ban it early or you prepare for it later on.
And I do like how we saw just this one Ube strat evolve over the years, right? Started with Blacklist International, and we started to see teams really pick it apart, and now you have alternatives to it. Mobile Legends has come a long way.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of evolution. There's a lot of maturity in terms of the play styles of these players, and I think more importantly, right, I think the EXP lanes are going to be a very pivotal role if this is going to be an Ube strat, especially for Bigatron.
Oh yeah, I think Bigatron, when they come into this series, and judging based off of last time, there's gonna be a bit of hunger.
Oh, for sure.
I wish we could talk to them. Hopefully we get to, but because hearing from Alter Ego itself makes me really confident that Alter Ego is just gonna take this 3-0. But I'm getting a little bit biased, because I've only heard from one side.
Look, I totally get it, right? Alter Ego has this energy around them, especially once Udil joined the roster.
Oh, yeah.
The man likes to have fun. Don't get me wrong, he is a phenomenal player, but he understands the problems of if there's too much pressure, right? So relieve that stress, play hands-free, make sure your flexibility is there, and some of the plays that come out of AE are phenomenal, right? You would have never imagined them if they had that same pressure that all these other teams are putting on themselves.
And so far, it's also a very refreshing sight to see, AE players, just Indonesian players in general, having personality. That's something that I think the Filipinos are really good at. They always, even in other game titles, right? You see them when they win the game, they would show their loved ones. It could be their family members, their girlfriends, their boyfriends, their pets, their newborn baby. We've seen that as well on some of the team cams, and now we have Alter Ego who was just sipping, casually sipping on tea. I think it's tea.
It's probably coffee. It's probably coffee.
At night? On a holiday?
Well, I mean, technically they're an hour behind us, and I think right now it's like 6, technically it's 5:30-ish around in Indonesian time. So it's still all right. But with that being said, guys, let's just take a quick breath here, all right? It's going to be AE versus BTR in just a little bit of time. We're going to solve a couple of issues first, and when we come back, this best of 5 is going to kick off. 15,000 on the line. We'll see you guys then.
Hello, my name is Havos and I'm from GameLab Esports, and this is my story. I got into esports in an early age. I was 9 years old and I first played Dota, the Dota 1, Warcraft, and transitioned into Dota 2. And yeah, I was inspired by my cousins and brother into esports. I like playing with them. That's why I got encouraged to play games and mobile. My next goal is to join the MPL with our current board and roster. I also want to win the MPL PH to prove everyone that we're good and we're qualified for the MPL. And also, I also want to compete in a world stage with other countries. My esports journey evolved since I was a kid. I already started joining in our local tournaments, such as my village. We have the tournament for Dota 1. I started there and I transitioned into Dota 2. I also competed in different cities, such as Meneski's tournaments and other leagues, but only for amateur players who are not in a pro level yet. And I transitioned into MLBB when I played with my schoolmates, and I got hooked up into the game. That's why I started being competitive, because we have a lot of tournaments here, such as amateur league in PH. And also I got recruited in a team with my friend in Anarchy Esports that turned into Monster Anarchy, and they're now in Onyx Esports. But I left the team before they got into Onyx. That's why I got recruited also by GameLab, which is my current team now, and that was my journey in MLBB. When I first joined my competitive team and an amateur team, they want me to go to the bootcamp, but my parents disagreed because it's too far from home and from my school. That's why I didn't join a boot camp and I played online on our tournaments. But we have the results actually. But yeah, they're against it, and I need to adjust my body clock for it. And I always sleep early in the morning, and when I go to school, I'm groggy and I'm not in a condition to learn from the school. But when the pandemic started, it was online, and it was in favor for me because I want to continue my study while playing Mobile Legends and competing in amateur league. And yeah, but my team decided to get me into the bootcamp because we need to be more focused to the game and win multiple tournaments. That's why I told my parents about it, and they were against it because I can't go there. It might affect my health and my studies. But I still pursued it because it's my passion. It's gonna help me build my own self through esports. Yeah, the next challenge I faced was actually the pressure of the team, of the owner, because you need to give back to the org. You need to win for them to be able to help you out. It was really hard in the Philippines to win a lot of tournaments because there are a lot of good teams and players. That's why it was very hard for us to win at first. I need to be confident in every aspects of myself. That's why I improve a lot when I joined a different org, and I got to showcase my skill in a different org, and I'm doing really great and proving everybody and also myself that I'm capable of being a competitive player and a really good pro player in Mobile Legends.
Dives on, using the winter trunket, still executed nonetheless. GameLab finishing the first series.
MLBB coming from the bottom here, almost getting here, but it is going to be Crystal exposed.
Lab still unchallenged. Throughout their run from the open finals to the challenge stage, the first best of 3 was a clean 2-0.
Or you want to go to pro scene and compete in a high caliber competitive tournaments. Make sure to ask yourself first that you are able to sacrifice other things for this career, because it's not easy going into a pro scene. You need a lot of time. You need to build yourself up of becoming confident to play in a competitive scene and practice each day. There's a lot of sacrifices. It's not easy for you, but if you think you can handle it and you can challenge also yourself to face it, and I think you're good to go. But yeah, you need to make a lot of sacrifices first. The most important lessons I learned along the way in my journey was it's always about having fun in the game along with your teammates, and even in playing in major tournaments, it's all about having fun because it will build your team chemistry slowly, but it will get you into the point that you are so confident in a tournament that will get you win every single of the game, and it will also help you along with your teammates. It will help you build your confidence in playing in different tournaments and yeah, having fun in the game.
Here comes the Eyeball Fender. They're collapsing on Aizawa. They get the count outer. They get the kill. They're going to pull back UTZ, and a big appraisal drive will finish him off, and that's going to be GameLab.
Yeah, we get a free water after this.
They do it. It's only on top of Red Kill. He's to soak up majority of the damage. They will lose him, and Siri, big penalty zone. Finding Aizawa, this guy is gone. UTZ also follows. GPX responds in kind, and they find Tree. Chipping the hell away, Yoshi got. A chance straight to the back, and they found the dive. The turn is there. Shizuboy just joins in. Let that ultimate loose. They found CY. This fight basically in the grasp of Euphoria Esports. They can try, but Kelvin, he has no more immortality. Just wants to get away.
Now to a 20% health. GPX, they're not making a move. They're baiting them out. The Lord, they think it's free, but guess what? Surprise! They find one on the sides. Indix goes for the fall. CY still holding on. Ray getting sold out by Kelvin. It comes down towards the final 50-50 coin flip. The Lord still going to be out for grabs. They lose the Yeep at the back lines, but CY is going to try to force his fight. 3-0 drops him down low, and that's going to be Ray getting a double kill. They kill the Melissa, and now Mahaleka Esports, they're losing their lives. And GPX, they're holding on. CJ, he tries his best, but Grebo kills them off with this Valentina.
In fact, they were super on point, and how they move as a duo as well at some point. But here we go.
And oh god, looking for the fanny swipe on Takenaga, taking a little bit too much damage. He actually focuses down as well. He almost kills him all, but he's out of game modes. But he eventually auto attacks and he gets the kill, gets out, and he's going to be back to safety as well. But Shiro isn't going to be here to scare him off. Darkwood dropping it up very low.
Hi guys, Assalamualaikum, I'm Ikuto, and today we are going to do a patch rundown for patch 1.7.68. So, let's go through this one by one. Minsita. So basically now Minsita has been reworked, now the passive has changed. So basically now, you are applying stacks to the enemy. So when the stacks reach 5 stacks, the next attack will detonate and it will deal large amount of damage, stun, and also restore some HP. This Spear of Glory, compared to the previous one, Spear of Glory only pulled one enemy, but now it put all enemy in his path into him. So this is going to be a very interesting changes because the Spear of Glory also will stun the enemy if it's on the end of the spear, while it just slow when it's in the middle of the spear. The skill also changed, which is the Shield Assault, where now Minsita will bring up his shield and it will just poke enemy in front of you. And also yes, it's also reduce the damage when the damage come from in front of him. Need to notice that second skill Shield Assault is a basic attack, so when you go into the Shield Assault mode, you need to still press the attack button to make sure that you are still poking them. Alright, the next one is King Calling. So basically now it's prevent all enemy in its area from using any movement speed abilities. It also summon Royal Guards and trigger Minsita equipment effect. So let's say if you buy a Demon Hunter sword, or if you buy something like Wind Talker, it also trigger the equipment effects and also trigger the passive, in which the passive, whenever you apply the stack, you apply stuns, damage and heals, but you need to apply it 5 times. So with the help of your...
Alright, let's get into the ring and strap up because we are gonna be heading into a show match in just a little bit between Alter Ego and Bigatron Alpha. You're here with us. If you guys don't know us yet, my name is Husky. Alongside me is Kid and Q.
Thank you for all your patience out there waiting out these technical issues. We called up Snapdragon and we were like, hey, we're facing a lot of issues. You know what they told us? They're like, are you using some kind of other trash? And we were like, no, definitely not. We went back to them and they told, and then we found out immediately they weren't using a Snapdragon Elite gaming processor. Just that one extra step that can honestly solve a lot of issues.
If you're wondering why you're losing your games, it's because you're not using the Snapdragon processor. That's it. The slogan is when winning matters. So now you know the next time you're losing your game, it's not your teammates' fault, it's not your enemies being better, it's just a processor gap.
Yep, it's, again, a game changer. So if you want to elevate your game, get yourself a Snapdragon Elite gaming processor, phone, whatever you can. If you want to get your own chipset and make something of your own, hey, do that as well. I'm not gatekeeping anybody here.
Yeah, I'm just saying, right? If you have that in your phone right now, you probably could also be a part of our next season for Mobile Legends Vampire. Oh, I think I just let it slip.
Oh no. Oh no. Don't worry about it, because if anybody wants an opportunity to maybe go pro, show yourself off on almost an international level. Well, basically international level. Who am I kidding here? This is the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is the place that you want to be.
Yeah, and we also have them to really thank for, right? They gave us so many great games. This is why we get to watch these show matches from last week, your favorite content creators to your favorite pro teams from MPL ID, and also later on we have the 2 Filipino Titans fighting in the grand finals. Would have happened without our sponsors. But speaking about our upcoming show match, again, just to recap, we talked to Alter Ego, Nino, and Rasti, and they were very chill, a bit too chill.
uncomfortably chilled, as I would like to put it. I thought that, because there's 15K on the line, that there's more stakes. There should be, a little bit of practice going in, a little bit of polishing. But the fact that AE is like, nah, we're on holiday. Bigatron's about to pay for our holiday, no problem. This is the way to go. And that's a scary, scary attitude to be coming in with that much confidence, that much level of charisma. I even texted Eterna, one of our KOLs who's watching this with her own watch party on the side. She's telling me, hey, AE's kind of cracked, dude.
Kind of cracked. They want that trio. They want to get on with their holiday. And this is our alter ego roster. Once more, Pi, Sullyboy, Udyr, Nino, Rasi. We talked about them a little bit just now. You mentioned the Ube strat. Nino mentioned that maybe that's going to get banned with something else coming out. Maybe they'll ban on Melissa. Maybe they'll ban on Estes. I think we figure out our first phase bans for Bigatron.
Now, keep in mind that these players are going to be on their holiday. The MPL Indonesia has already concluded and MSC representatives have already been selected. So for the most part, Sullyboy is not going to necessarily be in comps. And all of the, I don't know how many of these players are actually together in the same room.
Yeah, we know 2 of them are at least.
2 of them for sure.
Yeah, we know 2 of them, both Nino and Rasi, they are together right now. And you know that the team has made it when there's 15K on the line and they're just like, yeah, well, whatever.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, whatever. But here is Bigatron, Alpha, Cerezo, Superken, Moreno, Saken, and Key. I'm excited to get this match on the road. It's been so long since I've seen Key played live in a very professional setting.
Yeah, you did mention Key just now earlier on as well. What can we expect from this guy?
Personally, he's a legend in my eyes. He's been playing for a very, very long time. Extremely talented young player. Has an eye for opportunity that a lot of supports need, especially in this meta where it's all about that mid duo. The supports, the mid laners working together to make things happen across the map.
Basically, it's Pythagoras' theorem.
Oh yeah, he's the hypotenuse for sure.
Mathematics, no.
I made you have to think there for a second.
Yeah, I had to. I set myself up for that. My bad.
Look, he's not trying to be the obtuse. He's trying to be the longest angle to find everything else. He is that missing piece that BTR. That's why BTR is keeping a close grip on him. They can't let him go because he's just that valuable.
Yeah, I believe the angle you're looking for is the right angle for Bigatron.
Ooh, these triangle talks. Okay, 15 seconds until we jump into this game, and then the draft is going to start rolling out here. And I'm curious to know what exactly both teams are actually willing to play this time, because honestly, without the pressure of the MPL and only 15K, they can throw everything at the wall to see what sticks.
I feel like only 15K applies to AE, but I'm not sure if it applies the same to Bigatron Alpha. Last time they met, Bigatron did end up losing 2-3 in the play-ins, right? AE was the one who made it all the way to 3rd place. As you can see that the players on AE, they're not all together, not like Bigatron Alpha. We're all in the same room, as if they're playing the MPL.
Or they're in one gaming house, but in different rooms.
That could be it as well.
It's very hard to tell.
Pi is in the void.
Look, the Pi technically, he is in the void. But again, there's a very big difference between having your communications being done over an application like Discord, or you're just basically separated, maybe on a Google Meet or something like that. But Bigatron, all of their players are in the same place, and there is no delay in that communication no more.
Oh yeah, if you want to prompt your teammate to do something, you want to slap them on the head, you can easily do it. And then we get to look at the bans, Farmis and Diggy, just like Altigo, predicted. The Diggy is taken out. They themselves, they banned the Link, and finally we get to see Minstar on the board. This is a hero that we wanted to see at least show up in the drafting phase, and we get to see that in a tier 1 setting.
And I love the fact that they're banning out just hard counters, and especially when it comes down to dashes. Nobody likes dealing with Mintatar, right? There's so many abilities that are quote-unquote considered movement dash ability that just doesn't work. Things like Motor Coil, for an example. Things like, what is it? Fredrin, his dash is his most important ability to stick on people is useless.
As if it's not already immobile enough.
So that's why when I'm thinking about the way that Alter Ego is drafting right now, they're looking to take out a lot of utility. They're looking for things that split their composition apart, because I don't see an Estes ban here. Alter Ego could set it up. They could start thinking about, things like Atlas if they want to, and look to pick up things like Valentina if they want. Oh, they get rid of Farsa, so generally they want to make sure that there's limitations on artillery mages.
And Arlott instantly gets picked up by Bigatron Alpha. No hesitation at all. And I like the fact you brought up that potential Estes pick again. What are the alternatives?
Well, again, there's not a lot of alternatives that do the work that Estes does, right? Estes has this insane amount of healing compared to some of the other supports, Enchanter-style supports. Things like Rafaela doesn't heal as much. And even so, playmaking capabilities on Rafaela is very, very limited. Florin, I would make an argument for it, but at the top of the list is always Estes. But looking at the way Alter Ego is playing, very, very meta stuff. We're seeing the Joy, love seeing Joy. Look, also the Valentina, just in case Bigatron Alpha have different plans, but I love the response. Kadita, and as well as the Fanny, they're denying good ults.
Yeah, and there's probably the only good ult that you can consider on the Valentina, maybe the Kadita one, but
I think the Final Slash is not bad.
That as well. Yeah, you can make an argument for that. But Bigatron Alpha, right? Just a lot of those die potentials. Fanny has been a very popular hero overall. Even on our Snapdragon level, we've seen a lot of Fanny, but to see these two teams prioritize different bans in that first phase. We don't get to see Joy at all, but now we get to see Joy on AE side.
Absolutely. And again, it's interesting because based on what you guys have been watching, if you've been keeping up with the Snapdragon Pro Series, you're expected to see junglers get locked in really, really early on. But once you get into these tier 1s, you start thinking about ways around them. Oh, hey, you want to go play Fredrin? No problem. We're going to be locking in the Akai and then look to ban out Martis so you have no means of escape.
I feel like we should start naming draft openings after chess. Look, I learned today there's one called London Bridge opening.
Yes.
I learned there's one something bong. I forgot, but apparently it was Throw opening.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right. Now, as we see the draft kind of progress, right, I was very worried about things like Wan for an example, but Alter Ego, again, very smart. They made sure that when they lock in the Joy, Bigatron Alpha has to think twice about what marksman they choose.
Yeah, and Bigatron Alpha also, I think on their side, they are looking for the jungler, right? Jungler and gold laner not selected by Alter Ego just yet. I think we're going down to the wire. I kind of am expecting gold laners to be more prioritized on the side of Alter Ego, at least in terms of bans, right? You have so many mobile heroes on Bigatron Alpha already. Bigatron themselves banning out the Grok.
Personally, I think it's a little tough for Alter Ego to predetermine what their gold laner wants to be, because let's say, if we're thinking about S-tier gold laners, I'm thinking about like Melissa, who comes straight up on the top of the list, right? But what are the counter picks to it? Number one, Kadita, able to kind of go through her ultimate. Fanny as well with the early game pressure, making it really, really difficult for Melissa to kind of get around here. And more importantly, with Arla, who basically just doesn't care as long as there is some dedicated CC. Even if a little bit of CC touches Melissa, it's more than enough to enable Arla to use the Vengeance to get on top of her, despite the ultimate, because again, the animation doesn't get cancelled. We don't know why it's like that. It just is.
His spite for you is stronger than your ult.
That's the thing. See, here's the thing. There's a lot of inconsistencies with the game that annoy me. It's like you have Kufra, who's like, I'm the anti-dash guy, right? And then there's Mincetar, which is a bit redundant. And then you realize, oh wait, abilities can technically go through Kufra. Vengeance coming in from this Arla being one of them. Why is that the case? I don't know, man. That's just the game.
I think in the future, we're probably going to get more mechanics that just completely ignore everything.
Like, the mechanic that just completely doesn't let you play
King's
the game.
Calling? Well, sure.
You know what? They should create a new hero that basically jumbles up your controls. That would really mess with people. I'd be very frustrated with
it should be an ultimate, right? So I've thought of a name. I'm not sure if it's in one of the spells in Mobile Legends already.
Hit me with it.
Okay, it's called Switcheroo.
Switcheroo? Okay. I actually like that. That sounds very MLBB, very simplistic. I like where you're going with. But let's jump back into the draft here, because now we see the gold laners that were banned out were Wan and Claude, Melissa, and as well as that Grok. And the instant response from Alter Ego is, I want a winning lane. Give me Brody. And Bigatron Alpha is like, okay, you win that lane. I can't do much about it, but I can make it very difficult for you to play this Joy. I'm going to lock in the Kaja. I'm going to make sure that your tanks are basically nothing to me. I'm also going to lock in the carry.
And this is one of those few scenarios where when we look back at our Snapdragon Pro Series itself, right? If a team wants to Joy, Kaja is the first one to get banned out.
Oh yeah.
So Alter Ego, they pick the Joy knowing that Kaja is going to get led through. And I just love to see kind of the adaptation of Alter Ego, right? Like, there are too many problems, but we need solutions for the biggest ones. And the Hilda comes through, we've never seen this before.
Yep, I love it. I love the ideas coming out from the side of Alter Ego. They understand that they have a lot of lane pressure, a lot of lane dominance, especially towards the gold side of the map. So if Selly Boy can generally hover around that side, it means that we're going to see that Nino is going to have a very clean laning phase. And if it also bleeds into the jungle, man, Fanny's purple buff is not exactly very safe for someone like Super Ken to just hover around when Hilda is constantly invading you.
Yeah, and I think that's what I had in mind as well, right? You see the Hilda pick one of our good friends, Justin. That guy loves playing Hilda, and that's how I learned it. You know, you pick Hilda into Fanny players and you just harass her for days.
Yep, it's not fun to deal with, especially if you're a purple buff reliant type hero. Now, this pro team show match is going to be Bigatron Alpha versus Alter Ego. Now is your time. Send your predictions in while you still can.
15,000 on the line, and winner takes all. You know, you can lose this 2-3 and you will walk away with nothing. And we all know for Alter Ego, at least they want to fund their holidays. BTR doesn't seem like they're on holiday, so they probably don't need it as much. This is a wild guess.
It's a wild guess for sure. They probably had priorities set, but immediately the game has already begun. And Bigatron, they're making sure that they're playing safe around this purple side, knowing that Rossi is going to show up.
Yeah, you have Key just protecting it, so purple buff goes over to the Fanny. That's the start that you at least want, or bare minimum, right? You keep this Hilda away from the jungler as much as possible. How persistent can we expect Rossi to be with these invades? You also see Pi showing up as well. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 situation in the jungle, but Bigatron Alpha are more than ready to receive the hit. First blood for the Fanny, and they are not done just yet. Zorizo is going to try, but Alter Ego gets away.
Good cancel coming in from Selly Boy to try and stop that combination, but again, big battle spells have been used. Rossi already used his sprint, Pi as well using Vengeance. It's not like he's going to need it in the next 46 seconds or so. Oh, but you don't want to see that. Selly Boy instantly getting taken out.
And that means his Fanny Super Ken already level 4 is going to go for that reset. And this is where the pressure that you discussed early on is going to start showing, right? You have the side lanes. Yeah, Broly's going to have a decent laning phase, but you have a Fanny who is already ahead of her counterparts, going for the invade. This is something that you want to see from Alter Ego, not from Bigatron Alpha. And Selly Boy is taking a heap of damage. Super Can's going to get jumped on by 2 extra members of Alter Ego, looking to shut him down, and they will.
Mid-prio, guys, mid-prio. And while Bigatron Alpha is making a correct move with Ken walking into the enemy jungle to look to steal away at least one camp from Selly Boy, which he does succeed in doing, right? You can tell his retribution is on 12 seconds. It doesn't matter because you can kind of drag out the game enough, especially during these neutral objectives, because Alter Ego themselves don't exactly have priority on this bot side.
And we also saw the live poll just now. 72% of you guys want Alter Ego to have a better holiday than they already have. Bottom side, Petrify, and the Vengeance not enough to keep Pi alive. The purple buff, I believe, got secured by Super Ken. Eventually, we did see Rossi attempting an invade. It's not on Rossi, so Super Ken did get it at least. Now Alter Ego ready to jostle for turtle control.
Beautifully done by Bigatron. The fact that they showed Kadita first, and then Chorizo just has to wait patiently, doesn't even have to use any of his resources to secure this kill once Pi disrespects him. But topside,
just kidnap Nino. Not too secure of a laning phase now for Alter Ego, but now they will have prompted to do something. Try to take the turtle away. No contest. Chorizo, he's going to try, but you have Pi jumping straight onto him, and Super Ken, he's going to show up. Pi has no vengeance this time, and I don't think Rossi can save him in time. Super Ken getting the 3rd kill for this Fanny, and Rossi, he's not going to be able to stand this at all. Does receive help from Udo. Super Ken backs off for now, but Udo, even once more, not going to get it.
Yep, he does have that Divine Judgment at the end of the day, so that's going to be a big threat towards Fanny's side. But again, both of these teams, you can tell that they don't want to waste time at all. If somebody's missing a resource, they are vulnerable. If somebody's playing on one side of the map, the other side is vulnerable to be attacked.
And Selly Boy just gets jumped on by Super Ken instantly, but manages to duck right under the tier 1. Now Rossi is going to show up as well. Super Ken this time learning his lesson, not going to commit, but you have the flicker forward from Nino, and they get the kidnap onto Kaja. Key goes down.
Beautifully done. That flicker in, especially to get the initial stun off of Key to ensure that he doesn't do anything else to allow his team to walk up. It means that they're going to get this purple buff, and Super Ken, that was the worst outcome possible.
And Super Ken this time forced away. I believe he got the purple buff regardless.
Okay.
And even of his life. Rossi might end up getting traded back. Trying to at least take him down, but he does have that movement speed and a shield. Unfortunately, can't say the same for Pi, who did put his body in front. Also able to run away, but Super Ken already reset it, has that fresh purple buff, and he's ready to come in and clean things up. The janitorial crew is here, and a killing spree for Super Ken.
I love it. These are tier 1 teams, but they're playing the very classic Indonesian style. They want to fight. They want to abuse the fact that you're missing abilities, you're missing a spell, you're missing a battle spell. Any resources that is long gone, you get punished.
And Selly Boy, he is very deep. No kills for him, but Super Ken, he's thinking about it right under tier 1. Not a problem.
Ooh, so good right now. Bigatron Alpha just not missing a beat. Even though Alter Ego are falling behind by 2.4k, it's not the end of the world, especially in this early game, but this neutral objective is going to be pretty important for them.
And so far, you know, Alter Ego, they've gone out to a pretty slow start. Not stealing any purple buff away from the Fanny. The only objective they've ever gotten is the first turtle. Super Ken, he is starting to get out of control. 7-1 on this Fanny. And Rossi clearly in holiday mood.
Yeah, Pi is really disrespecting him. He thought that the vengeance should have been enough, but it really isn't. Oh god!
And he just disappears. Rossi gets kidnapped and destroyed. Now Bigatron Alpha just has more members around a Turtle. Super Ken will just collect his purple buff. No one can contest him at this point. Celibo is also having a really rough time trying to make these early plays as the Akai.
Yeah, and I mean, the early game definitely fell into the hands of Bigatron. They have full control over the tempo. It's tough.
Alter Ego, they will try nonetheless though, at least try and steal the turtle, but Super Ken just quick on the finger with his retribution.
Oh!
The bare minimum is that they get rid of Key, but that's the consolation prize for Alter Ego.
Okay, that's actually not bad for Alter Ego. They actually get to trade up for the neutral objective with or without the turtle. It doesn't really matter because Alter Ego is behind on EXP, but now, oh god.
Oh, they're gonna try to go onto Nino. Zorizo is gonna just dash onto him, trade this 1-for-1, but the kill did go over to Saken, and that's who you want the kill to be on.
No, the poor man ran out of mana before the last vengeance, the most important vengeance to finish off the kill. It could have been a clean getaway, but unfortunately, resources are limited.
And Pai's health pool is also a bit limited.
Well, at least he didn't use vengeance, so if it does happen again, he can defend himself.
That is true. You can't say same for Rossi though. He's having way too much fun. Saken's just gonna flicker for him. Yeah, that's more than enough damage.
Oh, beautifully done coming up from Saken. But it's not over yet, because as of yet, Alter Ego, they don't mind waiting a couple of levels before something happens later in the game. Like, when it comes down to just, you know, front to backs, they don't exactly do too well. So Alter Ego ideally want to go for that heavy dive, jump towards Saken's side, maybe give a couple of items until they can start protecting themselves against Super Ken. Oh my god, he dies from that!
Yeah, he eats the entire ultimate from Moreno also. When this game drags on, is Alter Ego still going to be able to keep up with the scaling?
I mean, not if the snowball, well, I wouldn't even say snowball at this point. This avalanche coming in from Bigatron Alpha continues to go. The momentum on their side is huge, and not to mention that Super Ken basically can do no wrong in this early phase. Even the people who are supposed to technically withstand the damage, like Selly Boy, can't take it.
And they just flicker, just Divine Judgment onto Udil. That's Valentina, by the way. That's the guy with the most resource. It's 3-1.
It's not easy. Yeah. It really isn't easy. Expect to see a kill every time Key gets his ultimate back up, and especially when he has Flicker, it's even more a guarantee. But let's see how this is gonna play out.
The turtle is up already, and this time Alter Ego a bit more neutered, not trying to contest as much. Pi doing his best to really try to run that distraction, but he's forced to use the fence very early on. And Alter Ego, they just don't have enough to break right through Bigatron.
Yeah, Bigatron continues to control that tempo. They got a free resource out of Alter Ego. They don't mind just holding this Lord hostage for as long as possible because they have so much pressure on the side lanes.
Yeah, almost a 5,000 goal advantage for Bigatron Alpha. It's 8.5 minutes in. And Alter Ego, they will start working on that Lord. Selly Boy chipping the health bar away, but if you have this concealed play looking for Udil again, they will just drag him back. He does not stand a chance! And there's even a 2-man knockup plus Petrify for Moreno. Days could not have gone any worse for Alter Ego, but they have committed so much onto the Lord. The least they could do is for Silent Boy to secure this objective. He's going to use that heavy spin, try to knock Super Ken away. They need this Lord for themselves, and they will get it. At least they get the objective. And Nino, he got baited forward. forced to flicker, but he's gone. A full team wipe for Lord.
That's not the most ideal situation in the world. Bigatron don't mind it, and they can actually deal with the Lord-empowered minions that are coming up in about 10 seconds. But that's not what you wanted to see out of Alter Ego. You wanted them to steal the Lord, and then back away. Cut your losses, because we're looking at the damaged leaderboard so far. Supercan completely jumping, leapfrogging ahead of everybody else.
And the second closest is Nino, and he's 23,000 in terms of damage behind. If we look at the items as well, right, the majority of the money are on the two most important members, on the Fanny and on the carry, who is 5-0 by the way, and I believe they also kidnapped someone on off-screen. Pi, he's just trying to push Sakin back. You have Sellyboy pinning Key into a wall, but he just easily gets away. And Pi, he's like, I've had enough of this. I'm gonna commit forward. They all flicker just for the carry, but the carry still gets the trade back. Alter Ego trying to escort this Lord into the inhibitor. Key gets away with 0 health.
Wow, they're actually getting away with so much more. Where are the rest of the members? It looks like, you know, oh wait, hold on. They've actually got a hell of a flank right now.
Yeah, Moreno very patient, but he's gonna get spotted out instantly. Moreno just gonna commit and get 2-man petrify. Damage not really there. Bigatron Alpha, they will finally kill the Lord, but Alter Ego actually got away with an inhibitor.
Wow, they got away with so much there. And now Alter Ego are back in a position where they can actually recover from the damage of the early game. I mean, it's 19-5 right now, but Alter Ego are feeling a little bit more comfortable with their power spike at about 3,000 gold and 80 minutes on the clock to reach it. I think that's more than enough for Alter Ego.
It's 19-5, but you look at the goal advantage, it's not that much, right? Only 3.7 for Bigatron Alpha, and now Voodoo is like, taste this Divine Judgment. Get rid of Key, they get the heavy spin, trying to knock Moreno back, and Sellyboy, he's on the run. Supercan on his fat back, takes him out. Legendary Fanny. All that considered, when we look at the goal itself, you can see that, you know, Brody, he's actually not too far behind the Fanny.
He has been farming relatively comfortably. Like, I wouldn't have expected Nino 1 in 3 to be doing this all right in game.
Pi, he's trying to outrun the cables, but nah, Fanny's faster.
Fanny just has way too much. 11, 1, and 1. I mean, he's just making his KDA aesthetically pleasing.
No, I feel like if you don't have to worry about hitting the beat while trying to dash away, there'll be less a thing to worry about.
I suppose. That's one way to think about it, but again, it's just...
Yeah, he's not happy about that.
He is not.
Oh boy, and they're going to lose Udo again. Supercan, he's just going to continue going. All these all chats, you know, it's not going to face Supercan. You know, no Fanny player has ever been faced by an all chat. In fact, that is where they thrive in. And Sellyboy also goes down. Sakin picks that one up. Alter Ego looking to inevitably get wiped. They still can't get rid of Zorizo. This guy has been dashing for way too long. And there's no way he gets away, right? Well, they find him finally. And Pi gets to run away, but not Rassi. So it's a 4-for-1 in favor of Bigatron.
Yep, finally, Bigatron find the momentum back, taking out 4 members for only 1. This is the position, and these are the trades that Bigatron have been looking for all game. Trading 50-50 against an opponent who is down on gold is the worst feeling in the world, because you pretty much guaranteed that you had a lead against them. Maybe if it's 1 member, but your whole team shouldn't be trading 1-for-1 in these positions.
Pi at least trying to run down Moreno, but he's going to run into the rest of Bigatron Alpha. And they're just going to kidnap him. Again, that's not the vengeance though.
It's a little unlucky because, especially for Kadita, having none of her abilities really hurt her in that position. No Breath of the Ocean, doesn't even have her ultimate as well. The most she has is the Ocean Oddity, and that doesn't deal enough burst damage to start taking out people like Pi. Maybe if you had Supercan, but then again, he just wasn't there at the right place at the right time.
But at least Bigatron Alpha, they have the Lord right now. They are looking for Zorizo and Sellyboy straight in with the heavy spin. Yeah, just pinning him onto a wall, nailing him like a portrait. And well, that one goes over to Rassi.
Now, this is what we call an off-tempo play. You would have expected Alter Ego to be this eager to get a pick, because now, with that pick, it's a 4v5, and they have high ground.
And Pi, he's just going to try and hold the fort for as long as possible. No vengeance available means not much resistance, endurance for him, but the rest of Alter Ego able to recoil and tie Rassi. He's just going to jump forward and get absolutely shredded. But what Alter Ego was looking for is to take care of the Lord. They've done that, and now they need to get the rest of the team away. Sellyboy certainly will go down, and Udu will have to recharge his health bar back in the fountain, but Alter Ego, they held back Bigatron for now.
A good idea for the off-tempo play, but unfortunately the resources utilized down on that bot side hurt them here on this high ground defense.
Udo, he's gonna flicker forward, and you also have Pi running on Moreno. Alter Ego, all things considered, only losing an inhib That's not too bad in their position.
I mean, we say that it's not that bad, right? Only in Inhib, they lose 2 members at the same time. Bigatron Alpha now have developed a 9k gold lead, and in most positions, a 9k gold lead is basically checkmate in chess terms, right? Like Alter Ego, it's going to be really difficult for them to max out their items here, with they're only dependent towards the later stages of the game, being this Valentina, who is naturally squishy, as well as having that Hawk of Destinies to help her scale, plus the help of this Brody. But Brody's not using Weapon Master, and the fact that he's building hyper defensively, knowing how ahead Supercan is.
Yeah, has the Rose Gold Media as well. Just Alter Ego trying to forced to play turtle. They're gonna try to Rasi, just able to jump on key. Sally Boy not looking too healthy this time, able to barely get away, and Rasi also on the run as well. But Super Ken, he's just gonna fully commit, get rid of Sally Boy, and Rasi gets dragged back. Double for Super Ken.
Supercan is just way too fat here. He's got so much gold pumped in his veins right now, and if only there were like, if there was only ways to know how he uses his cables, because I wish there was a cam to show his cables.
Well, we probably want to wait for it. Maybe the next game if he gets Fanny, Bigatron Alpha gets a quick game 1, 15 minutes, but it's 30-8.
One day we'll see the input cam. We would need to see his combos overall. A sharp Fanny player knows how to go around his corners, and with a fat lead in the early game, Bigatron Alpha secure game number 1. GG well played to Bigatron as they take down Alter Ego in this best of 5.
Just an appetizer for how the Tier 1 teams really perform, right? What a showing for Bigatron Alpha with such a strong start as well. And the Fanny, a 3rd pick in the first phase, overall a complete snowball. Alter Ego, right? I think despite them losing, there were some good moments, able to secure the first Lord. We've seen an attempt to contest the jungle, but what went wrong?
Well, I think a lot of it came down to disrespecting Fanny's damage in the earlier stages of the game, right? Especially, it's like, oh, I gave her 1 or 2 kills, that should be a bad idea. And especially if you are in Pai's position, Vengeance technically is a worthwhile ability to exploit, to try to get into that backline, to try to get that free damage, and most importantly, to pop that ult while that Vengeance is available to basically be untouchable. Unfortunately, once you kind of give like 2 kills plus an extra 2 assists, I'm looking at Supercan's build like, yeah, he already had Malefic Roar and as well as Blade of Heptases by the 8-minute mark, and that's crazy.
I have a minor suggestion. Maybe stop spamming the recall button. That's for Rasi. Maybe not all chat Fanny, because I think Fanny players love to all chat.
It's what fuels though.
Oh, it is. He's like, you're mad? Good. That's what I want to achieve.
Give me your sweet, sweet tears. Give me all that salt. Ooh, so delicious. And honestly, I have to say that Bigatron, the fact that they were exploiting a lot of holes in Alter Ego's gameplay. Oh, you're missing a resource, you're missing a battle spell. Instantly, they're on top of them.
Yeah, and you can really feel kind of the fast-paced gameplay from both teams, right? Bigatron Alpha, they just step on the gas, they never slow down. This feels like a freeway to the crystal. 10k gold lead, but you look at the kills, you look at the individual goal that these players have, you know how good of a game that they've been having.
Yeah, they've been having a crazy game. I mean, look at Selly Boy's build. Absolute meta-breaking, game-changing, auto-attack, crit, empowered auto-attack crit. Wow, even Malefic Roar as well. Selly Boy's going for damage. It's a wonder he was able to survive a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, Kung Fu Panda.
Oh man, I really wish there was a Skadoosh emote. The more that I think about it, I'm like, that would have been a banger.
That would have been it, right? I think it fits the theme. But overall, I mean, for Alter Ego, they just were not able to get off their feet. Well, we saw the failed invade attempt from Rasi and Pai early on. They gave a double to Super Ken, and this guy is like, you know what, I'm gonna invade AE's jungle, takes care of Salad Boy, and that's where the snowball began.
Yeah, and the snowball is really tough to kind of actually stop here because they have a lot of heroes that are just dip in and out of fights. So you have the combination of Moreno plus X, which usually is going to be key in these cases. But as you can see, Key, every time he has his ultimate, he's looking for an opportunity to utilize it. If he has to use Flicker, so what? I don't need to play defensively. I have to set the tempo, and that's what Key did.
Yeah, it's the game of numbers, right? If they have one less member, we are always going to have an advantage. And of course, post-game, Hall of Fame, Super Ken, the highest goal per minute, Saken with highest damage per minute, Nuffset, and Pai with highest damage taken per minute on this Joy. He has been severely punished. the entire game.
Significantly. Like, as much as Pi wanted to punish Saken in his lane, like, oh, you want a team fight? Let's go. Auto attack me plus my vengeance. Saken, he doesn't mind going down. He knows that the rest of his team are leagues further ahead. The more time Joy wastes on his carry, eventually his team's gonna come by. And when that Divine Judgment hits, he's gonna make Pi regret.
Look at that, Divine Judgment, 20 assists in 15 minutes. That's more than 1 assist per minute. This guy he's putting in the work.
And honestly, he was like at like what, 12 assists before he decided to go fleeting time. So that means he got it 12 times before the cooldown reduction.
Oh yeah. Imagine if he had that fleeting time even earlier, while the game went longer. I don't know, but yeah, Super Ken, our MVP of game number 1. Enough said. This guy had a great game.
Look, if there's anything that I had to be super critical about Super Ken, it's that KP. 60%, even though he's 15-1 and 3. Come on, man, that should be 100.
Yeah, he died once. Not good enough.
Man. As much as we are talking smack here, Super Ken did a phenomenal job here. I mean, just look at this replay. The fact that he's able to get in and out of fights, and honestly, he griefs himself to a certain degree, diving in for low targets on Alter Ego when he doesn't need to.
Yeah, but that's also, you know, the confidence that Alter Ego won't be able to do with him, right? He puts himself in positions that he knows he can get out of, and Alter Ego, they just had to commit everything. But this is also a moment where Nino accidentally, a good way to put it, griefed himself.
Well, I mean, I think Nino was doing the best that he absolutely could. They knew they needed to drag out this game. If they don't get Lord, this game is basically over. And Pi, honestly, sick of the fact that Bigatron's Alpha's entire composition basically counters him, and it's really tough to actually play the game. You go in, you get Divine Judgment. You go in, all of a sudden, Supercan just takes you out before you can even pop the Vengeance.
They're running better than the Joy itself, right? That's what prompted the all chat, I assume. He started all chatting. That's when you know that the Bigatron Alpha got under his skin. Maybe a little bit.
Maybe just a little bit.
Just the Fanny, you know. I think he directed it to Fanny himself. But yeah, you know, this is what one step closer to winning 15,000 looks like.
Exactly. But this is still the best of 5, so there's plenty of time to actually start adapting to the gameplay of Bigatron Alpha, because Alter Ego, they need to start tightening up their defense right now. Because again, as much as they try to make plays individually, and yes, they are still playing at a very, very high level, at the end of the day, even a small advantage is enough for Bigatron to actually, you know, get under your skin and to get some kind of profit.
Well, we've seen Bigatron Alpha kind of taking away the Diggy and Farmers from Alter Ego, right? Very supportive heroes, and Alter Ego, they went a different way. It's not every day we get to see the Archive getting shown in the first phase. It's not every day that you have a team just go for Joy and ignoring the Kaja, at least in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And so far, we saw how Bigatron Alpha really just punished Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, and I think, you know, Bigatron Alpha, if they keep up this momentum, it's going to be a very clean game, and honestly clean series if they keep up the momentum.
And this is just the show match. So I turned on the air conditioner, and I'm still sweating.
It's hot. I'm not gonna lie, it is hot in here with the way that these teams and these honest-to-God, godly players have been performing so far. Very similarly to like my phone right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Why you want the best performance, you want the best device, well, we have the one just for you. Samsung Galaxy with their latest Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game. This phone, oof, it's the best for photography in extreme conditions, low lighting, you know, crowded areas, and most importantly, it gives you the best and most optimal experience when you play games.
You know what's crazy? I was watching the MDL playoffs, right, and they were like looking at all the different people in the audience, and some people were holding up their phones with banners and stuff like that. Guess what I noticed? They were all Samsungs.
Yeah, that's how clear they were, right? All the neon signs, you know. If you want to support your favorite teams at a live event, that's the phone you need to get.
Yeah, really wide screen as well. So if you wanted to put on a big border, it will show up very clearly. But let's have a recap on the draft here and kind of talk about a couple of problems that we noticed. Number one, if you notice almost straight away, if you've been following the Snapdragon Pro Series, we didn't see a Fredrin or even a Martis this time around, which is the very typical matchup here for the Tier 2s.
Why is that?
Well, in this case, right, Fredrin really struggles against the Akai because there's only one spot inside the pit where you can generally be within range of the neutral objective while getting heavy spinned into a corner. But then there's also that 50-50 chance, right? You can still use your battle spell, so you can still use your retribution, and then it's on and off, right? You kind of have to tap it, hoping that you get it just in time so that the Akai doesn't steal it away from you. It's not fun to deal with overall. It is not fun. But the fact is, Akai just generally good against most tanks who want to kind of sit in place unless you have anti-CC, Bardis or Barats. Something that Alter Ego was predicting that Bigatron was going to show. They didn't. They whipped out Fanny instead, and immediately, neutral objectives, we don't really care about them. We want to go for kills, we want to snowball out of control, and then think about neutrals.
And the Akai was also a response to the Fanny as well, right? We saw the Fanny show up first, and then Alter Ego went for the for the Akai, and they started prioritizing banning out gold laners. And in the end, it really felt like for Bigatron Alpha, they didn't really care too much.
Oh yeah, no, they didn't. I think, Bigatron Alpha was very clean with their draft. They had a very good idea of what they wanted to play. They executed it very, very well.
And I believe when we saw those damage items from Akai, that's probably a bit of a graphical glitch.
Hey, I'm sorry. Am I the pro player here? I can't question his decisions.
I'm not the pro player, but I can question the graphics.
you can question the graphics, but the pro player himself, who knows? Who knows?
So maybe he switched it up,
Yeah, he could have. He could have been like, you know what? If I'm seeing Super Cannon go full damage, I'm gonna go full damage.
If I can't out-tank him, I'll out-fight him.
I'll out-fight him. That's the way to do it, especially with that endless battle just now. Hey, the true damage, the powered auto attacks, can chain it all together. But with a minute left on the clock, we should be expecting some different variables. I don't know if Alter Ego is going to decide to stay on the red side or switch over back to blue.
And I also think that for Bigatron Alpha, they'll probably continue to ban out what we saw already just now. I think the Diggy and Faramis are very high priorities for Bigatron Alpha, and it clearly showed, right? They forced Alter Ego to go a different route, and they had a very, very good solution to deal with it.
Oh, an extremely good solution, especially since they knew that they were on... Well, for Alter Ego, they knew they were going to be on the purple side. They locked in the Brodies thinking, hey, we've got a strong side of the map. They're playing Fanny. We're just going to play on that side of the map and eventually bleed down, but that never happened.
Bigatron Alpha still serious. This really felt like the this is how you know the team is ready to get revenge. Like it's more serious, more composed. They're all in the room. If you cover up the tournament name and you say that this is MPL, I think people will believe it.
I think people would be like, yeah, MPL level game, sure, it's going to happen, right? I think this one is definitely more of a warm-up game. There's a lot more polish to be done from Alter Ego's side. I feel like Bigatron Alpha, still playing standard, didn't have to do anything out of the ordinary just yet. But now we see a switch of sides. Alter Ego going on the blue side, Bigatron on the red.
You get to see kind of that... the tier 1 big boys play it out. So Kaja instantly gets banned out. Alter Ego have identified that was a very, very big issue. Normally Kaja would, at least from what we've seen in the Snapdragon Pro Series, you go for the gold laners, you go for the mid laners, but Key, he doesn't discriminate. He takes anyone he can get.
He can honestly play everything, right? Yeah. You close your eyes, he hits a random hero, he can probably make it work.
It's like, Nana, well, sure.
Yeah, sure. Nana, Yves, Gord as a roamer, sure, why not? I can make it work. I can make it happen.
Have you seen Gord's damage? Have you seen his stun?
Look, I've seen Naisu play Gord, and that is a sight to behold, honestly. I wasn't really looking at his gameplay, I was just looking at him. On the other hand, he's a very good-looking guy. Anyways, Alter Ego, they're going to be banning out the Ling. I like the fact that they ban out the Kaja because they still want to kind of set up for this Joy.
And they also have the first pick, right? So, do you reckon that then Arlet could be an option for them as well?
Kind of depends. I still think that Minstar is a bit of an issue for Alter Ego. Even if you lock in the Joy, Minstar is like, I don't want you to play the game. Drop the King's Call in, nobody can dash.
They have that one ban to go for it, right? They did ban Mincetar in the previous game, so there's a chance. But no, they actually go for the glue instead. So Mincetar still left up on the table. Is it worthy of a first phase pick though?
For a first phase pick, depends. It really depends on the team, right? I personally don't like the Mincetar openers because there's a lot of ways to actually play around it, but then again, when the situation arrives, I'll explain it a little bit more. It's hard to explain it without seeing the teams actually applying it. Now, Bigatron, on the other hand, they see this, right? They see the fact that, okay, we lost a very high priority EXP laner, we got rid of its counter earlier on. Do we want to still think about the quote-unquote Ube strats coming out from the side of Alter Ego? If not, it could just be, let's just keep playing for the early game. They're not stopping us.
Yeah, and they still have the Fanny in the pool, right? Mincetar gets banned out by Bigatron Alpha. And that could be an indicator that Bigatron still wants to go for the mobile with fast gameplay. You know, the Arlet's still on the table for them. And now they have 2 picks to get those priority heroes.
Look, if Bigatron Alpha really want to pull up some funky business, they can go for like Joy Arlet straight away, which would be very, very funny. Sorry, I can't help but laugh. It is very funny. You would imagine Pi's looking at this draft and it's like, come on, man.
It's like,
give me a break.
Leave some for me.
If anything, he could just go Paquito and be like, you know what? I'm a try. You can dash, I can dash. I'm playing a weaker hero, but if I win, this is gonna make me look so cool.
Or they have the 1-1. That is a decent hero as well, right?
Extremely decent hero here, but the same problem always applies, right? How do you stop the Joy without some means of what's it called again? There's a key word between Kaja and as well as Franco that utilizes
Suppression.
Suppression. That's the one. Oh, I thought it was suspended for a second there, and I didn't want to say that. That would have came off the wrong way. But 1-1 generally is going to struggle with anybody who actually has the vengeance. But there's still the crossbow attack. There's still plenty of outplay potential.
If we are looking for any suspension sources, Franco is the only one left for Bigatron, right?
Wait, if we're talking about suspension, Bigatron Alpha, you might want to lock in that Johnson.
That is an option as well.
Think about it. Think about it. It might be a good idea, especially in the second phase where people are going to start banning out. Well, for the side of Alter Ego, they're going to be banning out mages. Bigatron Alpha, they're probably looking towards the EXP lane. Yep, the Yuzong is there. Alter Ego is going to ban out probably Farsa, and then maybe a Yve.
So that's what you were referring to. I was thinking that, okay, pick Johnson and you get suspended in-game. Alright, so we're on different wavelengths.
We could be on different... Wait, hold on. Is Udil using a Samsung phone already?
Oh yeah, he is.
He better win this one. He better win
he
this one.
He better. Sponsors are watching, Udil. You gotta do this.
Cuts back to Bigatron. All of them are using Samsung. It's like they have too much power!
That's why. They're running with a Snapdragon chipset also.
They're not losing frames. Everything's running smoothly. Atlas gets banned here. Very interesting. So Alter Ego has access to Lapu Lapu. I'm guessing that Bigatron Alpha don't really care.
Ooh, they banned their own Estes.
Ooh, they banned the Estes. They could have set up for it. I think it's generally fine. Yve is still generally open, but do they want to give that ultimate over to someone like Valentina?
Where does this Arlot go to?
Probably the EXP lane. They're gonna make Jungle Joy, I would assume.
Probably. Don't think I've seen any.
Well, most people, especially at the highest levels, generally don't do it, but this is a show match. This is a good time to kind of flex mechanics, because the hardest part about playing these high damage style assassins, mage, or, well, magic or physical damage really doesn't matter. You struggle against anybody who utilizes the Demon Slayer emblem. You're just going to get out-retreat half the time if you're the exact same level. You're going to be under level because they're going to invade and there's nothing much that you can really do about it. There's just so much that the Demon Slayer emblem provides.
I think your wish has been granted, Gideon.
Hell yeah!
We see the Johnson.
I didn't expect an Alter Ego side, to be honest with you.
Run me through the suspension thing again. What happens?
Look, so basically he goes into the workshop, he get... Oh, they go...
Hey man, if you want cross-map plays, now they have 2 ways. But there's a Grok though. I mean, the Grok can block it. Get
Look,
it.
I think it's gonna be... It's gonna be Akai going into the car. The car smashes. If they lock him down, and hopefully Wan is nearby. If he gets away, they're just gonna proc. They're just gonna proc the Chain's Fate and hope for the best. You know, get the kill or get free farm.
What did I tell you? You know that the team doesn't really care too much about the money when they're just like, yeah.
I mean,
sure.
They wanted suspension. They got suspension. Right?
Oh yeah, I mean, if they want the 3-2 win, this is a very good way to do it.
The most important thing for Alter Ego is family.
Have fun.
Have fun and family.
Apparently, the series is ending on well, I don't know if you call it Apple Chapter 11.
But you mean the saga?
The saga, yes, the saga.
That's the word you were looking for here. I like the fact that Bigatron Alpha, they looked at this, they're like, oh, hell no. Udil might be playing in the mid lane on this Valentina, but it doesn't mean I can't dodge the Johnson all with my Lunox.
I mean, if you, it's like You want a meme to win? Well, we are actually here to win. That's the difference between me and you.
All right, let's see how this is going to be playing out between both compositions, especially with the way that we're expecting Alter Ego to engage their fights. We should expect that Bigatron Alpha generally has a super strong dive comp. That backline is never going to feel safe. It's going to be hard for Alter Ego to peel backwards. If not for Udil on this Valentina, he has to be very, very careful when he uses his Shadow Strikes.
And we've seen, you know, our fair share of Johnson in the Snapdragon Pro Series, right? Again, primarily from the Cambodians, the Laos teams. One big problem that has always been discussed is just that you lose XP, right? Because you're spending time driving around and stuff. I wonder if Alter Ego have a way to remedy it. At least we know, we see Aldous Jungle. This is very, very old. But, you know, it's a good trip down memory lane.
Hey, I'm just waiting for Sellyboy to just one-shot Socket. Like, he doesn't use any other abilities except for the Chain's Fate. Instantly popping him would be crazy to watch.
That's one way to get through the Melissa ult.
It's not the most reliable way, but it definitely... For him, generally nothing should happen for specifically Alter Ego, but Bigatron Alpha, they could make things happen. Like Key, for an example, could walk into the enemy jungle to try and force out retribution from Sellyboy.
So far, he does have to protect, you know, Moreno. At least no jungle invade so far. Key actually not having a good time. Fall from Moreno, but damage just not there. Sellyboy can't get in range for the finisher, and now you have Super Ken once more showing up as the Joy. No first blood this time.
Oh, it was a good attempt. I think both Key and as well as Super Electrum just understood they have plenty of damage with this Grok. And if you hit some of the squishier targets, in this case going to be Udil on this Valentina, there's a good chance that they might actually get the kill, but they have to go on the same target. And Udil just a little bit faster on the draw.
Like how Pi is just cutting the wave in front of the inhibitor.
I mean, what are they really going to do about it, right? Nobody has damage. Actually, he's getting kind of low now.
Yeah, he might actually go down. Well, I take that back. I think he's 100% dead.
Yeah, I mean, if you can give this kill over to Grok, that would have been the most ideal. I think what he wanted to do there was touch Grok and then run into the tower, just to give him free kill. Because you'd rather give it over to the support than to Lunox of all people.
Yeah. And that trade was worth it for the Lunox, for sure. Now they get a bit of a lane swap, right? Moreno goes bot, Sorizo goes mid, Kai just doing Grok things. We actually see Rasi. Here comes the car.
It's just so dirty!
I mean, they miss everything. Sake, he's gonna stand his ground and even get a trade in return. All things considered, not the worst, you know? Not the worst!
I feel so bad for Sake. Oh wait, Grok's actually gonna die. Key's in trouble.
They would lose the Grok, and I believe they didn't lose Pi for the second time. Wait, hold on. He took a rival.
Oh, he's not losing anything. He is not losing anything. Pi's coming back to cut those waves all over again, but I don't think he's going to use... I don't think he needs to use it right now, right? Does he?
Probably
is there anywhere
not
on the map that he can abuse? Yeah, honestly, no place on the map to actually abuse it.
That's a Masha thing, right? With a rival?
Usually it is a Masha thing, but I think, you know, Alter Ego definitely have a bit of a fun energy around them, as we call it.
They definitely do. They're having a lot of fun. We saw just now, I think on Nino and Rasi's camera, they have... I believe they're sitting like, I don't know, close to the entrance of the house or something. I saw like red sirens out there. The door is half open. They just lost Sellyboy again. Bigatron Alpha, they're just continuing to put on this pressure, and now the jungle is going to get taken over by Super Ken.
Honestly, despite everything that has happened so far, I feel like Alter Ego are selecting, take a 6-sided die, scratch out one side, roll it, and whoever's name is on it, that's who they target. And unfortunately, it landed on Sakin.
Oh yeah. That's probably the best target, honestly, right?
Well, I mean, there's other people to really piss off. Like, well, there's a lot of people you could definitely get a reaction out of, you know, considering it is Bigatron Alpha. But let's see how they play it out. Rapid touchdown coming in.
Sakin again, getting gone on this time. Is not going to be able to get away from that. Well, to be fair, right, the Alter Ego, yeah, they're losing members here and there, but the 1-1 is 3-0. You know, your most important hero is having a good time. Bigatron Alpha, they're going to try. Super Ken just invaded the jungle, trying to get the purple buff at least, but you have 3 members of Alter Ego ready to contest that one.
Oh!
And meanwhile, Nino even got a kill onto Moreno. They would lose Sellyboy, but I mean, they're fine with it.
Nino actually outplaying that. Well, he's dead now. Oh, no, he
wait,
missed the Joy missed the dash. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Now he's held hostage here. We got a hostage situation here.
Yeah, that's when the arrival comes to good use.
Oh,
And
no, he gets
no!
cancelled! No! This is one of those 911 emergency horror stories.
It's like 911, what's your emergency? I need help. Okay, hangs up the phone.
Oh, and once again, we see another kill coming in from the suspension master himself on Johnson. Lost in time, lost in space, not at the right place or the right time.
Well, at least the Johnson arrived, okay? You know, Akai canceled the arrival, you know. If there's one guy to throw under the bus, definitely not the Johnson. He arrived just late.
It's so unfortunate. The arrival gets cancelled by the final slash. The support comes in a little too late. We don't even get to see the chains fake coming out of Sully Boy as well. Nino just kind of left on, just held in this hostage situation. He's 4-1. He's like, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Oh.
That shut down. Ooh, great brilliance. Yeah. Great brilliance.
It's just not the target you can go on. Not the Lunox at least. And now you can just have Saken having a great time just dishing out the damage. Udi gets blocked off by the wall. He's able to hop forward right into Super Ken's hand. This guy is on a killing spree. And this time he's going to jump on Nino. He's not missing any of those beats. And that's 4 for Bigatron.
Wow, a triple kill coming in from Ken. I thought he would get 2 max, but getting all 3 is great. He's about to get a 4th.
And Sally Boy, well, you get the purple buff, but I think you might give it away. Or have to.
Wait, is Sully Boy gonna get a kill here? No.
Sure.
I love it. I love how Pi is like, just wait, dude. Just wait. Just wait until late game, bro.
He's the one that does the talking. You know? Last game he's like, I hate your fanny. This game is like, you wait. You wait till we hit that late game.
The best part. Oh wait, hold on. Fight being played out here.
Oh, Nino able to get rid of Kai at least, but Sake is just gonna draw him straight into his range, and Nino cannot fight this one.
Can't fight him at all, especially since Saken is able to drop his ult to the... Oh, that's silly!
Oh, he's going for it! Well, at least he finds it. You know, you can't miss a skill if the skill is literally you locking on. And I think, you know, after talking just a little bit, Super Ken is like, yeah, sure, Pi.
Oh, I love this so much. I love the fact that nobody is safe on Bigatron Alpha if they're low. If they're low, either you get hit by the rapid touchdown, or you're expecting to see the chains fade come out of nowhere.
Oh my goodness. Super Ken, he's doing
so
much damage. Might actually go down.
No!
Actually goes back in for the outplay.
Oh, he missed the pincer. He missed the one pincer that actually mattered here. And Pi underneath is starting getting harassed. And so far, Bigatron Alpha, you know, they're just farming right now.
It's not the late game yet, you know. Pi just needs to get to the late game, if he even gets there.
I don't think he's getting there. I don't think they're going to make it there. Bigatron have a 7k gold lead at 7 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Okay, to be fair, we did kind of see something similar in game number 1. Alter Ego could look to bounce back, but the conditions have to be right. You're looking to kill Saken as well as either the jungler or the mid laner at the same time.
And that's not including Super Ken, right, on this Joy.
Oh, yeah.
7-0, and they get the rapid touchdown onto Saken, who was able to gain distance. Nino wants the kill, finally gets it, and hops away. Sally Boy also shows up, uses his body as a shield. Bigatron Alpha, you know, all these considered, they only got 2, they lost Saken. And the most important thing is, Nino might be able to get away from this.
Is he actually still outplaying this? Can they not catch him? Yeah, they can't catch him at all. I mean, what else? Do they have anything? Do they have any spells? No WoW charge? Okay, no WoW charge is available, and I know for at least for the mid laner. Oh,
and
okay,
now
he's dead.
Now he's dead.
There we go. Somebody who doesn't care about the dashes. This whole time, Pi has been pushing the tier 1 down bot side, and oh, he's dead.
Oh,
right?
he even tried to use the arrival.
Look, I appreciate what production is doing. We're not going to be showing murder on screen.
No.
Oh boy, it's getting really rough for Alter Ego.
I like how Nino just called one a kangaroo. You have to love the interaction.
Yeah, because there's so many hops and Joy.
Sure.
He knows what he's doing.
Now that I think about it, Joy does look like a kangaroo or a squirrel. I don't know.
I would say a squirrel more than a kangaroo.
One looks like a squirrel too.
Okay, now we're getting a bit more far-fetched. I think that's closer to like a tiger. Yeah, because at least she has the tiger print. But for the rest of the team, Bigatron Alpha just have to stick together at this point in time, right? They know that one of their members is almost definitely going to die if they take way too much damage, and especially if Alter Ego have all of their spells. But more importantly, Bigatron, they don't want to give this free lead over to Alter Ego. More importantly, since they have Lord on their side, pushing from all waves.
Alright, so with my limited Johnson knowledge, I know that you always want to go back to your base and start driving. But I think it's a bit too late. They've already lost the Valentina.
Oh, look at this fight. Look at this fight. It's going to be huge!
Yeah, sure. It's a huge collision into the turret. They still have the rapid spin, and Sully Boy actually takes care of Super Ken. If he can get a second, that would be great. But he just doesn't have the damage.
Telling you, it was going to be huge.
It was.
It had all the makings in there. If towers didn't leave structures, this would have been a free game. But now inhibitors are falling, members are dying one by one, and Bigatron Alpha are basically going untouched. Like there's no way in on their comp.
And Bigatron Alpha, they will also get the mid inhibitor as well. Rasi, he's going to be back out right now. He's ready to drive. Let's go. They already lost the Valentina. Can Rasi do enough? Drives right into the rest of Bigatron Alpha, and yeah, I guess he's back to the workshop. And now Pi protecting the crystal with the arrival. It does work, and now he's going to go in with a heavy spin. They bought enough time. Sully Boy back in the fight, gets the kill. But it's Nino all alone against the entirety of Bigatron Alpha, looking to proc that ultimate. Even gets the Winds of Nature just in time. But yeah, the crystal, well, has no more arrival protecting it. Bigatron Alpha up 2-0. This time 31-9. An even faster game. They can smell the prize money.
Oh, it's coming, baby. It's coming. GG, well played to Bigatron Alpha. And now I know we've been, hyping up AE, but right now they're not taking it as seriously as we were hoping for. But they're definitely putting on a show.
Yeah, they're taking the all chat very seriously. That's something I admire a lot. It takes a lot of focus to be playing your game and still communicate with the enemy team.
I love the fact that despite everything that has happened, AE, despite being, a little slow on the communications because they're not being a part, they're looking at the Twitch chat being like, oh, they're predicting us to win. Anybody who's betting on these games, I'm going to ruin their predictions.
Oh yeah, watch out. That 15k is not coming back anytime soon.
If they go for a reverse sweep, well played to AE. If they're that good to make it happen, well done. Hats off. But in the meantime, we're getting close because it's match point for Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, and if Bigatron Alpha wins this, again, for those of you who weren't here during the pre-show, winner takes all. $15,000 US. That's more than the second place finish of the challenge finals. That's the craziest part.
That is the craziest part. It just goes to show professional players get paid big time here at Snapdragon Pro Series. But more importantly, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I base my entire prediction off of, I'm gonna backtrack now until Alter Ego starts turning it around. Backtrack real quick. I'm gonna say all this is happening because Eterna told me that AE was gonna win, and even with the predictions, 78% of them leaning towards AE. Alter Ego, I'm blaming it on Eterna for sure.
I'm pretty sure she also told the fans that Alter Ego is gonna win.
I mean, she's got a huge fan base.
She does.
So, I can definitely understand. If she's watching this, it's your fault, Eterna. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Until AE turn it around and it'll be like, all predicted, baby, all me.
Don't worry, there's still a chance, right? Alter Ego, they've made it a pretty interesting one so far. We've been loving the personalities, the interactions, but I think if anything, it's time to get serious. But before we talk about what to prep for the next match, this is the post-game status. 31-9, Bigatron Alpha just racking up numbers, and this time in under 11 minutes.
Yes, in under 11 minutes, you can definitely tell that the builds coming in from Bigatron Alpha immediately becoming more greedy. You have the tenacity already built on as an emblem for Cerezo. But look at his build. He's going Hunter Strike into Thunderbelt as well. Does he need to have both of them? Absolutely not. It's the fact that he's 8-0-6. What are you going to do with the gold except build it to damage at this point?
It's like, do I need them? Not really, but can I have them? Sure, why not?
Exactly. It's like people who purchase Teslas. Do they need to get them? No. But do they get them anyways? Sure.
Hey, they're doing it to save the environment, okay? It's electric cars. That's the new future.
Look, they got to package it together. We got to get the Tesla as well as get a blue check mark on my Twitter, and then I got nothing to say. Until then, I don't believe in it.
Don't worry, Elon is paying for it. You might get yours soon. You're probably in the ballot,
I'm in the ballot. They got a lottery system for the blue ticks at this point.
Hey, man, LeBron James got his, so you'll probably get yours in like 3 years.
Yeah, when are MLBB players... when are MLBB players going to get verified on Twitter without having to pay that yearly fee? Anyways, coming back to the post-game, right? There's nothing much to really talk about here because, again, if we're talking about damage taken, Pi, you can tell by his chat, he's getting the worst of it.
he is getting targeted. I mean, his Joy didn't have a good time. His Akai, he wanted to go late game, but I think 10 minutes is 10 minutes too early. No late game, for sure.
Yeah, there definitely wasn't going to be a late game for him, but he was just making sure, hey, you better watch out. If it ever did get to that moment, I think Alter Ego would definitely be in a more comfortable position, but with the lead that they given over, and just look at the hero damage done, I think that is more than enough.
Oh yeah, like what? Almost 5,000 per minute and on a Lunox.
I mean, that's not all. Supercan's farming 913
on a
gold.
Jungler.
On a jungler, not even the gold lane at this point. 913.
The gold laner has the most assists. We're living in different times. Okay?
We're living in different times here. But let's take it back a step here. Our MVP of this game going over to Moreno with his 9-3 and 13 KDA, his 71 kill participation. That's what we're expecting to see. Last game, it was on the Fanny. Not enough kill participation, 11% more, and that's how Moreno gets it.
Yeah, and overall, just having a very comfortable game. Well, almost comfortable, minus the Arliss, right?
Look, as long as he has his fingers over Brilliance at the right time, the man's okay. And look at his GPM. He's dishing out plenty of DPM, but his GPM 813, I think people need to recognize how difficult it is to maintain that much gold per minute. Getting the 800 mark is tough. The 900 mark, that is out of your control.
Yeah, while farming heroes also.
I mean, it's the only way. You have to farm heroes to get those numbers.
Just look at the fire truck. He's like...
He's like, where my Autobots be at?
He rolled out for sure. Well, it just so happens that those two are the players that are together, right? You know, it's like, Rasi, I need help.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's why. All right, I see. Because they're in the same room, they have perfect communication. It's the best time to whip out this Johnson, combo.
Yeah, they are just having fun. But yeah, Bigatron Alpha. So far, we are basically just looking at kind of a Bigatron highlight reel. You know, Super Ken is doing his thing. Saken he's getting punished a bit more this game, but nothing too much he can't handle.
Yeah, and despite everybody having fun in this matchup, you can definitely tell that both Bigatron and Alpha, and as well as Alter Ego, are extremely aware of the macro decision-making that's going around.
Oh, yes.
Like, the setup from Alter Ego, they don't utilize the rapid touchdown as a means to explore and open up the map. They're using it as the big punchline at the very end, so they can engage, clean up the fight super easily, because they're all at the right positions at the right time.
Yeah, it can look pretty deceiving, right? Like how it feels like they're messing around a little bit, but all these movements have a purpose, right? They can probably in this mood that they're in, this atmosphere of them having fun, they can still kick my butt. For
Absolutely.
sure.
You can blindfold them, and they can probably kick your butt. You can even, tie their hands behind their backs and only let them use their feet to probably still wash both of us combined.
We should have that. We should have that for the next season.
I can't. My ego can't take that.
No,
My ego
not for
can't
you,
take
but
it.
we have a show match where the teams use their toes or something.
Only their toes?
Only their toes.
Production, write that down. That's a great idea.
Or like
we'll make it happen.
Well, some teams don't have 10 players, right? I was thinking like maybe like a 3 versus 3 or something, right?
A 3 versus 3, only toes?
There's one guy controlling just one side of the phone. So one guy with the movements and one guy with the abilities.
Okay. Then technically you can have 4 teams play against each other at the same time.
Oh yeah,
You just pair them up with each other. That's a pretty good idea. But besides that, currently match point for Bigatron Alpha, who is so very close to closing out this game and so much closer to that 15,000 USD prize pool.
They're gonna have their own holiday if they win this, right? Alter Ego went ahead, just leaving Bigatron in the dust. Well, now Bigatron has a good chance of securing that sweet 15,000.
I could see it. I could see the social media post coming out of Bigatron Alpha. Alter Ego sponsors Bigatron Alpha's holiday.
Yeah. If you see them in Bali, you know why. You know how they got that. That's a Bali trip if I've ever seen one.
Hey man, I don't know what Bigatron is up to right now, but it looks like they're the more polished team as of yet in this show match, right?
Oh, yes.
A lot of their movements are looking clean. A lot of their defenses are looking great. They exploit timings, and especially for battle spells, they're not missing a beat so far, other than the fact that they well, they let a mistake happen once. It doesn't happen a second time.
Yeah, just very clean, very polished gameplay, treating it like a professional game of all things. But of course, this show match has not ended just yet. Also, Eagle have a chance to get a reverse sweep. We'll give them some time to take a break. We'll catch a breather as well, and we'll be back for Game 3 of this Pro Team show match.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Call the Babylon, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him.
Who wants to be 15,000 US dollars richer? I think Bigatron Alpha is more committed to making that happen. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, but we do have a show match going on between two pro teams, Bigatron Alpha and Alter Ego, and you're here with us, Amaski and his Gideon Q.
And so far, based on what we've seen, it looks like Bigatron should have gone further down the MPL Indonesia route if they were playing like this the entire time, or if Alter Ego was whipping out the comps that we've seen thus far. We've seen their Fast 9 comp, we've seen their, well, technically it'd be Fast 12 because it was 12 minutes, and we've also seen some of their other compositions, especially in game number 1. Hopefully they start changing it up here, because if they want a piece of that, well, not even a piece, the whole entire pie of 15,000 USD, by the way, it's not just a figurative number, it's a very real thing.
Yeah, if I'm on a holiday and I'm given a chance to get $15,000 to fund my holidays in 2 hours, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it, invest it in crypto, and then lose it all at once, just for the fun of it, just for the heck of it.
Yeah, just for the heck of it. It feels like what AE is doing. Obviously no shade thrown to AE. I think they're having a lot of fun as well, right? We see them just laughing at all the plays that they made. But, you know, when we talk about top performance, right? We've seen that fast 12 comp wouldn't have happened without a Snapdragon chipset in their phone, right? That's as fast as it can go, and would have happened if they didn't get juiced up on Monster Energy.
That's the thing that most people miss out, right? They need to combine the two together. They need to get the chipset, they need to pour some Monster Energy drink into it, and then boom, you're already into overclock mode on your phone. That's what I'm assuming how it works.
Yeah, you think those cars run on diesel? Nitro charge? No, they run on Monster Energy. Come on.
That's exactly how we expected. But then again, with Alter Ego, considering what they've been playing out so far, it feels like they haven't fueled up just yet. This could be a reverse sweep for all we know, because this is the Alter Ego that went all the way in the MPL ID, all the way to 3rd place, and they were taking out big favorites, big turnarounds, and more importantly, the big reverse sweep.
This could be the most elaborate plan ever if they make this happen.
Dude, if they make that happen, I don't know what to say at that point. It's just like, are they too good? It's too many things that I would rather not predict.
I feel like you can only do it if you're too good, you know?
Look, Bigatron, they're so close. I mean, it's just one game. How hard can
It's
one
just like,
game
what, 30
go?
minutes, right?
Yeah, it's like 30 minutes. They were able to get, like, what, 2 games off of Alter Ego during the playoffs?
Yeah,
like,
in 30 minutes, they make more than my annual salary. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the teams playing in the challenge stage, they have to play open finals, challenge stage, and still have a chance to earn lesser than these teams in the best of 5?
Well, then again, I do want to avoid my taxes, allegedly. But hey, you know, that 15K ain't going to make that much of a difference, right? It's a prize pool. It's a prize pool.
It is.
But looking back into that deep, dark void, we can definitely tell that Alter Ego are in a position whereby they need to kind of, you know, get these points back if they even want to stand a chance to win that 15,000.
And Bigatron Alpha is locked and loaded, as always. Hopping into the draft of game number 3, Alter Ego, staying on blue side, have that first pick. Bigatron Alpha, they're going to be on red once more, but Alter Ego, I wonder what's the plan C going into game 3.
I'm not actually too sure myself what this plan C is going to be, right? I feel like for Bigatron Alpha, they don't really have to change anything as long as Alter Ego keeps up with these rather odd outlier drafts.
So we've seen the Johnson. The draft that they are drafting was what we wanted to see last week in our show match.
Yeah, that's true. Surprisingly enough, we're getting it here. Like, the show match last week was a lot sweatier than this one.
Oh yeah, 100%. And there was no money on the line, by the way.
There's no money on the line. Oh boy, is this just the perfect representation of like capitalism? It's just like, hey, money on the line, no big deal. No money involved, we gotta make sure it happens here. But it looks like we are getting a little bit of information. It feels like Alter Ego might just change things up.
Yeah, and so far, you know, they have been really kind of mixing it out for us, right? We are seeing, I believe, you know, Silly Boy is going to go to the gold lane this time.
That's what we want to see again. Both Nino and as well as Sally Boy, they're that close. They're just really tight.
Oh yes, they are very tight. And Nino, he's going to be in the jungle. It's going to allow him to, you know, probably communicate a bit better with Rasi. You know, they're side by side. You have a jungler, XP laner. Maybe that is going to work out. We see the Joy and Kaja ban out. Minsita also by Alter Ego. Now they pick out the Arlott.
Alright, this is to be expected. They wanted a dash type hero. The fact that they're banning out of the Joy does give respect over to Bigatron Alpha, because they went for the Arlott Joy within their first 2 picks on red side. So again, you don't get to see that very often. Now Bigatron actually have to start thinking about their composition, because again, Arlott is gone. They get the Wanwan, which seems pretty straightforward for them. Is there anything else that Glue is already banned out? Diggy is banned out. Jawhead gets locked in for the side of Bigatron Alpha.
It's Bigatron Alpha's turn, I guess.
Okay. There's a chance that Jawhead either goes into the jungle, roam, or EXP. Most likely the EXP, because it does have a pretty good matchup into Arlott. You can basically nuke him down with the smart missiles. I'm not so sure once you start adding the unstoppable force whether that's necessary. Kind of depends on the build we see from Arlott.
Alter Ego, they get the Valentina again for the 3rd time, but you know, Silent Boy gets his hand on the Beatrix.
Okay, Beatrix, very good drafting coming in for the side of Alter Ego. It looks like they're looking to try and reverse sweep this against Bigatron Alpha and bring it to 5 games.
And hopefully this is the first step in the long journey, right? Bigatron Alpha, I don't think we've seen Jawhead in any situation. Not
Yeah.
in the first phase, you know?
Yeah, definitely not in first phase, for sure. Again, it's one of those off-meta picks that you can really cheese people by because of the amount of raw damage he provides in the early game up till level 11, level 10.
Bigatron Alpha now taking a bit more of their sweet time deciding on this third pick. You know, showing a lot more of that focus. Wow, they're gonna go for the Johnson!
Is this a gentleman's agreement? I'm starting to think this is a gentleman's agreement.
Yeah, it could be the case, you know?
Or it could be like, you know, Alter Ego tried to get into the heads of Bigatron Alpha and finally implanted the seed.
Maybe they were like, we showed Akai twice, we've shown you guys Johnson, we've given you what you want, now we take it away, all of it.
I'm just imagining Nino and Rossi have influenced Bigatron Alpha as like, hey, Johnson was kind of fun. You guys want to try it?
Yeah, look at that, I can spam recall while in the rapid touchdown. No one can do that.
Nobody else in the game can actually do that. But coming to the second phase, we are seeing the Akai as well as the Fanny ban out here. So it does seem like both teams, well, especially for Alter Ego, they are taking this seriously, right? They don't want Bigatron Alpha to have any more powerful early game starters. The fact that they have to deal with the 1-1 is a bit of an issue, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, and for Alter Ego, so far they have been hitting the nail on the head as well with the bans. They're taking away, you know, these snowbally heroes, no Joy, no Fanny. We get to see Super Ken on, you know, another unique hero for this game. But Bigatron Alpha, they did ban on the Grok, which can be a bit of a nuisance in blocking the rapid touchdown. And the final ban from AE is going to be the Kadita.
Alright, so they ban out the Kadita. They don't want Bigatron Alpha. Oh, that's so interesting. Gushin. They're hoping to make sure that Valentina doesn't have any relevant ultimates other than Johnson. Maybe even, I would make an argument for the Unstoppable Force coming out from the side of Jawhead, but that puts Udil in a really awkward spot. But Alter Ego decided to add a little bit more mobility to their composition, and basically they want to play 4v4, right? They're going to use Yin, send somebody to the other domain, and then the rest of them just have to brawl it out.
Yeah, and that's going to be a jungle Yin, I believe. So, yeah. So
it could be Jungle Benedetta, to be fair.
Is she efficient in the jungle?
I would say she's one of the better users of Demon Slayer in comparison to someone like Arlott, for an example. Her clears are decently fast. She has a lot of mobility, able to hop over walls, able to trigger 2 camps at once. You know, Benedetta has a lot of things built into her. Naturally, it's just a very mechanically demanding hero.
Yeah, my Benedetta win rate has been 0 out of 10 ranked games I played.
Really? I haven't even dared to bring it into ranked games. I'm that bad at Benedetta. I am awful. God awful. But Bigatron Alpha, so much respect for them whipping out the Yishin Shin.
See, this is what I wanted to see last week from our you know, our personalities, but no, Bigatron Alpha is like, I got you, bro.
Look,
they've been watching.
The definition of fun for pro players, especially in the tier 1s, especially those who qualify in a franchise league known as MPL, their level of fun is different.
Yeah, their level of fun is when there's actual money on the line. I've been able to hit to Genting, you know, last month, and I kind of understand that it can actually be fun if you are the one holding the cash. I have fun watching people lose their cash.
Well, let's see how this money match could potentially conclude itself with Bigatron Alpha taking this 3-0 against Alter Ego, or will the reverse sweep, as Alter Ego has been known to do since the beginning of the time, going to come to fruition this game.
And this is a good time for us to give a disclaimer to anyone watching. Do not replicate these kind of drafts in your games. They are clearly just for fun and a little bit of money, but it will not benefit you in your games.
I actually digress. I think that people should be encouraged to play these types of drafts in public games, in ranked games, as long as it's not on my team.
Oh yeah, I've been banning out heroes not because they're good, it's because they're bad on my teammates. For example, Nana.
The classic pup crawl. Anyways, Zorizo is in a lot of trouble here. His level 1 has not been very good, but this is the nuke that I've been talking about, right? It's so easy to turn it over when you have cooldowns.
You know, he's just gonna get ambushed from behind. That's first blood for the Yishun Shin of all people. Pai not able to withstand the damage. And Super Ken, once more, I mean, you put him on any hero, he's gonna have a good time instantly going for the invade.
We say instantly going for the invade. I feel bad for Pai, who has to sit in, try and tank all that damage while still having the roaming capabilities here. But look at that! Oh, the movement!
So much damage from Nino. Also, this guy is agile. Supercan instantly goes down.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played. Sees the pincer, uses the eye for an eye, catches Gushin in the mix of it, stunning him and making him a free target. Nicely done coming in from Rossi. I'm sorry, Nino. I keep forgetting they're in the same room. I mix the names up.
Don't worry, they changed. They switch up their roles also. Nino is not jungler. It's easier to communicate with Rossi. And we get the Purify for Udil also, just in case he gets caught out. But Saken, he's gonna have two members pay a visit to him. Meanwhile, Zorizo just get a good toss. Rossi underneath the tier 1. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, it's so frustrating. It really is. But now, Udil stealing the rapid touchdown.
Oh! Runs into Kai instantly underneath the tier 1. He's going to be able to soak up all that damage and give it over to himself.
You know, respect over to Kai, I definitely would agree with him. Like, yep, you
There
would
it
have
is.
expected. Like, nobody goes, you don't target supports for a reason. That's why Key is like, yo, Udil, what the heck, man?
Like, come on, you stole...
You stole my ult and you thought I'm the one who's carrying this game?
Yeah. What do you think was so significant, right? Like, you stealing my ult runs out within 12 seconds.
Oh.
I drive it forever. Pi just kidnapped Zorizo and, yeah, takes care of him.
Honestly, nicely played coming in from the Gushin, actually dodging a lot of the abilities. Oh, turtle falling into the hands of Bigatron.
And Super Kendo got the turtle but can't get out. And there's killing spree for Udil. Finally having a great game, and once more, Rossi. Yeah, he's gonna dash forward, instantly goes down. Kai with the rapid touchdown, doing the work.
Oh, no.
And Zorizo is gonna be back in the fray. Pi, a juicy target, and Unstoppable Force chases onto him, takes him out.
Overextension coming in from the side of Alter Ego. As Bigatron Alpha still evening up the score and also has a goal lead. Oh, Sally Boy solo dies to the Mountain Shocker instantly. Good comms from Bigatron.
And Nino, in the meantime, steals the purple buff away. So, Alter Ego, they get something back in return. And Nino, he's going for Saken. Saken trying to outplay him with those movements.
Oh,
Nino,
yeah.
he's guessing and decides that it's just not worth it.
No, especially he doesn't know whether Saken has the crossbow and hang back up in time, but Udil,
Again?
Yep, again.
Just steals the ult, and Pi, meanwhile, able to get the ultimate, kidnaps the cushion. Moreno goes down. And Udil gets away also. Pai's not done just yet, but yeah, he has overextended, and Super Ken should be able to get the kill. And Gushin is like, why did you kidnap me, man?
Yeah, a lot of questionable movements coming in from Alter Ego, but if they get under the skin of Bigatron Alpha, that's more than enough, because even though it's a 1.6 kill lead, 1.7 goal lead for the side of Bigatron Alpha, at least for Alter Ego, it's not a large lead compared to Game 1 and Game 2.
Honestly, like...
Dude, the side quests that are happening right now is great.
Yeah, it definitely is. And yeah, well, Zorizo just got a solo kill. Honestly, if they can't get Johnson, they can just become Johnson. Uh-oh! Yeah, Sally Boy forced off the recall.
He could go back around one more time.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
Oh, he just misses him. Close.
Didn't commit fully.
Where's he gonna go to, though? Top side is clear. They know Benedetta is somewhere in this side of the jungle.
And wait! What happened? Oh, he tried to kill... he dragged Saken into his realm and ends up going down, but they should be able to get Saken now. Maybe not! Oh, definitely not.
Oh, this bait has been perfectly done. Udil, can he get it? Yeah, he should be able to get out of there, and Saken baiting it out perfectly. And this is just comms diff.
it really is. Like, they saw the Johnson 2 times. They're like, he's not coming back, right?
He's not going to round about a third time. It's not like they made the same movie 11 times in a row, but hey, Bigatron.
Hey, look, it ends at the 11th saga, okay? Apparently, that's what they say.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that, but 2v2.
Oh, Super Ken? Oh, well, he is gone. Well, actually, not Super Ken. It's Moreno. Pi has found a target that he can really latch on. He's gotten under the skin of this cushion. Rossi, outplay. Actually, it is possible, but not able to finish the kill.
Very, very close, though. The killing spree emblem for the side of Super Ken. Thank God he has it. Survives that pop of the Mountain Shocker to ensure that no trades would happen.
Oh, goes Udil. Just full speed ahead. I mean, can't beat a flicker, that's for sure.
Can't beat a flicker. At least they got it out of him for free, you know? With rapid touchdown, it's relatively short cooldown. If you drive long enough, you'll eventually get it back up to do it all over again. So no harm, no foul.
It's short if you are the Johnson. It's very long if you are the Valentina. And they lost Sally Boy again. Rossi, he's caught in a very tough spot. Does flicker and does have the final slash, but not able to do enough damage. Saken, meanwhile, just taking care of business. Nino trying to save the day, able to dash in and out of the fight, gets a double also. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Saken cleaning up shop. It's a full team wipe for Bigatron Alpha.
Oh, that's so unlucky. The killing spree didn't trigger in time. He ends up dying to Benedetta. That could have been so huge, because look at this engagement, right? They got the flag, they get their first initial kill. Things start getting a bit weird. It turns from a 2v3 to a 4v4, and it escalates even further. You're expecting people like Superken to get something even more out of this, but unfortunately for him, he only gets so much, doesn't get enough kills to actually proc the killing spree, to get enough health from the killing spree to survive the initial damage.
So Rizzo might get run down by Nino, but does have a lot of damage with the smart missile, and now getting the shield back up. Nino trying to keep his distance. Meanwhile, Saken also preoccupied, but this guy, he's 3 levels ahead of Rossi. He's going to be able to take care of Rossi very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Superken also wipes the floor with the other 2 members of Alter Ego.
Yeah, thank God Rizzo was holding up his ejector that entire time, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the eye for an eye, or maybe even for the Electro final blow, because there are a couple of frames where you need a bit of casting time. Bottom side gets a free kill, however, and this is great. Now Bigatron Alpha fully in the driver's seat, no pun intended.
Honestly, when I saw this draft, I was like, yeah, maybe Alter Ego has a good chance, but so far it's not looking too good.
Look, I looked at the gold lead, it was like 1.6. Next thing you know, it's 6K. Like, hey, can you expect too much from this? Not really, but then again, Bigatron Alpha are coming up with some pretty cool moves.
Yeah, they're driven by vengeance, that's for sure. More than money. Oh, it's Saken. Yeah, he's just gonna take care of Rossi. He's not able to sidestep that he shoots in airstrike, unfortunately. And yeah, Saken, he's just doing one thing. Sally boy, you made a big mistake. Yeah, big mistake.
Yo, talk about the drive-bys of all drive-bys. Like, you know for a fact that Selly Boy saw that coming.
Yeah, he stood there until he saw the rapid touchdown, and it's like, well, I guess that's it.
This is my time.
My time has come.
Oh boy, so far, it has been quite the back and forth. Unfortunately for Alter Ego, they're the ones receiving the most amount of punishments, because Bigatron Alpha are not letting their foot off the gas. And with 80 seconds left on this upcoming Lord fight, Alter Ego are in no real position to contest from it, right? It's 4 levels down for Nino in comparison to Superken. What? That hits? Come on!
Underneath the inhibitor also. They should be able to get rid of Kai at least. And Udo, yeah, once more. We all know who's the better driver at least. Wow, Saken just got a casual double.
Hey, look, you know, it's not every day that Udil gets to play his very own Johnson here, especially since he's stealing it. But the rest of the AE members are, they are just taking it right now. They are just taking the damage.
I mean, I like how. Dude, Sally Boy has no chill. Sally Boy has absolutely no chill.
He's the one to talk. I love it. I love it. Even amongst the teams. No, wait, Cerezo, why? Superken was doing so well.
Honestly, you know what they say? If you can't beat them in game, you beat them elsewhere. You know, you start making it personal.
Yeah, Superken instantly buys the potion. He's like, hell no, I don't want to get ejected like that. But the fight continues so far, and Chorizo does it again.
this one actually it works out, you know. Guess Saken legendary.
Oh, dude, if I was Superken, I'd be furious. I'd be fuming. Oh, T.
Oh, hey, this is a joyride.
Come on, Udil, chase him. Chase him.
I'm trying to figure out, so you can turn at that angle, okay.
You
see, I've been having a lot of problems. Yes, I am. No, I've been getting a lot of 1-star reviews, and I'm not happy about it.
Look. He is going to be the tutor of the Johnson. He's going around the map super fast, super efficiently, and he knows his corners.
Oh! Well,
Poor guy.
To be fair, you know, Pi actually took a lot of punishment from that.
He did, but he's also the support, so it's not the best in the world, not the worst, but if Alter Ego are able to turn this around...
Oh, here he comes! Well, I think Bigatron's Johnson got the better rapid touchdown. If this is a contest of how many pedestrians can you hit with a car, I think Bigatron Alpha hit 3 of them, and that's a triple kill for Superken and a team wipe.
Oh, he's coming in for a second time. 2 times. Oh, no, the timing of that! The timing! I'm sorry, guys. We cannot show offenses. And Dude, that's actually the timing of that. I feel like Udil saw him at the very edge of his screen and wanted to like, okay, it's a full-on collision. Let's go head-to-head, see what happens.
Any crash first.
Any crash first. It feels like we're playing a completely different game. Oh, Super Ken's in trouble.
I feel like they're trying to break the record of most kills in this game. Oh, Super Ken! He might win this, actually.
He wins this, for
Yeah,
sure.
100%. And Zorizo Yi, he's back. And Sakin also... I mean, this is just Bigatron Alpha styling at this point.
I mean, they're so far ahead. They're 8K gold, 36 compared to 45. Like, this is a death sentence in any professional game. Like, there's no way to really recover unless your opponents make a huge mistake. Or in this case, whether Chorizo decides, I'm going to chunk you into the enemy team.
So far, I think only Super Ken bought the potion, so you still have 3 more targets
Oh,
to
yeah,
toss.
that's true. That's true.
Honestly, Bigatron Alpha they had so many opportunities to take the Lord, and they're just not doing it, right? It's like, we don't need Lord. Oh, I mean, well, here comes the drive-by. Right into the base, into Udil of all people that they hit, and because of that, Sally Boy ends up going down. That's why we call collateral damage.
That is definite collateral damage. Like, unfortunately for the side of Alter Ego, Udil can't get away with Grand Theft Auto here before the major collision coming from Bigatron Alpha connects. There's still a bit of charge up time. Oh, Sakin might be in some trouble here.
Oh, it might be able to. Okay, never mind.
Crossbow of Tang, but it gets cut off halfway because of its new range. Super short. Mid lane, the jungler dies, and now inhibitors should fall.
Super Ken ready to run down Rasi. You also have Moreno with them, and that's going to be an easy kill. Bigatron Alpha only have 1 more inhibitor left to deal with. We've finally cracked into the 10k mark of gold lead. Arla is like, do it again. This is where, you know when you start losing a game, you would ask for 1v1. If you win that 1v1, you win the game. It's pride on the line, okay? And Sakin just says, I don't want to do it because I haven't showered. I don't know if there's any correlations, but
To sum it up, 1v1 me by Lord Pit right now. No winds of nature. Just you and me.
Yeah, Sakin was like, no, because I haven't showered.
Yeah, I can't. Indonesians take this level of gameplay to a different level.
Yeah, they take that trash talk very seriously.
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, they might. This is a 3v1, by the way. This is not fair. Come on, you can't lie about that.
Yeah, it's a double kill.
Yeah, he knows what he did.
He knows what he did. It's so evil. Oh man, I love the personalities here. Indonesians, they are a fun bunch. They are such a fun bunch. But also looking to crack the Snapdragon series total kill timer. I mean, look at that, 70 kills in 14 minutes.
I feel like they already have 70 total kills. We're still going. I think, a piece of advice for Alter Ego, you shouldn't have utilized the oh god.
You have to give it to Shizo. That was pretty clean.
It was. And he can't get in range.
Does he die? Oh, he dies right
yeah.
there. Yes, he does the auto attack in his domain. Feels bad, but too bad. As now the games should technically be coming to a close here. Bigatron Alpha, here's the scary part. Despite having that 4.4k lead, we've already hit that 50k mark, which means that Alter Ego pretty much have full items as well.
Honestly, this is a good time if they want to use their good luck at MSC card, but they used it a bit too early.
I think that definitely a little too early.
Like,
they
should have used it. Should have used it if you lose the 1v1.
Okay, here we go. This 1v1
okay.
is going to happen here. Oh, is he going to get cheated?
No, he has friends.
He has friends. Rossi, he's like, hey, let's calm down here. I just want the 1v1. And here we go. The 1v1 starts.
No, I mean, I guess that makes them even,
Well, okay, that is fair. That does make them even there. But now, with the members slowly getting picked off here, Bigatron Alpha, some people have old hands, man.
Some people do have old hands.
Just like
Super can't even let Pi go.
He's gonna
die to the wave.
He's gonna die to the wave. And, yep, there we go. That's gonna be the end of it. But how long are they gonna keep this up?
Honestly, I bet they're just holding Alter Ego hostage. By the way, look at the goal differential. It has whittled down to just 4.6. All right, this is. I'm gonna take a snapshot of this. Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Rasi, he intercepts it. All right.
The wand.
Might have saved Sally Boy from it. for a while, the killing spree, keeping Super Ken alive just a bit longer. Udio steals the rapid touchdown, and he is gone.
He is gone. And instantly, a 3-for-1 trade. Something you don't want to see if you're especially from the side of Alter Ego. But Bigatron Alpha, they're just farming KDA at that point. And Alter Ego, pretty much the same thing. Who can outplay who?
Yeah, what is happening to the goal differential? I mean, it's down to this 2.2k?
I mean, it just, there's no inhibitors, right? All the minions are pushing, naturally pushing into Alter Ego's side.
What? You're so evil.
He goes in instantly, Winter Truncheons.
Well, Bigatron Alpha, they're going on vacation after this for sure. 3-0 in the show match. 15,000 richer, and yeah, so we're having a little bit of fun at the end. But there you have it, the winners of this show match. And that's the face of a team who just won $15,000
against Alter Ego. To be fair, they weren't taking it too seriously. And even Alter Ego, you see Udil, you see a smile on his face, you know he's having a good time. Even Nino and Rossi are having a good time. All fun and games here, especially with 15,000 USD on the line. No big deal, right? If you're these two teams, they're like, it's just another day at work.
This is the Platinum Club, for sure.
This is the Platinum Club. But the pro team show match winner, Bigatron Alpha, taking 3-0 against Alter Ego.
They're officially our second place winner of the Snapdragon Pro. No, I'm just kidding. They definitely earn more than the second place winner, which we haven't even found out yet. But Bigatron Alpha, they can definitely afford a great vacation after this if they want to. Or, better yet, invest this money back into the team, right? Prep for the next season. There's a long road ahead for these guys.
Hey, as long as they know that it's sponsored by Alter Ego, thumbs up.
And
thumbs up.
Yeah, I wonder what the MSC plans are.
I can't. The trash talk between the two, especially in lobby, is the funniest amongst pro Indonesian teams. I love it so much.
Yeah, don't get to see that every day, and I'm glad we had that as a good appetizer for our to prep for the upcoming best of 5. But you know, we still have some things we gotta go through. We'll be talking to Bigatron Alpha later on as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they have to say about that, you know, especially with the things that have been happening with the team, the fact that they've been switching out their gold laners time and time again. Like, I don't know what they're going to be looking for in the future, but hey, 15,000 to kind of be a buffer is a good start.
Yeah, it definitely is, and we also want to thank Alter Ego for being a part of this show match, you know, and I'm pretty sure a lot of Indonesian fans watching this. Don't worry if you lost the bet. I also lost the bet.
Look, it's Eterna's fault. Just blame it. Go onto Eterna's stream. Make sure you drop a like. Don't say anything toxic because, again, that's just, you got to be respectful about it. Drop that like if you can. But more importantly, say that the casters here at SPS said hi.
Yes. Hi. Hi, Eterna. We've never met, but hello.
One day I'll introduce you. But in the meantime, here, let's look at the post-game stats. 23 versus 62 for a total whopping score of 85 kills in these 16 minutes.
Now, if I have to do the mathematics, we have an average of, I can't do math at all. I believe that's almost 5 kills per minute, and even 5 point something, almost 6 kills per minute. Okay.
Yeah, give or take.
Give or take.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. But again, every turtle, every orange buff, every purple buff, you can see just double digits all across the board. Every single tower being claimed by Bigatron Alpha. They didn't even need to touch the Lord.
Yeah, they didn't even touch the Lord. They did touch down many times.
Too many times, as a matter of fact. And even for Super Ken, I feel like he was playing a little side game just to make sure that his kills and assists were even.
Oh yeah, that's a new lottery number. I mean, I think Moreno also, right? 17-6-17. There's something going on. But on the side of Alter Ego, you can see that they all are getting pummeled. Only Udo has less than 10 deaths.
Well, I mean, Udo was playing a very different game here. He was going for Grand Theft Auto for the most part of it, stealing the Johnson rapid touchdown from Key as many times as he could. But fortunately, Key just a little bit better when it comes down to the driving and the timings of that rapid touchdown.
Now you know who spends more time playing Johnson during their off time. Definitely Key.
Now I'm curious to see how many games, what's his win rate on Johnson? I'm very curious to know that.
Probably like 65% out of 1,000 games. You know? 29 assists in this game.
Considering how he played, I wouldn't be surprised if it hits the 80%.
Oh yes. Rossi, 12. How do you take 12,000 damage per minute?
You just run in, die a couple of times, you know, just absorb as much as you can, pray for the best.
Yeah, so he absorbed a lot of the rapid touchdown. I assume you have to die, respawn, and instantly die again.
Well, basically.
To half the average.
Basically. But let's not forget that he was on this Arlot, so essentially he was just trying to sustain through a majority of the damage. It just was not enough at the end of the day. Bigatron Alpha, on the other hand, looking mighty fine here with Supercam with his 28 and 20 KDA with a 65% KP, so definitely deserving of the MVP match. Doing 4% better than game number 1.
Yeah, almost 1,000 gold per minute. Yeah, beat that.
Dude, I don't know. These GPMs are impossible to get in regular games unless you're absolutely just stomping.
Yeah, these GPMs are what are numbers that if you see in the head-to-head, you know that this guy is capping for sure. He had a really good game and he hasn't had enough game to bring that down. But yeah, 3-0. This was a bloody game, but a very entertaining game. You know, both teams is having a lot of fun. We get to see some great Benedetta mechanics from Nino, and this one was one of the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, he was just showing off what he is capable of. And unfortunate for Rossi, he was just taking so much damage, right? Every single time he sees his opponent, he's like, oh boy, here we go again. I'm playing Beatrix. I did take the Flicker and not the Purify. Might have to rethink this later on.
And no, we even have, I believe, this outplay from Lorizo on the Jawhead. Now we get to see, we might see more Jawheads in game, hopefully. Look at this.
Like, it's one of those things where it's unfortunate to see. Oh, guess what? Smart missiles still go off even though he's just a corpse. The last couple of rockets still will hurt because he was building full damage and also taking Master Assassin. But overall, just a solid game for Bigatron Alpha. Even for the likes of Gushin, able to get so much done in this game, snowballing to the point where he basically one-shots anybody he gets his sword spike on.
Oh yeah, and I think Gushin was one of the heroes that had a slower early game, but the recovery with the help of Key was great. And I just realized that their levels, despite being so far ahead, and you can see that when you spend a lot of time driving in the rapid touchdown, you don't get much of the experience.
No, you do not. Usually you want to kind of like pass by the waves to get a bit of EXP here and there to kind of keep up with everybody else, but generally that isn't the right idea. At the end, even in the void, he is finding joy.
Yeah, honestly, he has been smack talking for 2 games. That's why Rossi took over, and that's why Sally Boy took over.
I love it. Honestly, I love it so much. It's so much fun that even though they are competitors in the regular season, even during playoffs, at the end of the day, they're still friends.
Yeah, they're still friends. When it matters the most in that Tier 1 league, we've seen their serious side, and we also we don't get to see them as just normal players, right? Behind the scenes, having a fun best of 5 with 15k in the line. Not everyone can afford it, but we get to get this a deep dive into how both teams function under this circumstance.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see. It's a different side of them. It's a bit of a goofy side almost from both of these teams. But at the end of the day, it's still competition. Somebody has to be on top. And in this case, they get rewarded with 15,000 once more. So congratulations to Bigatron Alpha 3-0 against Alter Ego.
Yeah, we thank both of the teams for willing to be a part of this despite, having actual stakes, but able to enjoy the entire process, making it entertaining for everyone, and I think they have definitely left a very great impression. And now we wait for the social media post.
Oh yeah,
the Alter Ego sponsored vacation.
I don't know what they're gonna do with the 15,000, to be perfectly honest with you. But hey, if they decide to go have fun, go hang out with Marquee maybe in the Philippines, fly everybody over just to have a cool time, maybe scrim a couple here and there just in their off time. They can do something with that.
Yeah, they definitely could. I personally have a couple of questions I want to ask them regarding the money. How do they fund them at their next tournament? I heard that they might be flying over for
no, for MSC.
MSC.
That's so cruel.
I'm not sure if Alter Ego should have said that, should have leaked that info, but now we all know that Indonesia has 3 teams going.
I love it. I love it so much. The smack talk between the two teams, they bring it to a different level here. But Bigatron Alpha, the fact is, it's a team that you still have to keep your eyes upon, right? They still are in a phase where they're still kind of making things work. And even in their last season in the MPL, the previous season of MPL, they had their ups and downs, and it was a very tight season all across the board. Same can be said about Alter Ego as well.
Yeah, and in the end, right, even when you look at the standings, it's easy to say that Alter Ego, they finished 3rd, but to get there, it was pretty tough. They had to play an actual full BO5 against Bigatron Alpha, and that was not easy also.
No, it truly wasn't. With the amount of reverse sweeps that we saw from Alter Ego,
yes.
you never really know with this team. They could touch gold, other times it just becomes coal in the rucksack. It's a hit or miss sometimes.
Today is not that day. It's fine. We do have an interview with Super Ken from Bigatron Alpha, and this is our time to get some questions in. So let's welcome the jungler of Bigatron Alpha onto the broadcast. Hello, Super Ken. Congratulations, first of all. You are, well, not you, but the entire team is now $15,000 richer. First things first, all right? So are you going to publicly thank Alter Ego for sponsoring your next vacation?
Can you repeat?
Alright, so you guys just won $15,000, right? Off of the show match. Some might say that it's sponsored by Alter Ego. So any vacation plans? No, Alter Ego are on holiday and you guys just got some holiday money.
I think he's trying to decide.
They're making plans.
They're making plans right now.
Yes.
Exactly. That's what we wanted to hear, Super Ken. Now, quick question. What are some of your preparations with Bigatron Alpha for the upcoming season of the MPL? What are you guys going to do during this downtime? Are we going to see more Marquee? Are we going to see more Saken? Like, what exactly is happening here?
Still secret. We're still training in our gaming house.
All right. It doesn't look like they're having any time off this time.
Yeah, and Super Ken, we saw you have an amazing series. You played the Fanny, we saw the Joy, we saw the Yishun Shin. And I know that after this broadcast, I probably will meet a lot of Yishun Shin in my game. So I need you to give me some tips on how to deal with Yishun Shin in the jungle, because I don't have enough bans for that hero.
How to use Yishun Shin? Just farming in early game, I think.
Just farm.
Don't let the enemy invade our jungle.
So that's the thing we've been missing. We've just been letting people invade you for free.
Yeah, I guess not hitting 1k GPM is a tough thing. Final question before we let you go. So we have our grand finals for the Snapdragon Pro Series coming up. It's between two Filipino teams, GameLab and Euphoria Esports. I want you to give us your prediction. Who do you think is going to win the grand finals? Is it GameLab or is it Euphoria Esports?
My prediction is GameLab will win the game.
GameLab supporters, let's go!
What's the score? Out of a best of 5, what's the score for GameLab?
3-1 GameLab.
3-1 GameLab, alright. GameLab fans, you have heard it. Euphoria fans, you guys have heard it as well. But I'm going to side with GameLab because Super can say so. Thank you very much for being here with us. Have a great rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Alright, we have ourselves the grand finals. 3-1 GameLab.
3-1 GameLab as spoken by Supercan. Love the guy. He definitely can't reveal certain things. Maybe our questions were a little too spicy, but we know for sure they're definitely talking about a holiday. They're like, guys, we got 50,000.
Oh yeah, they plan so much. They're like, do you want to go Bali? Are we really going to MSC? I think Sally Boy said that.
Honestly, I mean, if they want to come visit MSC, obviously not to play, but to hang out with everybody else, maybe get a couple of scrims in, that would be sick.
Yeah, that would definitely be sick. And again, we've witnessed such a great show match, but we wouldn't have anything to show if we don't have our partners with us, right? Snapdragon Elite Gaming being the spearhead of this. When winning matters, they give us the best microchips in our phone, and this is why whenever I pick up my phone and play a game, I feel like Johnson all the time.
Yeah, and again, when you're thinking about man, I need a bigger screen, I want to make sure that we have that Snapdragon chipset, we can recommend you the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you can share the epic and level up your own gameplay, whether it just be, Mobile Legends or any other titles.
Yeah, and when you feel like you are down on energy, you need something to lift you up, make your day better, take a swig of Monster Energy, unleash the beast within you. You'll be a 5-star Johnson driver in no time. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yep, and if you have any impulsive thoughts about buying diamonds, maybe you can feed that impulsive nature of yourself with Kashi Shop. With great deals and game top-ups, go to www.kashishop.com. Look for the biggest discount so at least it doesn't feel so bad when you're purchasing diamonds on a discount and still getting the full amount.
I can't spell kaching without Kachi Shop. Anyways, Season 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series is coming up, and registration's already open, so do sure to gather your teams, family members, whatever, form your squad, and sign up at play.eslgaming.com/mobilelegends/Asia, and you might have a chance to be a part of the big stage, because we have some of our teams from here who are going to be playing in the Open Finals as well, and also MPL teams being a part of it. So many exciting things coming up, and if you want to be in the Big Boy League, this is your chance to get ready.
Yep, if you're looking for a platform to be exposed to the rest of the world, this is the place to be, with a lot of Tier 2 teams and this mixture of Tier 1s showing up here and there. The further you go, the harder the competition gets.
And we still have one more job left to do, and that is the Grand Finals coming up. But before that, we're going to take a short breather. But when we come back, the Grand Finals between GameLab and Euphoria Esports is going to really kick off, so don't go anywhere. We'll come right back in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
You got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. A lot of drinks and flashing lights. Don't this make you wanna go and start a fight? Don't it make you wanna dance and hit the floor? Make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. Tripping out with my crib. Me and my people get broke while we don't like following rules. Swerve crew. Standing on couches and tying our shoes. Bands laced up, and when they be drumming, you know we gon' do what we do. Turn up, turn up, turn up, and we gon' keep going until we start seeing the sun come up. And I'ma keep drinking whatever they keep putting up in my cup. And please tell me if I am tripping, but I think I can sip my cup on the top of a butt. We don't ever do a lot of sleeping. Partying all night and every weekend. Tearing up everything that we geek. The party loving, you know we the reason. 2 cuddles, drinking, in Paris, thinking that your couch is cement, so we jump high 'cause I'm beating. I just wanna see you put your hands up to the ceiling. If you see a hater, tell them get up out they feelings. Tonight I wanna party, put my feet all in the couch. Please don't make me come and snap the taste about your mouth. If you got problems, just let them go. Control. A lot of drinks and flashing lights. Don't this make you wanna go and start a fight? Don't it make you wanna dance and hit the floor? Make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. Came in the club looking for a good time and a drink on ice. Tryna dance with a chick, get a kiss, then get a new lease on life. And the party real live and the DJ lit with the neon lights. And then I had to start bumping the gums and telling me about something that he just don't like. Listen, homie, I ain't here for that, and ain't hearing that, and ain't really in a chitter chat. You get to talking all that jibber jab, then I'ma hit you with a bit of jab, and you been feeling every little bit of that. So back up, this is not your house and not your table, homie, this is not your couch. Too cool, but trust I am not no slouch, 'cause I will now call a taste right about your mouth. It'll get real crazy, the party pumping, music intense and your heart is jumping. So you may wanna head to your car or something, you don't wanna be the one getting stumped for nothing. I be turning up in every single place that these people try to invite me in. Don't start problems, but when they start with me, they gon' have to come fight me then. I just wanna see you put your hands up to the ceiling. If you see a hater, tell them get up out they feelings. Tonight I wanna party, put my feet all in the couch. Please don't make me come and snap the taste about your mouth. If you got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. A lot of
babble out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lab you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league.
Here comes the Eyeball Fender. They're collapsing on Aizawa. They get the count altar. They get the kill. They're going to pull back UTZ, and a big appraisal drive will finish him off, and that's going to be game lab.
It's only on top of Red Kill. He's going to soak up majority of the damage. They will lose him, and Siri, big flicker penalty zone. Finding Aizawa, this guy is gone. Yukizi also follows. GPX responds in kind, and they find Tree. Chipping the hell away Yoshi got. Might be a chance, straight to the back, and they found the dive. The target's there, Shizoboy just joins in. Let that ultimate loose. They found CY. This fight basically in the grasp of Euphoria Esports. They can try, but Kelvin, he has no more immortality, just wants to get away.
Down to 20% health. GPX, they're not making a move. They're baiting them out. The Lord, they think it's free, but guess what? Surprise! They find one on the sides. Inax goes for the fall. CY still holding on. Ray getting sold out by Kelvin. It comes down to the final 50-50 point flip. The Lord still going to be out for grabs. They lose the Yeep at the back lines, but CY is going to try to first his fight. Grivo drops him down low, and that's going to be Ray getting a double kill. They kill the Melissa, and now Mahalika Esports, they're losing their lives. And GPX, they're holding on. CJ, he tries his best, but Grivo kills them off with this Valentina.
In fact, they were super on point, and how they move as a duo as well at some point. But here we go.
Taking a little bit too much damage. He actually focuses down him off. He almost kills him off, but he's out of game modes. But he eventually auto attacks and he gets the kill, gets out, and he's going to be back to safety as well. But Shiro is going to be here to scare him off. Darkwood dropping it up very low.
Well, it's about time we put on our lab coats, get our game on for a euphoric experience because it's grand final times, baby. Game Lab against Euphoria Esports and one last best of 5. I'm Muskie, and alongside me is Kid and Q to bring you guys this grand finals.
I can't wait for this best of 5 to get up and started because we've seen this matchup before in a best of 3, but the best of 5 is a completely different beast with a lot of adaptability being applied to their drafts and as well as in-game mechanics. So any bad habits that start to become a recurring pattern is a point of contention and a point of potentially losing the series.
And last 2 times these two teams met were in very high-stake scenarios, right? Open qualifiers, Euphoria won against GameLab, upper bracket finals, Euphoria won against GameLab again, and breaking their clean record in the entire Snapdragon Pro Series. But those two were best of 3s. Now, like you mentioned, Gideon, it's a best of 5. Maybe GameLab just needed a game 3.
Yeah, maybe they just needed a game 3. Maybe they just needed a little bit more time. But their journey has been phenomenal thus far. Like, GameLab has just been winning so many of their games since the beginning all the way up till now. They first had to face off GPX in playoffs day number 1. But as soon as we get into game number 2, they get knocked down by Euphoria Esports and have to take out the Indonesians in the form of GPX once more before they find their rivals right at the end of the finish line.
And some people might say that Euphoria Esports could be the kryptonite to GameLab, and I wouldn't say that you are wrong, right? Because statistics, they don't lie. But GameLab now in the hot seat, I think they definitely would be a bit more prepared. I want to see if they can push Euphoria Esports to the absolute limit. $20,000 on the line for the team that walks away as the champions tonight, and second place only gets $10,000.
And you're absolutely right here. Any mistakes could technically be a $10,000 differential if they end up losing the series and if they're unable to kind of recover from the damage. And that's what we're looking out for in this best of 5, right? We're looking for which teams have a more diverse strategy, which teams have a better opening in terms of the draft, and more importantly, which teams are going to be performing at their best here at the Grand Finals.
And these two teams got here with very different stories to tell. Euphoria Esports, you can say that they are the more humble ones, right? They're only looking at the goal in front of them. GameLab have always set the target way past the Snapdragon Pro Series. They have never tasted defeat until last week in the hands of Euphoria. And now I think that should lit a few inside of them, because that's the first loss, and it was against the team that took away their first seeding into the challenge group stage.
And here's the thing, GameLab, they have been labeling themselves as what we like to call the pantheon of gods. They literally have gods in their name. And if you don't know this team, I can't wait to show you. We got a recap coming on up, and we can explain a little bit more about what exactly happened in these matches. Because last week, we saw that GameLab, the demigods, finally bleed. And that's due to the fact that Euphoria Esports has continuously been looking out for weaknesses in their lineup.
Honestly, just like in real life, there is a true god and there are imposters. In this case, Euphoria, with gods in their name, is more than enough to take down GameLab, who a lot of us have already labeled as the unkillable demon kings, right? The demigods. And Euphoria Esports, they have a reputation for making miracles happen, even in games that we saw them play. You know, in games against like Maharlika, for example, they came back from a 10k goal deficit.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Because again, we see these playmaking capabilities actually start to evolve for Euphoria Esports. They're catching out Aizawa more times than they actually should. And GameLab, for an example, why is Aizawa actually getting caught out? He has been the highest GPM for the longest time, and even when they get into the middle of these fights, just notice he is getting clipped out at the very edge.
And it does feel a little bit uncharacteristic when you look at Aizawa's track record on GameLab, right? He has been branded as one of the most consistent mid laner, highest GPM, less average depth overall. But against Euphoria Esports, that felt like it didn't matter at all. And GameLab losing, definitely a big upset, especially against Euphoria Esports, and judging by the track record that they had. And when you look at the individual stats of Aizawa as well, both games, 2, 3, and 8 on game 1, 4, 4, and 3 in game 2. That is not the numbers you expect from him.
Again, it's a very different story based on their regular performance. And honestly, I will say GameLab, it might be going through some rough times. Even during their MDL, their opponents, Echo, was able to kind of go all the way to the Grand Finals and finally finish and finally close it all out, being the champions. And it shows here that teams are evolving, especially if they are associated with the MDL Philippines. Like Euphoria Esports, for an example, looking cleaner and cleaner each day. Did they reach all the way to the end? Well, they got relatively close, but they still couldn't close it out. And that's something that Euphoria wants to make a statement against GameLab, that you're not going to be able to be calling yourselves demigods no longer.
It's definitely been a trip, right? Even in MDL, GameLab made it farther than Euphoria Esports, but you know, it also could be a story of them shooting way above the stars and trying to shoot for the sun, but they only land on the moon. Echo was kind of the target, wasn't able to get through that, and now even Euphoria was able to take them down in a 2-0 fashion. And I'm glad that it came to this resolution where we have them in a best of 5, because Euphoria gets to prove once more that GameLab, they can bleed.
Now, a couple of adaptations we're expecting to see from GameLab's side. They need to make sure that they don't put all of their damage into just their gold lane and as well as the mid lane. They might need to consider a couple of their roam picks to actually cover for the mid laner. In this case, is going to be Aizawa, who got caught out multiple times in the previous upper bracket finals in that best of 3.
Yeah. And overall, when we look at how these two teams have played throughout the entire challenge stage, we've seen Euphoria Esports being put on the back seat, you know, every now and then. But GameLab, we only really saw that once when they fought GPX, and then afterwards it's, you know, Euphoria Esports, and you know, you really got to see more of Euphoria Esports overall playing from behind. But we also got something that's equally crucial, the Fredrin pick. It has been a staple of Euphoria.
It has been a really strong opener here at the Snapdragon series. I mean, 8 wins overall with an 88.89% win rate, which is super overinflated if we're talking about stats.
Yeah, out of 9 times picked, right, means that they only lost once with the Fredrin.
And just barely. They barely lost.
They barely lost. So Euphoria Esports really putting a lot of emphasis on the pick that I think throughout the course of the group stage we've kind of written off a little bit, right? Highest pick rate, lowest win rate, but in the hands of Euphoria Esports, they make it look good anyways.
They make it look extremely good. And I think, the scariest part about it all is the fact that, Fredrin usually doesn't get banned. And most teams would rather, you know what, I'm going to have a Melissa, I'm going to have a carry, ways to actually chunk down through this super beefy frontliner that just never seems to go away.
And I do feel like Euphoria Esports will probably get their hands on the Fredrin very often in this grand finals as well, because GameLab, from what we have seen, they tend to just go for heroes that has more individual expression, right? Mechanically challenging ones like the Ling. We've seen her voice go for Arlott a lot. They don't really prioritize that Fredrin too much, and that could be something that Euphoria Esports could really take advantage of.
Yeah, and I think, for the most important part of it all is the fact that Euphoria Esports, they know their moments, right? They know their moments when they want to fight. They know their moments when they want to just look for one pick and then back away. That's a scary thing. They're very fast. They're very efficient with the way they actually maintain their fights. And the same can be said about GameLab. In these very few small interactions, we're getting people getting caught out. Like, well, in this case, it's going to be Yuktisi getting pulled back in, but Aizawa dying out super early on means that the majority of their damage falls off almost straight away.
And we also saw how Euphoria Esports not only was able to stop Aizawa in a lot of these fights, but they also make sure that Takenaga doesn't get to really start doing damage until it was too late, right? Takenaga is one of these few players that just dives right in and start working his magic, not against Euphoria.
Yeah, it's really tough. Euphoria's defense is airtight, and GameLab, they know how to keep on trading over a long period of time to get smaller objectives that slowly accumulate. But with Euphoria, it's all calculated, it's all proven, it is a formula to them.
And again, right, we circle back to how we've seen Euphoria play from behind a lot more often than GameLab, and it could be a good thing for Euphoria Esports overall. You've been kicked so many times and you're able to get back up. GameLab only really going through that journey twice. GPX was once, and the other one was against Euphoria Esports. I don't think it's enough. I think Euphoria is just more used to playing from behind.
And I think they're really good at identifying playmakers on the opponent's team, right? Shut down the playmakers, and that's what this meta is all about. Are you able to kind of crack open your enemy's composition? No matter how good they play, no matter how good they actually try and control the map, a play is still a play.
Oh yeah, and we've already gotten a very good palette cleanser with our pro team showmatch just now. Even with goofy picks, we get to see the decision making, right? Every single opening being taken advantage of, and that has been something that we kind of threw in an echo chamber when we talk about GameLab. How do you exploit all these small openings? I think Euphoria has done a great job in doing so.
Exactly. So, ooh boy, hopefully we get to see a lot more coming in from GameLab. They're the underdogs this time, as it always feels like when they're playing against Euphoria Esports. They're bitter rivals. We've got Heads God, Veno God, Ryujin God, Shizo God, and Yoshi God.
Yeah, when you have 5 gods on your team, you better believe that they are going to be in the grand finals. And so far, they can be labeled as the kryptonite of GameLab. We've gone through that several times, but they have proven that they are just this immovable object against an seemingly unstoppable force.
Yeah, they truly are just evolving every single time. We've seen Euphoria Esports. They just get better and better, crisper and cleaner, smoother and smoother each time they hit the Land of Dawn.
And it's not like Euphoria Esports aren't as mechanically good as GameLab, right? We see GameLab just being flashy, they're just running all over the place, and it seems like they are doing whatever they want. But Euphoria Esports, they are clean on the macro as well. These team fights, the management of who to target, who to protect, that has always been something that got overshadowed just by how flashy GameLab looks. But after last week's defeat, I think GameLab has to pay respect to Euphoria Esports.
Well, I don't know, because Euphoria Esports, they make very minimal mistakes, right? That's their entire objective. They play a clean, strong macro game to make sure that their opponents, if their opponents overextend, they can actually look to exploit it. And that's something that we noticed from GameLab, who disrespects the space entirely, looking to out-mechanic you. It's Havas, Takenaga, Aizawa, Yuktisi, and Dokman.
And when you are playing at in the creme of the crop, the top 4, top 3, all these small windows that you willingly give away, they are going to get taken advantage of. And I think GameLab has definitely learned that lesson off of last week. They did get the second chance in the lower bracket, right? They knocked out GPX 2 times in a row. Now in this grand finals, I think they got to tighten up these macro decisions.
I mean, just look at the way that they're playing, right? Especially when they were playing against GPX, they have natural team play. It's so easy for them to get something going when it comes down to just getting abilities down. But when you're forcing your opponents to bait out spells, and especially with the tenacity and patience that Euphoria has, it can get a little frustrating. Somebody has to make a move, and unfortunately, Euphoria usually isn't the one pushing the tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, GameLab, they really prey on some teams' lack of patience, right? You feel that you are that you're obliged to make a move because you're far behind. You know, GPX fell prey to that plenty of times. But Euphoria, they are just patient, and in most of these games, even against that 10k comeback against Maharlika, we saw how patient Euphoria was.
Exactly. So it's frustrating because GameLab, they know how to flip you over. They know how to get under your skin. They know how to bait out spells for the most part of it. But when you're going up against a different level of team who has this type of consistency, then it comes down to that mental game. How do you bait your opponents out? How does Aizawa get Ryujin God to overextend in these fights?
And don't be mistaken, you know, Aizawa overall, again, still can be regarded as one of the best mid laners, right? His numbers show that. You know, great average KDA, higher KP, higher damage per minute, higher gold per minute. But against Euphoria, Ryujin God doesn't have to outclass him in the lane because his team does the work for him.
Exactly. Their drafts have been extremely good. They know what's their weak side. They know what's their strong side. They know the right conditions to make it happen. And although Aizawa did lose a lot of his KDA in that match against Euphoria, now dropping him to 7.1 compared to 7.5 against Ryujin God, at the end of the day, look at that DPM. So much more damage.
Now, he is still contributing to these fights, right? And it was way higher than 4.1k before Euphoria Esports. So you can really see how much damage Euphoria did to Aizawa, you know, just as a mid laner in his role. But I think overall, it's good to see Euphoria Esports. We just recognize these kind of characteristics about GameLab. You want to play those mechanical games, we punish you by just being able to target you in these fights.
You know, speaking of damage, I think it's time that GameLab and Euphoria have some things to say to hurt each other's feelings. Let's have a quick look at that.
Euphoria Esports, enjoy yourselves before the grand final starts because you might end up sad afterwards.
Galingan nyo sa next na magkikita tayo. Ayun nga, tinalo na namin kayo so walang pagbabago kung magkita ulit tayo.
We intentionally gave you the win last time so that we can assure the two PH teams will be in the grand final.
Tumapa tayo sa labas na laro pero pag sa laro, walang tumapa-tuko.
Guys, do your best because in most of our grand finals matches, we are the one who always win. We gave you the win last time, you can be more confident than other teams.
Akala nyo makakapasok na kayo sa grand finals pero tinalo namin kayo. So, kaya-kaya namin mag-champion na talunin kayo sa grand finals.
Where Havas learned that smack talk from? It's from the coach, Coach Carlo, you know, just showing up in the grand finals and throwing some fighting words. I love how, you know, our production team did him dirty a bit. They put the open, what do you call that?
Open brackets.
Open brackets over the over intentional.
Sorry. The quotations.
The quotation marks, yeah, right.
Brackets. What am I thinking about? No, I totally get where you're coming from here, but we're getting two complete separate stories here. We're from GameLab. It's like we let you win. Euphoria is like, don't make the same mistake, man. It's too easy if it happens again.
It's like we're here to guarantee two teams. And they are hinting that if Euphoria goes on to lower bracket, they might lose to GPX. You know that's some triple layers shade being thrown.
So many layers actually being applied one on top of each other. But guys, before the match even starts, it's your time to look as smart as you can to predict the outcome of this matchup. Hop inside the Twitch chat, use your Twitch points while you've been watching the Snapdragon series. Now is your time to invest in your favorite team and predict who is going to win.
Yeah, I'm going to be one of those promoters and tell you that we have people vouching for GameLab, and that is Megatron Alpha Super Ken, the jungler. He said that GameLab is going to win 3-1, and I buy it. Not fully, I buy 80% of it because I think GameLab would win, but maybe not 3-1. Maybe it's going to be a bit harder. 3-2 is my score.
3-2 is your score? I'm thinking more towards Euphoria. History tends to repeat itself very, very often, and in this Filipino dynasty, usually that's going to be the case. Euphoria, 3-1. That's my prediction.
All right. We're finally on separate side of the aisle. And in the most important match, you know, I'm glad that this is going to be the case because one of us is going to lose
One of us is definitely going to be wrong here, okay? We're putting ego on the line more than anything else.
Like, I have a reputation of getting all my predictions wrong, okay? So you get a head start in this. I went 0-8 in the Open Finals.
That's true.
You cannot beat that.
0-8. All right. Hopefully, it works out in my favor. So
hopefully.
Let's see how this is going to be playing out. I'm expecting, Euphoria to have a very good start, and the fact that they're using the Snapdragon chips just makes it even better every single time that they play. And I think that's the big difference maker here. Why do they win their best of 3 against GameLab? Because of Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters.
Yeah, you think Snapdragon only give us this platform? They also gave us the best chipset for our phones. This is why you see great Johnson drive-bys, great Yi Shin play, great Fanny steel cables, and of course Euphoria Esports against GameLab in the grand finals. Definitely gonna see crisp plays. There's no errors, no delays at all.
Have ping issues? Don't worry, it's a Snapdragon. It'll be fine.
Yeah,
anyways.
100%. Don't blame your ISP. Actually, blame your ISP.
Actually, you know what? Blame your ISP. We'll double down on that one. Ping is going to be important, but I think for these players, hopefully we don't see too many technical issues like the last time, and maybe they can kind of clean that up and hopefully switch to the right chipset if they want that bit of an advantage. Just, throwing out some advice to GameLab. Maybe they'll take it, maybe they won't. We'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot of times that teams can exploit the minor windows that GameLab provides because they're not using the chipset, right? So you miss that refresh rate just by a little bit.
Yeah, that 0.1 millisecond.
That 0.1 millisecond, that flicker distance, or you tapping your spells. They're very important.
Now, I'm gonna make a prediction here, based off of the last best of 3. Since we have a minute to talk about it, is the fact that I don't think this is gonna be a high kill count game. I think this is gonna be very slow, very methodical from both sides, and then when they clash, everything is going to be thrown at that clash.
Yeah, I do have to agree with that, right? Because GameLab, they have been in the shortest average game and the highest average kill count per game, but we've seen that getting watered down a little bit when teams start to figure out what the shenanigans are. And honestly, when we look back at the recap, that was also the first time that you kind of see GameLab not having as much of that pop-off energy that they usually do after losing to Euphoria Esports. And in this case, it's a bit more of a somber environment. GameLab very tuned in. And I believe that her voice is also suffering a bit of a fever as well. So this is not going to look good. Carlo also having that fever patch on the forehead. So this is going to be a tough grand final.
So that's what that is. Sorry, I come from MPL-MY, so we see that all the time. The head patch things to give you that extra energy to win out your grand finals. I've seen it way too many times on very notable teams, and I thought this just might be the case. That's a little unfortunate here, especially the grand finals of the SBS.
Yeah, one of the most important series, right? This is the first season for Mobile Legends itself. $20,000 for winners. And Euphoria Esports, they have the support of the 6-member. We won't see the baby, at least for now. But there we go. GameLab on the blue side, Euphoria on the red. And Kufra, first one to get banned out.
Rather odd coming up for the side of GameLabs, but it looks like they have a plan. They probably want to make Fanny a threat. They want to throw it out there to say, hey, Euphoria, you could potentially respond to this or not. I'm guessing that Minsatar might be a consideration for the bans as well in case they want to be able to make a quick escape.
And this is this does feel a bit justified from GameLab, right? Because Euphoria Esports, they do go for that Kufra, but GameLab also banning that, taking away a very important pick for themselves. Kaja is the second one to follow for GameLab. That one has been a given for the SPS.
Yep, I think without a doubt has been very, very volatile for a lot of these teams. And now we see the Fanny ban coming out from Euphoria Esports. It looks like Euphoria is just continuously responding to the questions GameLab keep providing for them. Now the next one is going to be Joy, right? Because without the suppression, it becomes very difficult to handle it. But Hovas, if he gets his hands on it, that'll be even greater for him.
And I think GameLab has a lot of heroes that they need to consider, right? Euphoria, they can easily run the Farmers if they want to. That has been a big threat for GameLab in the last time they met. We also saw how I believe they had Ruby at one point.
Yes.
But GameLab, this ban feels like there's higher stakes compared to Euphoria's third ban.
Let's see how high these stakes can actually go here, because they're utilizing the full time to kind of discuss what the rest of the draft is going to look like. And now, next coming bans in, it's going to be Joy, and it looks like GameLab finally pulled back on their plan. They wanted to kind of set things up for potential Dash heroes, but they know for a fact that Euphoria Esports could be locking in the Minsatar, and I think that's something that GameLab has to keep in mind as well.
And not necessarily backtracking in the last minute, but you can kind of hear the gears turning, right, for GameLab. Don't want to commit it too fast, and they kind of put the ball in Euphoria Esports court right now. Who do you want to take out? The Mincetar is still on the table, but from what we've seen, it's not too big of a priority, even in the tier 1 scene, in a tier 1 site.
Oh, very smart of Euphoria Esports. They don't bite on the bait just yet.
Yes.
They know that Arlot is available, but they also know that Glue and as well as Farmis still haven't been untouched. So even if they do give Arlot over to the side of GameLab, even Glue, then it could be a potential issue. All right, so I'm expecting Melissa to come out for the side of Euphoria Esports. At least they have a way to kind of chunk down at the Glue and kind of keep the marksman a little bit more self-sustained.
And you know, these two teams have been very adamant in picking that goal lane early on, right? Valentina is going to be the first one for Euphoria Esports. What worries me is GameLab right now, especially when Grok gets picked up. It's a very common opening for a lot of our teams in SPS. GameLab have the tendency to also get that jungler in the first phase.
Yeah, what the jungler is, big mystery here. Big mystery. There's too many things. It's way too dangerous to be locking in purple buff priority heroes, things like Ling, Hayabusa, Fanny, this early on in the game. And especially at this stage of the draft where Euphoria Esports could easily just look for high priority invades, throw this Grok into the jungle if they have to. Like, Grok is super flexible in this position, but it deters GameLab from actually locking in the far side at the very least.
Oh yes, and both teams, they do play that Grok XP also. Now we see the Eve and the Lancelot, so GameLab sticking to their plan. Put Aizawa back on the Eve again, and he hasn't been having a good time last time they met.
Yeah, because he usually gets caught out, and that's the thing. We're not seeing the Ruby coming out from Euphoria Esports, and I don't think we're going to see it, especially since the Grok has been locked in already. There's no need for anti-CC. But then again, if there is an argument that can be made that Ruby is great against heroes who constantly dash around, you're able to taunt them, you're able to disrupt their combinations long enough for the rest of your team to combo them to the ground, but it is going to be the carry instead. You see two tanks, no problem. True damage is going to cut right through them.
And this was what Euphoria Esports picked last time also, right? They run the carry and basically just steamroll over GameLab. Now we head into the second ban phase. Euphoria Esports basically having a clear target to start banning. You have the gold laner, which for Euphoria Esports themselves, since they lock in the carry, now they can start to take out GameLab's options.
Let's see what options that they want to even consider here, right? Because Euphoria, are they worried about Melissa? Melissa is good and all, but you have an engaged tool in Grok. Do you just want only Grok to be that forerunner to get into that? Oh,
okay.
Ruby banned by Euphoria. Do they want to play? It feels like they want to play Arlot.
It could be an option, right? Arlot is still available.
Let's see. If GameLab responds with an Arlot ban, it makes sense. Okay, so they get rid of Hellcurt so that way Aizawa can actually play the game when he drops down the real world manipulation.
Oh, yes.
You're not completely blind to the Darkness Falls. We see the Beatrix ban for the side of Euphoria. Very, very smart. At least you're running out of combo components for the side of GameLab.
And you can see that GameLab really came in here with their homework done, right? This is the first time we see a Hellcurt ban. And overall, just switching up the priority and who they want to disable. In this case, they have that last ban. Do they still want to target to protect Aizawa?
Yep.
It seems like that's the case. Franco gets banned out.
Yep, and this is the adjustment from GameLab. They knew that Euphoria Esports were just shutting down Aizawa time and time again. So this time, GameLab is making sure that the draft from Euphoria doesn't really hurt him, and Aizawa can kind of play a little bit more freely.
There are still options for Euphoria to go for, right? Like you said, the Arlot's still on the table if they want to go for it. They also have a jungler that they haven't picked up. If they want to go for heroes that can kind of dive onto Aizawa, they still can go for that, right?
Technically they can. The big question is, what do they want to reveal for Grok? And this time we know that Grok definitely. Oh, actually they could change it up. Let's leave it until the very last pick from Euphoria. But because we see the Benedetta, at least Grok has some kind of follow-up if he does get a good wild charge. And with Benedetta in that back line, it becomes really, really difficult for people like Yi, for an example, to drop the real-world manipulation without getting almost like 50% of her HP gets chunked out from the Electro Final Blow.
And there's a lot of investment for GameLab to just protect Yi. And now they get the Harif and the Lolita. They really want to keep Aizawa safe and still open up options for the rest of their cores. In this case, Euphoria Esports, they just double down, they get the Ling for themselves, and I believe this is Yeah, this is gonna be XP, XP Benedetta.
Yeah, it is going to be EX. Well, it should be EXP Benedetta. I don't see it going anywhere else. Euphoria is Esports. Their composition, wow, they can dive really, really hard here. The real world manipulation is a little tough to get by, but with the setup from Grok, they might be able to make something happen here. GameLab, I love their adaptation. Their teamfight composition is looking super nasty with the consistent damage from Harith, making it extremely difficult to find the perfect setup. You can't just catch the mid laner as well as the gold laner at the same time. One of them will survive the engagement.
Is this a game where GameLab it wants to play fast and get ahead? Because Harith, not the best hero when he's behind, right?
Definitely Harith is not great when he's behind, but he's got an amazing gold lane matchup in the fact that carry, super short range, can't really deal with the Chrono Fissure, cannot really deal with the damage from the Chrono Dash on top of that, so I think he's got a fantastic matchup in the gold lane, and GameLab, they just have to play around it, because Havas, as long as he plays safe, he's basically winning the game.
And we'll see if that's going to be the case. Again, Game 1 of this Grand Finals, best of 5 between GameLab and Euphoria Esports for the first time as well in a longer marathon. So the mid lane hit-to-hit is going to be the important one, right? Both Ryujin God and Aizawa. So far, Aizawa definitely here to reclaim back some of that on, especially getting pummeled last week. We'll see what the start is going to be. It's very, very tame. Both junglers starting on a parallel jungler. In fact, Takenaga going on to the... actually, no. Getting a purple buff early, then going to orange.
Yeah, I think it's important that they do so. They don't want to deal with early invades, and especially since GameLab has more control over the mid lane, it can be tough. Like, Dokman, he's able to survive this, no problem. It's the early stages, and especially with the Guardian's Bulwark, he can block a majority of the projectiles, right? Now, Euphoria, on the other hand, Yoshiga wants to get Takenaga to use his Retribution around the 30-second mark of this turtle timer.
Yeah, and also give Euphoria Esports just a better time contesting turtle. And so far, Takenaga, he's going to hit that 4 without much contest at all. He's going to use that retreat just for security. Yoshi God getting gone on, losing a lot of that health. Utizi almost gets it, but not good enough.
Oh, they didn't know. If GameLab knew that Venogod decided to Finch Poise down to the bottom side of the map, GameLab would have gotten first blood for sure. But now, the fact that he uses his Retribution very early on that gold crab means that he will have it back up in time for this turtle fight. So very smart decision making from Takenaga.
And Aizawa even shows up bottom to allow her voice to reset or making sure that that wave doesn't get crashed. And you just see GameLab, right? This is not the fast GameLab that we've seen throughout the entire Open Finals up to this point. It's a more controlled GameLab, loving this look, especially when they're up against Euphoria.
Yeah, now Takenaga, he's going to do this slow. He knows that he'll... Oh wait, they final catch onto Dokman.
Dokman's going to just get gone on the Tempest of Blaze. And that will be Venogod getting first blood. But GameLab, they will secure the turtle.
I like the idea. Like, Euphoria knows, if we get a pick, there's no way we're going to do the turtle in time. Wait.
Oh, they do get Ryujin God. The Ruin Manipulation is there, clipping him on the edge. Her voice going in for the kill. The story Ruin Manipulation from Ryujin God. Not enough to take down Aizawa, but he'll leave it to Head God. Meanwhile, Ryujin God himself does go down, but Head God gets the trade.
Yep, this entire time, Head God is just looking for Aizawa. Now he might get traded back here. If Havas is able to secure this kill, that would be huge, but it's a little tough. It's Benedetta, and she has all of her abilities ready to go.
And just no one is mobile enough to catch up to him. Dokman will try and actually gains enough distance for the Hammer Slam.
Oof, unfortunate. Unlucky. I don't even think Headscott was prepared for Dokman to actually cover that much ground. I think the eye for an eye should have been coming off of cooldown then.
TZ sees an opportunity, but Yoshiga just not able to get out of that situation. So far, the goal lane matchup, as much as you said, it's going to be in favor of TZ, but I would also say the Shizo God has been handling himself pretty well.
Well, let's have a look at this. It looks like 200 gold ahead. Well, technically 300 gold ahead, about to be 400 for the side of Yutizi. We'll check back in a couple of minutes to see whether it's going to be the same differential, right? So it's 200 gold differential, which means that Shizo God did lose out on probably a gold crab or maybe even a side lane wave. Oh, wait, hold on.
He's just going to use the Eve ultimate to try to precious Shizo God and wipe out that wave. GameLab, they were itching for a dive, but they just couldn't get the setup.
Even if they didn't want to commit to the dive, they probably would have gotten some free damage off of the gold plating, the gold shielding, sorry, on that top side, which would have been great for GameLab to push Yuktizi ahead. But Euphoria, again, this is what I'm talking about. Their defense is very, very clean.
And while that was happening, his god was actually clearing out the wave in front of that bottom inhibitor, and now they're going to contest the jungle as well. Takenaga able to walk away, at least get the purple buff, but can he escape though? Big electro final blow. Takenaga sidesteps that one, using the Thorn Rolls, get that iframe, but it is just insufficient. Euphoria Esports punishes him.
Great play, great play. Venogod, he still has his purple buff. He may be down a level, but he can definitely contest for this turtle. And I think that's something that, well, Euphoria are going to skimp out on for now. They know that GameLab is going to gather together and fight their 4v4, leaving the gold lane out of the mix. So Euphoria want to recreate that situation again and maybe get a pick.
And majority of the goal advantage does come from Yuktz. They're going to try it onto YoshiGod again. He's going to use that wild charge to get away. RevolutionizingGod missing the Numenor blast as he flickers forward. Now Aizawa unleashed that ultimate. Dolman flickers to try and gain distance, but a good block. That should be enough to get Dolman out of the way, but they have spent a lot of time on him. Venogod barely getting out with his life, and Aizawa surviving that onslaught.
Really great comms coming out from the side of Euphoria Esports. I mean, Ling or even YoshiGod could have been able to pick up that kill, but instead they hand it over to the person who's going to scale for the late game, and that's going to be ShizoGod, right? Now, HeadsGod is able to get a turret down bot side, and they might get one more on top.
And ShizoGod, he's just going to commit fully for the turret. Euphoria Esports cracking both side lanes already, and that does take away a lot of space for Yuktz as well. We saw that minor goal disadvantage for ShizoGod. Now I think they can cover that deficit very quickly. Takenaga straight to mid, tries to go with Venogod, but there's backup there for Euphoria though. Takenaga deciding to not continue the chase.
Yeah, Venogod, he was able to steal away the purple buff from this Lancelot, but look at the reinforcements of Euphoria Esports. This is why their defense is so clean. There's no response by Takenaga to actually go back to trade purple buff for purple buff because he can't get close.
In normal situations, we say that you want to take advantage of the windows that GameLab gives you, but Euphoria Esports, they don't even need that, right? They just shut all the doors. And Takenaga, he is just trying to clear out the ways, get that farm online, not being able to get the snowball rolling. And I would say YoshiGod, he is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, YoshiGod is just giving so much information.
Stolen Numenon. Well, actually, Numenon from Dokman. YoshiGod dropping low once more, walking away with almost no health. They just cannot kill the rock, and ShizoGod flickers forward. Picks up Yuktz, Dolman going after him. ShizoGod might lose his life for this. Takenaga has no mana to catch up. And Venogod, he might come in and get a couple of free kills. He has RevolutionizingGod behind him. Takenaga senses danger, and he's going to leave Dolman to his demise.
GameLab, they chased ShizoGod for a little too long, realizing, wait a minute, we don't have a tier 1 to actually retreat to. We don't have any mid pressure as well because we just lost Dokman. And now the rest of Euphoria could be collapsing down on us, and they were absolutely right, but called at the wrong time. HeadsGod, once again, trying to be annoying and trying to force Takenaga to use his retribution.
And Takenaga, he really wants to get this purple buff, but it gets resetted also. We see Dokman trying to hold down mid lane and able to barely defend the turret, but so much pressure, even from HeadsGod. You want to take a purple buff? Sure, we'll cut the wave again. Meanwhile, Dolman finds YoshiGod. Very tough target to bring down. This time, surely he would go down. Doesn't have the wild charge, but Turtle goes over to Euphoria.
Really good lane swap for the side of GameLab. They recognize, hey, Benedetta showing themselves top side. Let's hover around bot, and if we do see YoshiGod try to open up the map, we can make something happen, and that's exactly how it unfolds as they try to trade for this tier 1. But Euphoria, 2v4 defense here should be pretty easy as they can clear out the waves so fast.
And her Voss's health bar is also disintegrating. 50% just like that. While that was happening, HeadsGod just took the top tier 2. It's completely uncontested on the Benedetta.
I mean, they can't keep up with how fast Euphoria Esports' rotations are.
And HeadsGod, again, eye for an eye. Her Voss, meanwhile, bot side, he's gone. And that would be Venogod, killing spree.
Venogod is getting really far ahead here. He's a level above Takenaga, so neutral objectives are out of the question. HeadsGod has been out pushing Havas for the most part as well. Oh god.
They lost the bot tier 2, and Yuktz, he committed everything. And they ended up losing him and Aizawa as well. Euphoria Esports just setting the stage for GameLab to make these mistakes.
It's tough. It's tough. 2 people could have been saved had Dokman just walked up into the bush, but then he would die as well. So no matter what, it's a losing situation, but neither do they want to give up the neutral objective here. 3v2.
Dokman is there, but can he do much with Takenaga? He's decided that this is just not his fight. Takenaga goes down. Lord up in 30 seconds.
And this is how fast they rotate with the Benedetta and as well as the Ling. Anywhere could be a point of a potential skirmish for Euphoria. And GameLab, they're struggling against it because of that 5k goal lead that they've developed.
And is only going to get more. Look at that, Euphoria. They have the entire team on that bottom side of the jungle. Dolman once more chase down. 2 more for Euphoria.
That's a very uncanny move coming out from GameLab. They shouldn't be there. There's no reason for them to start opening the map at that point of time, and especially without reinforcements nearby. Definitely a blunder on GameLab's part. They're not playing up to the standards which we've seen them so far, but it could be Euphoria Esports just reading them.
Yeah, and I think Euphoria Esports, again, right? You say at the start of the show, history does repeat itself, but 3 times, that is a statement from Euphoria. In this game one so far, they've gotten the Lord, 7.2k gold lead. And GameLab haven't found a single opening. This Harif has not been able to really show up in these fights.
Not yet. That's the problem, right? We're looking at 3 items already built for this Harif. He has more than enough damage to take on Shizogod 1v1, but that's never the case, right? Every single time you see them get into an engagement, it's a 3v3, it's a 4v4. We hardly see 2v2s and not escalate even further.
And Yoshigod is just being very, very annoying. The Takenaga, well, does walk away with his orange buff, but now they have bigger problems with just the Lord coming through on the bot side. And wherever Headscott is, the lane is always going to have the wave pushed in.
Yep, it's tough, but now with Euphoria, with the amount of mobility that they have, they can just set up these simultaneously crashing waves with mid clashing into tier 2 first, and that's great, because Euphoria Esports, they're going to take the last outer turret and now focus on inhibitors.
And GameLab, they're gonna take a while trying to clear all of these waves, dealing with the Lord on the bot side first. That wave has been basically wiped clean. The Lord does go down, all the inhibitor turrets stay alive, so GameLab definitely mounting a admirable defense, but Euphoria Esports, they have taken the entire jungle.
And that's ideal. This 8.8k lead, it's the perfect position. If they get an inhibitor, that would be ideal, considering that GameLab has some pretty good high ground defense with the help of Aizawa. Ooh.
Oh, they're gonna try real manipulation. Dortmund charging out the Numenon Blast. It's gonna just be a deterrent for Euphoria Esports. Overall, you know, Euphoria Esports didn't lose any. They got some chip damage on the inhibitor. Takenaga almost almost going down to Vanguard on top side also. But GameLab, now they get some room to breathe. But there's not much resources for them.
Yeah, nothing they can do. Their entire jungle has basically been swept under the rug of Euphoria Esports as they fall backwards and just claim the rest of their own jungle to make sure that this 9k league eventually develops into 10. Now, here's where we get problems.
Takenaga wants that orange, but the entirety of Euphoria Esports are there. Takenaga getting gone on, uses the iframe on the Thorn Rolls, but gets sliced to ribbons by the Electro Final Blow, and now Region God stealing that Numenon Blast. Didn't connect. Real manipulation is dead, and now Yuktisi gets to go to work, finally taking care of Ryujin God. A 1-for-1 trade by Havos. Not really sure if you want to overcommit like that. At least it gets away.
Yeah, they had no idea where Shizogod was, for the most part, because Shizogod was playing in an off angle, playing in a different bush away from his team, so that he's not going to be the first one focused down, and more importantly, to deny information from GameLab. But we do see just the overextension from Ryujin God to try to make that Numenon Blast work, that it hurt him at the end of the day.
So 9,000 goal advantage, just like you predicted early on. This is not a kind of a bloody game. But Euphoria Esports, they're just getting all these punished. Havos once more. His team is here to back him up. His God is the target, but it's really hard to catch a Benedetta. They're going to commit everything. His God even using the Electro Final Blow. Takenaga cuts off his escape point. They use the real manipulation to finally catch off this Benedetta, but there might be a possible flank from Vanguard on that left side. Yoshigod hanging on, Numenon Blast, charge up, Yoshigod gets away. Euphoria Esports mounting the defense, and Vanguard just dives in, but instantly backs off. Playing this tug of war, they don't want GameLab to get any space around the Lord. Ryujin God dropping low, Havos not able to connect the route, but GameLab, now they start roaring.
Yeah, they're just struggling to deal with this front to front, right? Especially when Headscott is down, they have another layer just taken away. Oh, 50-50.
Vanguard wants to steal, cannot get in range for it. GameLab stabilizing the game just by a little bit.
Finally, no, this is actually a really big moment for them, because now with this second Lord in their hands, they should be able to get a couple of outer tier turns to reduce the goal to at least a 3k deficit. Best situation possible for GameLab.
Yeah, so far they haven't taken a single turret as well, so some structures will definitely start falling. Euphoria Esports, they gotta decide which lane they want to give up. And GameLab seemingly a lot more confident, right? Dolman walking up and opening up the map. You have Havos doing the same as well, especially having a sprint on this glue. GameLab looking for that mid-side hits, got instantly pushed away by Yuktzi's damage. They want this mid-tier 1, but that wave has been wiped clean.
And Euphoria, they understand the value of this mid-tier 1 compared to the side lanes. With mid-tier 1, they have access to their jungle. They have safe places that kind of fall back to in comparison to the side lane where there's just so many choke points. And it's very, very dangerous for a team like GameLab to actually fully take advantage of them with the help of the real-world manipulation, the fact that Yuktzi has more spaces to play, and to land more targets with the Chrono Fissure.
And Venogod is always going to be faster than Takinaga on this link. Right? He's always cutting a top wave. We are seeing a lot of these potential 4v4 fights. Hits got instantly forced right back, but just checking the brush for GameLab. Now finding where GameLab is. Venogod, he's undetected.
Yep, and looks like after that push, they weren't able to get too much. The tier 1 at top side as well as mid still alive here. The fact is that GameLab are still behind by 6,000 gold. Now, Euphoria, they could look to maintain this, but they need to close out this game sooner rather than later. Just the raw scaling coming in from GameLab could be a problem.
GameLab really wants the tier 1, but they can barely touch it. Yuktzi pushing his limit as well with the Zaman Force. Yushigod is low, but Yuktzi found by the Petrify! And instantly deleted. His God and Venogod working together for that kill. And now GameLab on the run. They need to salvage as much member as possible. Havos has the split, forcing Euphoria Esports to split up, and that is good enough. The top tier 1 going down to Takinaga. Dolman just trying to crawl his way back into the base, even using that Numenor Blast, but couldn't get out. Venogod committing the Tempest of Blade. Euphoria Esports getting 2 kills, and they staggered the respawn timers as well. Not done just yet. Takinaga gets out.
Oh my goodness. That was a little hard to watch here because, again, Euphoria was trying to figure out where exactly this Lancelot was until they saw him topside, and all of a sudden they realized, wait a minute, this is a 4v5. We have one member, Heads God, in an off angle by Tribrush to get on top of Yuktzi, and Yuktzi was just a little too late on that Purify before he ended up getting Petried and instantly bursted down by Heads God and as well as Venogod. Now, if we look at Venogod, he's building full damage, but of course, Heads God, on the other hand, is building a semi-damage build. He has Hunter Strike and as well as the Bloodlust Axe, more than enough damage to sustain through GameLab, and especially if there is a wave crashing at the same time, more targets to heal off of. But he also has the Radiant Armor as well as that Dom Eins to reduce the healing. For people like Yuktzi, that's pretty important.
And honestly, for GameLab, saving grace is that they have not lost any inhibitor, right? So they can deal with these waves easier. Euphoria Esports teasing that Lord a little bit. Venogod some chip damage. Takinaga wants to steal the Little Wanderer, doesn't even get that one. But Euphoria Esports this time have a better hold on the Lord. You see Havos heading down bot, trying to do with Hits God. Euphoria Esports decided, well, we're not going to dance this.
Yeah, I think there's no point to dance it right now, but they still have to show presence to make sure that Euphoria don't steal it for free, right? And more importantly, I think it's coming to a point where the gold lead soon won't matter for either side between GameLab as well as Euphoria.
Euphoria Esports again, Dolman opening up the map a bit. Venogod and Takinaga going at it. And you said earlier on that, you know, Yuktzi is just going to have better raw scaling compared to Euphoria, but in these fights, you know, Euphoria Esports have somehow been able to catch both Aizawa and Yuktzi. Now they use the conceal. Oh, Takinaga, he's going to be the target. Does have the immortality, but the Lord's getting bursted down. He's not going to come back in time. Venogod just instantly gets the free Lord. Takinaga focusing on getting away. His God on his tail. The Electro final blow will be sufficient. This could be the final blow from Euphoria to get this game won. GameLab needs to get away. Yuktzi not in a position to fight. Havos blocked off by the glue wall. Forced to go the long way. Gets the shoe. And they're able to make it out, but they need to wait 30 seconds for Takinaga to come back.
Okay, 30 seconds. That should be about the time when Euphoria's waves, especially the Lord empowered waves with the Lord, should start reaching the inhibitor. So he has more than enough time, and I think GameLab, they just have to play defensively. Right now, it's really tough for Aizawa and Yuktzi to actually get consistent damage onto the side of Euphoria Esports. Number one, Shizogod doesn't look like he's part of the fight much. Oh,
Flicker Wild Charge, Aizawa's the target. That could be it. They get rid of Aizawa again. Venogod in the backline. Havos Oh, he's getting absolutely eviscerated by Shizogod. And Venogod doesn't even go down. Takenaga just came back into a 3v5. They have a lot to deal with as well. Euphoria Esports looking for game number 1. They're taking this slow and methodical. Takenaga wants to get Venogod, but Venogod doesn't even go down. Have the Winter's Trunkion to keep himself alive. And Euphoria Esports now throw their full weight on GameLab's Crystal. Game 1 is game in this grand finals to Euphoria.
GG, well played to Euphoria there. A very clean, calculated game by their side, and as soon as they got their lead, they slightly increased the tempo, and they kept maintaining the lead until finally they had a break in the game against GameLab towards the 12th minute.
And YoshiGod made all of that happen. Flicker, Wild Charge, no Purify for UTZ, and just the dive potential that you mentioned when we looked at the draft earlier on. You say that Euphoria has so much ways to dive. Well, we saw that in full action.
Exactly, and even with Lancelot, as mobile as he is, and with the amount of iframes, he should be able to technically get out of that position. But think of it this way, even if you dash 3 times, you have Benedetta chasing you down consistently, not needing a target to get resets off of his lungs. He just has to charge, hold, and eventually he'll catch up.
Yeah, she has infinite, she has dash built into a kit. But yeah, what a great start for Euphoria Esports. 19-6, and just a very slow and methodical game, surgically picking apart GameLab.
It really was. It was interesting to see the starts coming out from Euphoria being a little bit more defensive, but once they get that lead, they get comfortable, they get confident, and more importantly, they made sure that Yuktisi, man, I thought he was going to smash his lane. He really didn't. Not as much as I was hoping for. Only, what, a 200 gold lead? And that eventually turned into 400, but dropped as soon as we mentioned it.
This game looked very, very uncomfortable for the GameLab players, right? They weren't making those big plays that we usually see. Euphoria Esports just have a way to stop GameLab, and I think the defense that we discussed multiple times throughout the game was a big factor. Euphoria Esports didn't even lose a single tier 1 until the second Lord.
Yeah, and I think Euphoria Esports, they recognized that GameLab was also playing a little defensively, but the big setup wasn't going to come from Aizawa. They knew for a fact it was going to be Dokman. And if Dokman is out of position, there's a good chance that nobody else is going to cover him. And that's what Euphoria Esports is looking for. Information with YoshiGod. They know that Dokman is going to mirror him throughout the game, so if YoshiGod sees where the Takenaga is, if they have visuals on where Havas and Yuktizi are, they can make the call to pick off Dokman for free, do it a couple of times, and now we have a significant lead to start pressing our advantages in the side lanes.
Yeah. Extremely dominant game. YoshiGod, again, 11 assists. You have Havas doing his very best, even taking the sprint on this glue. But when you have a Grok wall, that sprint doesn't really matter as much. And overall, it's just a full-on Euphoria game.
Yep, full-on Euphoria game. They didn't make too many mistakes, and GameLab were able to kind of come back there towards the later half. Too much damage has been done. And when it comes down to full 5v5 fights, unfortunately in this case, it's Euphoria who knows how to find those engages.
And when we hit that late game phase, we also saw that Euphoria just working off of the info they get from YoshiGod, punishing Takenaga a lot as well, right? Couldn't contest the Lord, and Takenaga just got caught out at 2 of the most important moments of the game. And I think that was more than enough for Euphoria to go for the finishing blow.
I think we'll see this more in the highlights itself, that Euphoria added another dynamic to the game that teams are always faced with. How do we deal with the split push, right? Because there's so many times that Euphoria checkmates GameLab by saying, hey, there's a side pushing wave, we're going to be sitting on top of Lord. You have to decide whether you send one member over to clear that up or try and manhandle this Lord away from us, which they can, because Ling can basically, I would like to say TP, but he can hop over back to the Lord pit within less than 2 seconds, no problem.
And overall, when you are put in GameLab's position, when you are so far behind, it's a lose situation, right? You get pulled to the side lane, you lose a 4v4, but if you don't do that, you still have a chance to lose that Lord.
It's tough. It's a really tough decision to be put in, and especially for GameLab, with your only solution either being, hey, wait for Euphoria to make a mistake, which they haven't been doing so far, or wait for Venogod to get picked off. He's tough to catch. He is one slippery man.
Yeah.
Winter Truncheon straight away buys the Magic Dagger to get that 50% movement speed, as well as shield, more than enough to get him out of tight spots.
This guy has... He's 6-0-9 in this game. It's a flawless game on the Ling. And overall, we saw him really keeping Takenaga tied down, right? He shows up in the side lane, Takenaga forced to deal with him, but Takenaga always loses the race because Ling is just so much more mobile.
Yeah, so much more mobile, so much faster as well. And GameLab just unable to find the kills to kind of accelerate the game in their favor. So Euphoria, once mid-game terms comes around, expect Euphoria to be making the smarter decisions.
Yeah, you really see it in these situations, and this one is a good one. Takenaga getting caught out as he tries to contest for the Lord, and just like the awareness for Euphoria Esports, right? Concealing, and instead of going deep into the jungle, they checked the brush for the Lancelot. And that was more than enough to give them the Lord in this final engage from Yoshigod that gave them the win.
Honestly, Yoshigod has been doing so much work. I would like to say God's work, but you know, he doesn't want to keep talking about himself. But Euphoria, generally, when they're looking for these engages, the timing of those wall charts can be a bit particular, especially when you're up against Lancelot, who has multiple ways to get iframes. Better yet, can just dash right through Grok.
And in this game, we saw how Euphoria just not only punishing GameLab, but not giving GameLab any opportunities. And just like you point out early on, Dortmund was the playmaker, but Dortmund couldn't find any setup, right? You're wanting to set up with a Lolita isn't as straightforward as doing the same with a Grok.
For sure, they knew he was trigger happy with his flicker, and they wanted to punish him when he didn't have those cooldown. When he was on his flicker cooldown, and that's why we're seeing that Euphoria get away with so much. Because unfortunately for GameLab, they're looking to make plays. They're not trying to be defensive.
Yeah, they just couldn't do it. And everything hinges on this Lolita. But game 1 for Euphoria Esports, it seems like the record is still in Euphoria Esports' favor. Over the last 5 games that they faced off, it's 5-0 for Euphoria.
It's 5-0 so far, but it's not the end of the road, because if GameLab is able to turn this around, they'll still have the sweetest victory.
Yeah, and then again, you can see that storyline start to pan out, right? GameLab bleeding every time they face off against Euphoria. And you know, no one could have planned this. This is just very, very poetic, having Demigod and True Gods on the same stage. And the only stage that can support the gods themselves is none other than Snapdragon Elite Gaming stage when winning matters. And you want to play like a god? Well, better get that microchip in your phone.
Absolutely. You want to be touching divinity? Snapdragon Elite Gaming is the way to go. But if you need a recommendation on a specific phone to play like gods, don't worry, we got you covered. With the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, that's the phone that you're looking for if you want to touch the divinities, to share in their epicness, and to level up your own game.
Yeah, and that is kind of the birth of a godhood itself, right? But if you want to ascend to a higher plane in terms of your energy and endurance, well, we have just the fix for you. Monster Energy, unleashing the beast and the divinity within you. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yeah, but that's not all. We finally have our big discount deal. If you go hop on to Kashi Shop right now with great deals in game top-ups on www.kashishop.com, you will be able to get some of the newer skins that have been popping up in game. The Mia one's looking pretty good. Personally, the Moonlit Hanabi is pretty great as well. But speaking of which, let's cut back to the game recap here. Now, the biggest issue that I see from this draft itself is the fact that GameLab really struggles to actually handle the mobility of Euphoria. In terms of lockdown, it can get a little difficult, but their main point of aggression was to attack this carry. But so very often, Euphoria, they start proxying the waves, they start baiting GameLab into positions, forcing them to move when they shouldn't be.
And when we look at the draft sequence also, this Ling was the last pick for Euphoria. For the last 2 for GameLab were the Harith and the Lolita. And just look at setup alone, Dortmund had so much to do. And in these clumped up 5v5 fights, there's no window for UTG to really dash around in the Zaman Forest to deal with the carry.
Well, to be fair, I will say it is more on Euphoria's side for catching him out in off angles, right? The tri-brush play down by the red side orange, red side, you get the idea. On Euphoria's side of the map, tri-brush, again, you don't expect Benedetta to be there, and especially with the utilization of Purify at an off time to counteract the fact that he has the Purify, you know he's going to get it, so you gotta catch him right after it.
Yeah, and Euphoria just, we said that early on, Euphoria, they might not look the flashiest, right? But mechanics-wise, they are on par with GameLab, and Most of the times, those mechanics get overshadowed by these macro decisions, but we saw how clean those gameplays have been.
Yeah, so far, and I don't know how long they can keep this up, right? Because again, at some point, GameLab is going to figure it out.
Oh, yes.
They're going to figure it out, and then they're going to start adjusting. When it comes down to the draft here, I think it was less about the draft, more about the overall gameplay. And I think that that's something that GameLab is going to be confident building a block of confidence throughout this series. Remember, it's still a best of 5. There's plenty of time to adapt.
And we've already saw GameLab adapt just a little bit in the draft, right?
Yeah.
They're prioritizing the Kufra ban, they're banning out Hauke, they're trying to really protect Aizawa. But when you look at the bigger picture, that definitely was just part of the issue, right? Euphoria still has alternatives to accomplish the same thing.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Euphoria actually went into this particular playstyle because again, there's been a lot of talks about whether split push is the meta, whether it is a useful tool, and in this case, this is a really great showing for the basics for anybody there learning the fundamentals of a MOBA. Split push is a useful tool to force out situations, to build pressure on bigger objectives.
Or just the very general rock, paper, scissors formula, right? Split push against a comp that wants to stick together, you pull them apart.
Exactly. It really comes down to these simple fundamentals. And Euphoria, it feels like they've got their fundamentals on lock right now in a macro sense. Microly, I do think GameLab have a higher ceiling, but Euphoria are just exploiting them.
Oh yes, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a team game, right? Flashy plays ain't gonna win you these matches. Euphoria now on that blue side is instantly kicking it off with a Kaja ban.
Alright, Kaja ban for the side of Euphoria Esports. An instant reply with a 1-1 by the side of GameLab. Alright, I can respect it so far. The fact that GameLab wanted to be on red side does give us an idea that they have some sort of plan.
Yeah, farm is also prioritized just like the previous game. And what I'm curious about is if GameLab would switch things up a little bit. So far, still the same, no 1-1, no Kufra. They were tempted to go for a Joy in the previous game, but they decided against that, which also, for Euphoria, they didn't even bother touching the Mincetar, right?
Yep.
That's Euphoria really understanding what GameLab wants and not falling for it.
Now, we do bring up Mincetar because it is a very situational pick. It is not a must-pick, must-ban sort of situation. There's plenty of heroes that just don't care about the overall kit of Mincetar. For example, Esmeralda, she doesn't care. She's like in there, all right, sure, I'm just going to sprint out of there. I'm just going to walk away with a bunch of shields. There's so many different ways to actually handle or build your composition to not require a dash.
Euphoria Esports this time taking away the Valentina, which was what Eugen got played in that first game. And again, we are looking at the Eve again. It was a hero that Aizawa really... GameLab just defaults back to whenever it's open. In this case, I'm wondering if Euphoria Esports are considering it.
Well, personally, I do really like this Valentina ban because no matter what mages you select, the counter picks aren't going to be very vast, and you don't have to play this mirror game against this Valentina. It gets really annoying to be like, oh yeah, he steals the Numenor Blast, or this time he's going to steal the real world manipulation. It's tough to handle it, especially when it's on an on-demand call. Gets into the fight, I am you, instantly I have the ult that I need.
Now, Arlott being the last ban and Fanny instantly making it through, Euphoria Esports first picking it.
Okay. Fanny pick is always great, but how is GameLab going to reply? They already banned out the Kufra. They themselves wanted to get access to Fanny, thinking that maybe Euphoria might default to a Joy and an Arlott, but that's just not the case, right?
Yeah.
So now GameLab, they're definitely going to get a high priority pick here. It could be Joy, it could be Arlott, and then there's so many other things that have value. Real world manipulation, it could be a really good spell here. Eve openers are generally strong. Farsa is a go-to favorite for most mid laners.
Arlott actually banned out by GameLab in that third pick, but Joy is still left open, so GameLab goes for Joy and the Grok. So you do take away something from Euphoria Esports. We've seen, Grok on GameLab's side at least, they do have a tendency to run it XP for her boss. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. It's a good flex for the team, and Euphoria, Franco and carry.
Yep. Again, really great response coming out from Euphoria's side. They have the Bloody Hunt with Franco to stop Joy in her tracks, especially if they're trying to get towards their marksman in the back line. However, GameLab, on the other hand, they're going to go with the Beatrix this time around. All right.
Is it another indicator of GameLab just wanting UTZ to have a stronger lane over Shizuga?
I guess it comes down to priority, right? Because again, when you're playing Beatrix, yeah, she has a couple of good matchups, and especially when you're up against really short-range marksmen, you have an advantage with the different guns that you have. But the important thing is that no matter what, if Euphoria's gold laner wants to push the lane, it's basically impossible. It only takes one ult from that Beatrix to completely clear the wave and make that first move.
Euphoria banning out the Eve, and haven't seen the mage for GameLab yet, so Kadita and Glue is the choice. Euphoria at this time banning out the Hellcurt. GameLab does have that first pick in the second phase, but what does this Hellcurt ban do though for Euphoria?
Well, I mean, it's telling GameLab, hey, you want to be able to get a priority pick for yourselves, you want to start thinking about going for a Kadita, by all means, sure, go for it, because no matter what, we're going to get a strong mage. If GameLab decides, hey, we're going to take Pharsa first, Euphoria technically doesn't mind it because they still have that Iron Hook to kind of threaten the position.
And GameLab again just taking the time, just looking for the jungler and a potential roamer so far. Well, not a jungler, but the mid laner. In this case, Pharsa does go through.
Well, the real question here is whether or not Euphoria Esports, do they want to go for something crazy? No, they're going to go for the Swiss Army knife of the mid lane. It's going to be Kagura here. Always a fun time to see Kagura. Very high chance of Euphoria just going to be playing for their gold laner, peel backwards, find the right opportunities to start setting up and chucking them out with a yin-yang overturn. But we'll have to wait and see, right? Final pick for the side of Euphoria. What else are they missing at this point? EXP, they could technically go for Edith if they want to. If they want to sandbag even more, the blue's already been banned out. Same goes for the Arlet. Lapu Lapu to threaten that backline. Personally, I would have preferred Yuzong here, but Lapu Lapu does the exact same thing.
Yeah, I was thinking a bit of that Fredrin, so Euphoria Esports haven't been laying a hand on that hero. But yeah, I mean, Lapu Lapu works just fine. Martis for GameLab to sum up the draft. So get this Martis jungle into Fanny again.
Yep, you want that anti-CC to be right at the very front, to be able to block those iron hooks, to be able to kind of start peeling away the tougher members of Euphoria Esports with the displacement that they have. Fanny in particular will struggle a little bit if she gets caught by those mortar coils into a potential wild charge, but GameLab, it's tough. The front-to-front feels like a good idea, but it's really all about Aizawa and as well as Havas jumping into that backline and getting a free pick.
Does Euphoria have the same die potential as they did in Game 1?
I don't think they have the same die potential, but their composition is a little bit more diverse. It's all about peeling. They want to front to back as long as possible because the longer the fight goes, the more likely it is that Euphoria comes out on top.
Euphoria said that GameLab, well, at least Venogod said that GameLab, they can bleed, and once more Euphoria strikes the first blow. We're going to head into game number 2 and kind of see if Euphoria Esports can continue this dominance over GameLab, right? The Kryptonite has been working very well so far, and GameLab, I don't think we have seen any game where they came even close to beating Euphoria.
Well, so far, and we'll have to wait because again, it could be that GameLab has been hiding strategies from Euphoria since the very beginning, you know? They could be just been waiting to pull it out at the very end.
It's the conspiracy, right? We go down to lower bracket
Yes.
so we can hide our strats, we see what you're made of, we secure that PH versus PH finals, and then we pull out the big guns.
Well, I haven't seen those big guns just yet, but let's keep an eye on Venogod right now because he's been looking so very good in these games. He continues to get better, gets better and better, and now with his Fanny, let's see how fast he can actually increase the tempo of this game.
And he's already been doing that even on that Ling. And we saw how fast a Fanny can really snowball, right? Turn it into an avalanche even. But when you look at that stat, this is not the bloodiest jungler by any means, right? I would argue that Takenaga probably has highest stats overall, but Venogod is efficient.
He's extremely efficient. More so, he is extremely consistent with his line of plays, right? You need him to set up? Sure, I can do it. You need an assassin? Sure, I'm the guy to do it. He is a man of many traits, and if things work out well for him, this will be a relatively quick game. There's just so many ways for Euphoria to actually pick off their opponents this early on.
What is Yoshi-God looking to achieve this game?
Well, Yoshi-God is looking to affect the side lanes for sure, and that's what I'm talking about.
Well, let's get the stun onto Venogod, stopping this Fanny in the track just a little bit. Well, GameLab is not able to prevent him from taking this gold crab anyway, so Venogod not really losing anything overall, but I feel like the eyes are going to be on this jungler matchup, right? You have Fanny, who's going to try and play fast. You also have Takenaga on the Martis. When he starts to get going, he becomes a big threat also.
Oh, he does. But keep in mind that Venogod and Yoshigod will be working very, very closely with each other because, again, the mid lane is a little hard to control unless Kagura gets at least one good trade against the Farsa. And once that happens, that's when you see Ryujin start walking up more confidently pre-level 4.
Again, GameLab having that early lane swap just to keep that wave for themselves. The boss already using that ult as well. Escort ready on the side, does have that ultimate. Not gonna unleash it, just an attempt to steal on the turtle. Takenaga secures it.
Yep, GameLab, they gotta take whatever neutral objectives they can get as early as possible, especially against Euphoria Esports, who are the ones who want to play for this earlier stages of the game, right? That's to be expected. GameLab, they need a little bit of time, they need their first items before, and most importantly, they need level 4. They're very cooldown dependent, very ult dependent, which we might see here down by the goal lane.
And we're seeing the application of the Beatrix as well already. Just wiping up the entire wave. There's no way to push, to crash the wave into a Beatrix. And Dolman is doing the same thing as what, what Yoshigod did in previous games, opening up the map on with this Grok. So far, they have not been able to find this Fanny. And that, it looks like a point of concern for GameLab.
Yeah, I think they're trying to change up the strategy here. They're trying to change out how they kind of reveal information.
Oh, Yoshigod does have the hook, instantly forcing the flicker from Aizawa.
Okay, that's great to see. That means GameLab have another opportunity to come down to the gold lane to try and punish Shizogod.
Vos, once Ryujin God cannot find it, that's just the vengeance to keep himself alive. GameLab mirroring the movements of Euphoria. So far, they have been able to keep Euphoria in check, but Havos doesn't really have the health to deal with his god.
Oh, Headsgod is able to zone out Havas from this entire wave here. That's a really bad feeling, but it doesn't mean that he's going to be out of the game as the rest of GameLab just hovering around this bottom side. This is their strong side, and they're always going to try and punish, especially since Shizogod doesn't have his flicker. He's super vulnerable to these dives.
And in the meantime, Euphoria Esports, they will respond in kind by cutting that top wave also. You proxy that, a couple of that gold plate. GameLab playing even slower than Game 1, honestly. This is the slowest we've seen the teams play. There's a lot of caution.
Well, that's because it's not on the onus of GameLab to increase the tempo. It's on Euphoria.
Venogod being pressured in the jungle.
Perfect.
And just force download as well. And Havos using the ult, but forcing Venogod to use the retribution. So GameLab have a good chance of getting the turtle. We even see kind of the bloody hunt used on the Yuktisi, but there's no follow-up. Yoshigod just gives his life up for nothing. His god is around. Venogod able to get the reset as well. So GameLab can't comfortably contest the turtle.
Wow, what a fat blunder coming in from Euphoria. I didn't expect it out of them, and there must have been a miscommunication somewhere because Yoshigod even utilizing his flicker. Such a valuable battle spell for a support like Franco. This could get a little tough here.
Who's going to get the turtle? Takenaga will secure it easily. But they do find Dolman, forcing him to flicker away. And Euphoria Esports can't find any kills. Takenaga has a chance to re-engage. The Mortal Coil is there, but none of them under the threshold for Decimate.
Yeah, while all this is happening, Havas is able to get some pressure on that top side, and he should be able to secure... Yep, there we go. Secures the turret up top side, and now GameLab finally with the lead against Euphoria Esports. This is the position that they've been looking to be in.
Yeah, and when you can have this Joy kind of holding her own in the side lane, GameLab can focus a lot more of their attention trying to get this Beatrix online. Her voice just being a complete nuisance. No one from Euphoria can catch him.
Yeah, they see two people in the mid lane instantly run down bot.
Now they just utilize everything to get rid of this Franco. No bloody hunt. GameLab gets another tier 1.
Yep, that's what you want to see. GameLab now going to increase the tempo. Now keep in mind, GameLab are very ultimate dependent, so when you see all those green dots on the right side of your screen for the side of GameLab, that's when you know they're trying to look to make a play. But in terms of gold earned so far, both Havas and Yuktisi are doing a great job. Venogod, he's speeding up fast, but Shizogod nowhere close to that top 5.
Oh, and he also was pushed out that bottom lane multiple times, right? GameLab relentlessly paying that bottom side a visit. But one struggle that GameLab has always been facing is to take down this mid-tier 1. Although, looking at Euphoria's draft, the defense isn't going to be as rock solid as game 1.
Absolutely. High ground defense is going to be quite the struggle for Euphoria, so they can't afford to be losing their structures like this. GameLab on the other side, they don't mind playing it real slow now. They can take their sweet time.
And the Vanguard actually trying to turn it onto Havos. Gets the vengeance out of him.
Oh, okay. I definitely thought there was going to be more cables to commit to the fight, but they at least get the vengeance out of Havas, which is great for Euphoria, because now when it comes down to the full-on team fight, if they can somehow bait out the feathered airstrike and pray that Aizawa doesn't have very good aim, they could look to turn around a fight.
Both his God and Ryujin God was able to get away from that, but GameLab once more just piling up around this turtle, the third one of the game, to secure all the objectives, like you mentioned. Havas once more running that distraction on that mid side, and Euphoria Esports just does not have enough resources to contest every single aspect of this game. GameLab will get the third turtle.
Wow, such great game sense coming out from GameLab. They noticed 3 people down by middle. They know, okay, top side's going to get attacked. Somebody's going to cover the bottom side. Nobody's going to be touching the turtle. So they make an instant call and protect the top tier 1 just to slow down Euphoria even more.
And the fact that that turret is still standing means GameLab has bought themselves more time. But the Iron Hook actually able to find Doman. Doman goes down, but Euphoria ends up losing 3 in return. Definitely not worth it.
That was one hell of a response coming in from GameLab. As soon as that Iron Hook landed, everybody instantly went kill mode.
And Aizawa forced the flicker, but Venom got no purple buff, no steel cables to follow up. GameLab in a massive lead, but check out this replay.
I mean, look at this, right? Instantaneously, they get a huge pick off here. Takenaga is in the perfect position to actually get off the Ashura's Wrath, to line up the members for a feathered airstrike into the Bennett's Rage, making it basically impossible for Euphoria to get out for free. Look, all of them have their battle spells. They had no time to react to it.
And he gets free Decimate Recess also, right? Takenaga 3-0. And we talked about if this Martis gets ahead, he's going to be a big problem. Now GameLab, they need to figure out how to even kill this Martis in these fights.
Well, Shizo God, we're looking at you. We're looking at him to actually be the one to chunk him out fast, but it can be tough because Shizo God, he's really struggling to get in on these fights. No matter how far he pushes up, there's always a threat to deal with. If I walk too far up, Yuktisi could go into Nibiru's Passion. If I walk too far backwards, Dokman might actually find the right angle to wild charge me. If I'm way further back, Havas is going to chase me down till Kingdom Come with his vengeance. And even if you're thinking, okay, maybe he needs to be in the mid-range, right? Aizawa pops on the feather airstrike. There's just problems after problems after problems.
And he also runs the flicker, right? Just to get a bit of space. GameLab basically have all of the grounds covered, and you can see the iron grip that they have. 3.5k goal lead, 9 minutes in. Lord is going to spawn, and GameLab more than ready to contest this. But Takenaga and Havas finding Ryujin God. Havas trying to run him down under the tier 2. Just making sure that he's low enough to not be able to participate in any of these fights. Takenaga, I believe, did he take the purple buff? Probably not.
Yeah, I think he's in a really good position, but Takenaga is in a better position. Like, he is not falling behind at all, but he isn't getting that EXP lead that we expected, right? He's still, 12 to 13 as Venogod is able to get this split push on, and this is what you want to see from Euphoria, trying to be proactive constantly.
Both junglers didn't have Retribution, so GameLab just went straight for the Lord. Just back up from Euphoria Esports, just slightly too late to the bot side, so that conceal play not working out. GameLab have a Lord to work with.
Yeah, and it looks like Venogod still has his still was able to get the purple buff earlier on, which is great for him because now he's able to split push into the side. But with the Lord pushing in, he kind of doesn't have a choice, right? He could try to stagger the wave, maybe top side seems the most likely, but GameLab, they've already taken precaution. They're protecting these waves. They have 3 members hovering around mid lane, and in case they do see this Fanny actually go to that top side, they can immediately...
Oh, what a hook! That is important to get rid of the Grok. And the pushing potential is going to be a bit more neutral from GameLab. Better airstrike is used! Venogod wanted to go for a one-shot to Aizawa, but Yoshiko once more gets the hook on Takenaga, but he does have the Ashura's Wrath. Good enough though. Euphoria Esports stopping this push from GameLab.
Ooh, really nicely done coming out from Euphoria there. I would say, was it GameLab's mistake? I wouldn't even say that it's GameLab's mistake there. Yoshi got huge with that iron hook. So far, finding the right targets. And unfortunately, it's not a bigger target like Yuktisi, but taking out Dokman is already a good plus, especially since Euphoria Esports are the ones behind.
Yeah, and they protect all the inhibitors, right? Nothing much was lost. Only the tier 2s on the side lanes, but GameLab now they have set up shop on that top side jungle. Dolman in the forefront as well. They're gonna check with the umbrella. Dolman once more, this time prepping, make sure he doesn't get hooked.
He learned from the first time. He's got his power of nature off cooldown. And now he's got to be very careful here, right? Especially for, well, for Venogod, he just needs his purple buff, right? That's the one thing that's limiting his impact in that game. When he has purple buff, something happens. They lost the buff. GameLab lost bottom tier 1 to him because they lost out a 50-50 retry on that purple buff once more. But looking at that top side, we're seeing a very odd movement here as YoshiGod is very far away from the rest of his team, trying to find holes in GameLab's defense.
Yeah, and no, he is not the only person that can walk up and check these brush, right? Even has to throw in the Iron Hook, does have help from RyuJinGod every now and then, but he has a big task to do. GameLab ready to set up on that enhanced Lord on that bot side.
Yeah, and GameLab, they just want to freeze out these waves, right? They want Euphoria to walk out of their base, to feel confident to grab this gold. And when they do, that's when GameLab is going to pounce. 20 seconds left. They want to get a little bit more aggressive. They're revealing Havas on that top side. They're also revealing Takanaga. Walk on into the words purple buff.
Yeah, they want this purple buff. Take it away from Venogod and limit what he can do. This is going to be crucial. They even use the Feather Airstrike just so Takanaga can get the buff.
Yeah, now, again, GameLab, they like this. They want to get into this team fight with Euphoria Esports. If Euphoria sit on top of the Lord first, GameLab has a significant advantage because everybody's all clumped up together.
Conceal play from Euphoria again, but you have Dolman right in that brush. He's going to be kind of the brick wall, blocking Euphoria away from this objective. Power of Nature used as well. No Iron Hook from YoshiGod means that Euphoria can really get a catch easily. Not even with the Yin Yang overturn. This could be a flip angle. Venogod.
This is not good. YoshiGod can technically walk up, lock down Takanaga, and everybody could just look to burst. But no, he got spotted out.
Actually sees Venogod. Lowered down to 8,000. He's going to try and turn onto Venogod. Trying to force all the cables away. Takanaga recommitting onto the Lord, and just good patience for GameLab.
Whoa, on a knife's edge. Both sides don't really want to commit here. But the problem is that Euphoria needs to recognize the timing, that Aizawa didn't actually have his Feathered Airstrike in that fight. And if they wanted to use it earlier on, they already did. So they have to abuse those timings a little bit sooner. And that's why you see GameLab, they're purposefully doing these neutral objectives slower to wait for their cooldowns to finish timing out, and then they have ways to punish their opponents.
And this time GameLab would be able to get an even stronger push. Mid-tier 2 goes down, you have the Lord coming in on top, or Euphoria are busy dealing with the bottom wave and can't even fully clear it out as well. GameLab looking to really extend this lead, try to crack that base. Should be able to do so with the Feather Airstrike, preemptively use Havas straight into the mix as well. GameLab cracking that base open.
Okay, Feathered Airstrike for an inhibitor turret, that's not bad, but if GameLab gets 2, that's even better.
Takanaga walking forward, Dolman is there, his god forced to use his ultimate, they get the wild charge instantly! Get rid of the YoshiGod, no more Franco, but they did lose 3 in return! Euphoria Esports looking to wipe all of them out in an instant! Havas, the last man on the run. Euphoria is gonna leave him as a messenger, but a turnaround on that high ground.
Beautiful play coming in from RyuJinGod. Again, if there was a replay of that, oh, that would be clean. Oh, speaking of the devil, right here, keep your eyes on Ryujin. He sees Headsgod in the angle. He flickers forward with the help of Headsgod as well. Shizo is able to get it, but it's that big setup with the yin-yang overturn. The initial immobility, and as well as the fact that Ryujin switches places with his umbrella, is able to buy just enough time for the rest of Euphoria's members to walk up, get a whole load of damage, especially their late game insurance, Shizo God, absolutely blowing up the rest of GameLab.
Yeah, that is the Swiss Army knife from Euphoria Esports, really put to work. And just like that, Euphoria basically taking away all the lead that GameLab has at 1.5k, 1.6k, very, very minuscule.
Exactly, and that's the problem, right? Like, you can't get sloppy with your positioning. As much as you want to be close enough together to respond and follow up upon your opponents, you never want to be too close so that the yin-yang overturn gets more than one person. That extra bit of value is all Euphoria needs.
Now they want to get revenge onto RyuJinGod. They use everything on him.
okay. Don't know why he's so far up without the help of the rest of his team, but I guess they get zoned out by Takanaga as well as Dokman. Didn't expect him to get 1v1 against Havas as well as Aizawa, but this purple buff, so very important for Venogod. You can tell that he is so limited by it. Whenever he has it, he's like, oh my god, I'm free. I'm an actual hero. When he doesn't have it, well, I'm just here to exist.
The purple buff is going to come back up in 10 seconds also. But I think Euphoria did get the one on GameLab side, so they are not too worried about losing the one on their end. GameLab instantly starting on this Lord. Euphoria Esports, they must contest this. It's very, very crucial that they do so. But the Lord, the health depleting very fast. Headsguard already got info. Yoshi got there as well. Can Euphoria get that time? Venogod! Just a millisecond too late. GameLab gets the third Lord.
He was so close. Venogod was so very, very close. He was cutting it thin. He knew that he needed his purple buff up. But GameLab, they should chase this technically, but will he get out in time? It just missed ever by just a hair. Just a hair.
Yes, these small margins. But GameLab can't get comfortable just yet. You have the Lord, but they've gotten a taste of what Euphoria can do on that inhibitor defense.
It's a game of setup and positioning for both sides. For Euphoria Esports, they're just waiting for this feathered airstrike to come out, and once that's done, they somehow have to start thinking about Dokman on his counter engage.
Oh god, not really sure if you want to try this. He's going to instantly regret that decision, but was able to get away. Lord coming in on the top side for the airstrike used early as well. This time GameLab more cautious with dealing with this Kagura. Yoshi got even forced to flicker as well. That bottom inhibitor not looking too healthy. GameLab have a good chance of breaking this entire base open, but look at Venogod. He's seeking for an opening, but he couldn't find it. Now flicker forward, Headsguard gets the stun. Doman too far in. Havas also losing his immortality. The front line from GameLab collapsing, and they're forced to retreat.
Yep, nothing they can really do there. Really great abilities. Well, a great play coming in from Headsguard specifically. Now, Veno, obviously, he's doing God's work. He's trying to pull attention to himself to not allow GameLab to walk into the base and get a free hit on that crystal, right? But then the follow-up coming in from Headsguard, seeing that Veno had no more energy and no more cooldowns to actually commit to this fight, throws himself into the middle of it, gets that kill onto with the help of his teammates onto Dokman, and deterring the rest of GameLab to continue the follow-up.
And Euphoria Esports hanging by a thread. Only having that bottom inhibitor up. Yoshigod, he's opening up the map a little bit more. They get the jungle resource on that bot side for themselves. But I would say that at this game state, goal lead doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, the goal lead really, really doesn't matter. Maybe only for the fact that they want to change out the immortalities to other useful utility items. But in the meantime, this is a dead close game, 7-7. This is what I was expecting Game 1 to look like.
And Euphoria Esports, they have been in this position many times, right? We've seen them come back from a 10k deficit against Mahalika. Exact same situations, no inhibitors, and they still pull it off. So GameLab by no means are out of the woods. Even with a strong lead, we've seen how Euphoria just find these openings to punish them.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the damage leaderboard. Venogod and Ryujin God. I'm surprised Ryujin is there. I definitely thought the carry Shizo God was doing a lot more, but again, they are leagues ahead of everybody else.
And even then, Shizo God, he is untouched. He's 3-0-1 entire game. Fourth Lord though, GameLab once more having control first, but this time a bit more spread out.
Yeah, GameLab, they need certain conditions to be met. Number one, they need to know where exactly is Shizo God, because he is going to be a big problem to the front line of GameLab. And even if they expand their big ultimates against the front targets, they can't deal with the consistent damage from Shizo God over a long, drawn-out period of time.
Havas, he planted himself on that top side. And for Esports, they only show his God, and he has the immortality. This Lapu Lapu is taking up so much space. They're funding Takinaga to the bot side, and now he realizes that there's danger. Flicker forward into a bloody hunt. He needs help instantly, but he goes down. Immortality brings him back up. Takinaga cannot go down, but Shizo God melts his health bar. Yoshi God gets away. Shizo God, though, getting caught. Wisdom Nature not enough to protect him, and Havas just runs him down. And the Winter Trunket keeping Havas alive. So at the end of that, GameLab coming out with a win.
They got 4 flickers and a kill out of Euphoria Esports. The best possible situation situation here with an overextension coming in for the side of Shizogod. I mean, they tried their absolute best there, but GameLab's response, this is exactly what they wanted. They wanted Takanaga to go down. He had immortality, so he's worth all of that gold, but they made sure they got that trade back, and more importantly this time, they have that side lane pressure to start this bout all over again. Ideally, they would have been able to get more out of it, but the fact that they got 4 battle spells, all of Flickers, as well as Shizogod, more than enough. Takanaga, he's going to be back up in 2 seconds.
And unless Yoshigod lands a godlike Iron Hook, they don't have much means of engaging, right? You can't let Yoshigod throw his body unless he has the Winter Trunk, and also one of the most important resources from Euphoria Esports getting taken out. And Venogod even losing the purple buff to her force.
Oh no, he's too low. He doesn't have enough HP. He's going to try anyways.
Venogod can't get there in time. The wild charge, even cancelling the steel cables. And GameLab, if they want to go for the chase down, they certainly can. Ryujin got right there with them. And Venogod out of the woods, and GameLab now in firm control of the game.
Yep, they shouldn't take a fight now. Wow, that damage. Whew, Ryujin's got to be a little careful there. Yuktisi really hurting. Now getting his winsome nature. Once again, he had it earlier, but sold it off after being expended on Headsgod, who flickered on top of him. But this just shows that battle spells is such an important resource, right? As soon as we see Euphoria Esports use all of their battle spells, it's really tough for them to feel confident about walking into the Lord Pit.
And every time Venogod cuts the wave, her voice just shows back up, clears the wave, forces it in. Now all the waves are synced up. GameLab are ready for that final push, or at least potential final push. We'll see if Euphoria Esports can hold this.
Yep, this might be a little tough. Shizogod, he's got to be very, very careful because we are going to be seeing this Feather Airstrike targeting him.
Headsgod just having his health bar completely melted, but able to get away with that all. Last inhibitor gone down, her voice straight to the back, but gets instantly bitten. He will lose his immortality. But can Euphoria finish him off though? Her Voss still has health to work with and able to dash away just in time. Headsgod right in the front. They don't have their tank anymore. No Iron Hook, no cash. GameLab presses conceal. Shizogod jumped on instantly with the wild charge. They have found him, but Shizogod buys distance, able to back off, and Ryujin got once more catching Aizawa. Yuktisi also falls. Euphoria, they're not done just yet.
Oh my goodness, and even at the brink of losing this game, Euphoria finds an opportunity to get 2 back, and now they're going to start chasing the members to stop their recalls. Doesn't find anybody just yet. Now this is a free purple buff for Euphoria. Now, as much as we would like to believe that Euphoria has bounced back in this game, the gold lead does not matter. We're already past the 60,000 mark. Usually by 55, we stop caring about gold. GameLab, on the other hand, are going to struggle.
Uh-oh, this is going to be important. Ryujin God cannot make it out the wall from afar. Oh, Dolman might have just saved his team. Ryujin got out for a minute.
Talk about timing. Talk about timing. 2v3 now. 2v4.
Gonna fight him. Can they get rid of Dolman at least? Her Voss trying to help Takenaga from the side. Dolman trying to run away. Her Voss ends up getting shredded. Respawn timers are infinitely long. It in 60 seconds.
Oh man, GameLab, they just need to pull back there. They already found the play onto Ryujin. They don't need to do anything else. There's no reason to get into bouts at this stage of the game because cooldowns are death timers are so very long, and there's such little resources on the map already that even if you want to claim them just to buy you utility items later on, it might not be worth it if you end up dying.
And Euphoria Esports might have a good window. All those flickers are gonna come back up around the same time. Yoshigod is gonna be walking first, instantly catches that wow charge, loses immortality. But look at Shizogod, look at this guy! Oh, he's rat-a-tatting the health bar of GameLab. Takenaga, he's out of here! No way for him to survive. Yoshigod, oh, he is doing a fantastic job as well. Shizogod saving the team. Venogod goes down, both junglers out of the picture. But Euphoria Esports, they now have a tank of a carry.
That's one way of putting it. Carry right now is in a great spot, right? She's going to deal more damage than the entire GameLab army combined. And that's the problem here. GameLab is so dependent on these hit-and-run tactics. Use all my abilities, get the combos down, pull away. As soon as they don't have those combos, Euphoria instantly put their foot on the gas, looking to try and catch as many GameLab members as they can, with Shizogod being the forefront of that damage.
And this is no longer just normal game of Mobile Legends. This is a war of attrition. almost 26 minutes in, I believe this is the 5th Lord. Yeah, 5th Lord of the game.
Yeah, but this 5th Lord is going to be the most important one. It's so strong already, and every time Lord dies, it scales even stronger. Right now, GameLab, the only advantage that they have so far is the fact that they can actually, split push. And I think that's something they should actually consider at this point in time. As strong as Veno God is, Havas, he doesn't mind pulling attention to himself.
And Euphoria Esports able to preserve that purple buff of Veno God. So Veno God will now have a good time frame to be effective again, and despite losing all inhibitors, Euphoria Esports have been able to really shove the wave out far to give themselves room. But GameLab already starting on this 5th Lord. This is crucial. Yoshi God sees all of this happening. All the flickers are available except for his God.
Are they going to repeat history all over again? Are they going to force Yoshi God to flicker on top of Mardis, lock him down with the Bloody Hunt, and then get comboed into oblivion? Let's find out.
Voz is keeping Veno God occupied though, and not a commit. Veno God now arriving at the scene a bit earlier. Feather Airstrike is dead. They're gonna just flicker Ray onto Aizawa. He gets caught. But they need the Lord. The Lord is very low. Veno God walking forward, looking for a retro angle. Takenaga gets the Lord. GameLab once more just slithering away with the objective. They're gonna get this kill onto his God, and Euphoria Esports just could not get the most important objective of them all.
That's so frustrating, but I also think that GameLab could have just ended that game. Like, Havas was in a really good position to actually try to go for that back door, but he doesn't have that extra physical damage that Yutizi has that could easily cut down the crystal, so he knew he would run out of time and made the decision to join the fight at the end of the day.
He God gets a pull. Havas is there with the vengeance, but he's losing a lot of the health. Veno God committing. Couldn't find him just yet. But this is the big boss right here, the Lord, 35,000 HP. Another hook, another Bloody Hunt. Oh, Yoshi God has found Dolman. Shizo God, he's gonna use that Windstorm Nature. He's gonna push Takenaka away as well. No one from GameLab can end the game. We go again, Gideon.
Oh my God, you really gotta be kidding me there. That definitely was an opportunity for GameLab to make something happen, but this just shows that the consistent damage, not needing to rely on their ultimates to clear out these waves, is becoming a huge problem for GameLab, because so far, Euphoria Esports, they only give crumbs to GameLab when it comes down to combos. Like, oh, here, take Yoshi God. Do your full combo on him, man.
He has been landing some sick hooks. Oh, by the time the next Lord spawns, Flicker is going to be back up. And Aizawa can't be caught like that again. Euphoria Esports is just really committing. And you see his God, he's just alternating between the immortality and I believe, is it the
immortality is the Winds of Nature? Oh, hold on.
Uh-oh, Flicker again. Uh-oh, Havas. This is the slippery target you want to kill. Immortality gone. Hey, gone. Getting the stun on the edge as well. Forcing the vengeance out. Euphoria Esports, they're all very low. Takenaga has a very juicy reset opportunity, but just can't get close. Yoshi God, he's going to put his body right in front, but he has the immortality. Can he hold on for long enough? Veno God looking for an opportunity as well. Raging God right there with him, but they will have to surrender Yoshi God. And now Flicker, wow, charge, but Raging God actually able to live through that. GameLabs, now they have the number.
All right. Now GameLab, what are they worried about? They're probably worried about the Yin Yang overturn. That's definitely going to be obvious. But I think more so, they're a little scared of Heads God. And considering how effective he's been against Aizawa in this matchup, right? If Aizawa flickers, Heads God, he's going to flicker guaranteed.
And even Shizo God, right? His damage on this carry is unreal. Euphoria Esports, they need to hang on for 30 seconds. And the flicker forward. They get the immortality out of Shizo God. This is enough for GameLab to finally rush down the crystal. Almost half an hour. And GameLab pulls their very first win against Euphoria in a long time, but the set is not done just yet.
Oh, thank God here. Because again, time after time, we're expecting Farsa to take out this carry. Just when does he have the opportunity? Finally sees the angle and punishes her. It took that long to find an angle to blow carry up with a feathered airstrike.
And the only time without the Franco.
Yeah, the only time without the Franco. Oh, man. It just shows how much of a pivotal role Shizo actually is just by existing. His presence alone makes you a little nervous.
He doesn't have to deal damage, but if he does...
he's got to be in the right place at the right time. But honestly, hats off to Yoshi God. He tried his absolute best to not only look for Havas, but also be in the right place at the right time to throw a clean Iron Hook to try and cancel out the Feather Airstrike. Like, you got to give respect to that. He's doing two jobs at the same time.
This guy kept the game together for longer than it should have, right? I mean, him, Yoso, and Ryujin God on this Kagura, just great high ground defense, but to defend against a Baron base for half an hour, or for 15 minutes, it's not easy at all.
It really isn't, considering that they had no inhibitors. It's basically super minions walking in all the time, forever pushing in every single lane possible. And the fact is, GameLab is so dependent on their ultimates. That Feather Airstrike, no matter how well you build magic resist, you will still get 100 to 0.
And it took GameLab 6 Lords to end the game.
6 Lords. That's how tough it was. They have to play a flawless game.
Oh yes. And it was by no means a flawless win. And this game was as scrappy as it can get. They won with a goal deficit. Doesn't really matter at this point, at that stage of the game, but it really showed, right? Like the term you've been using pretty frequently in Game 2, consistency from Euphoria Esports. This is how they managed to defend the base. All these small moments that they were able to find to get these pickoffs, to punish GameLab, really put GameLab to work.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought Euphoria would have started scaling off, because it's really tough for Shizzlegod to get in the middle of these fights, especially when you're up against Aizawa. So it's all about stopping Aizawa first, and then looking for an opportunity to get in on a fight without Havas interrupting you in the middle of it.
Yeah, and by the way, Shizzlegod, the only time that he went down, I believe, was it wasn't the last part, but somewhere around a Lord fight. In a game where it is basically hell for him. He is 7-1-2.
He is 7-1-2. That's how much of a pivotal role Shizzlegod actually plays here. Without him, there isn't like a nuclear option for Euphoria Esports.
Oh yes. But we still have a long journey ahead of us.
Honestly, I'm just dreading the fact that if all these games go to 30 minutes, it's going to be low kill count. Look at the score. I mean, it's 14-13. That's how neck and neck this was.
Oh, we have less than a less than 1 kill average per game.
Per game.
Well, not per game, well, per minute. Per minute.
That's a good point. That is a good point. And despite the fact that GameLab was able to get more purple buffs than Euphoria Esports, really doesn't matter if this game drags out this long.
And honestly, you know, this definitely doesn't concern the series as the game as much, but you know, a little thing that some fans might be worried for GameLab is that, again, right, two of the GameLab members have a fever, right? Havas having a fever,
right.
The coach as well, Carlo. This is an endurance run at this point. From this point onwards, it's a marathon.
Yeah, that means, you know, GameLab, they are running a little low on gas here. Well, maybe not for all of their members, but we'll see the overall performance of Voss. Maybe under this pressure, that added bit of pressure and him not feeling well, it could push him to a different level here.
Oh, yeah, it definitely did.
This is his ascension to godhood.
The final trial.
The final trial. You gotta be sick, you gotta win the game, man, against your opponents.
Yep. What did they call it? Was it in like the Bible verse? Penitence?
Penitence?
No, pestilence.
Pestilence? I think that's one way of calling it. I get where you're coming from, but it's a little convoluted to explain.
It is.
Let's give it over to Take Naga from GameLab. This man has been consistent with his retributions, but more importantly so, he is making sure that he is peeling literally by himself. So again, when you have Dokman not thinking about peeling, he's thinking about setup. Takanaga, leave it to me. I'm going to be the guy to push everybody away.
Oh yeah, he is definitely the one man that does the setup, right? Whoop. This one of the earlier fights that we have, Takenaga setting it up perfectly to get the mid-tier one, get some reset skills, but also his objective secure rate, 100%.
Yeah, he has not been missing out on these retributions. GameLab has been playing very, very well away from, and actually just limiting the power of Venogod, right? I think that's been their main game plan throughout this matchup, because they know with their draft they can have Havas chase down the back line. If so, purple buff, very hard to contest.
Watch this. Watch how close it is.
Oh, just the hair. Like, you would imagine with how long the blades are from the Ashura's aura that it should have hit, but it just doesn't.
I'm telling you, it's the curves, man. It's the curve at the very end. It curved outwards. You know, if it curved inwards, 100% would have clipped the bandit. Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's the design of the weapon.
That's the design of it.
Poor design choices. Just so
casual scams. I think it's just casual scams. But once again, these fights, again, very, very long. I think with GameLab, they have the right idea. I do want to see them exploit it a little bit more, because again, Venogod has been a very big driving force for Euphoria.
Oh yes, and you can see that even in these two games, right, the amount of pressure that Euphoria Esports put on Aizawa alone has not relented in any ways. Sure, Aizawa got kind of the game-winning snipe at the very end, but this guy went to hell and back. They were always on him.
Yeah, they did not want to stop it. And no, let's not forget the fact that Venogad was getting harassed underneath his purple buff half the game. Like, Havas just shows up and it's like, well, I gotta use Retribution now, don't die.
Yeah, they always show up and Venogad is like, oh, we're gonna do this again.
This is like, what, the 12th time, 25 minutes into the game?
Actually, yeah, you know, to be fair, he almost had a positive secure rate of the purple buff, right? Despite all these harassment.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how that's going to actually progress into game number 3, right? And for game number 3, I think at least for Euphoria, they are going to be like, okay, we got to look at the draft a little bit more because I think that was their major issue here.
And that was the Fanny first pick also, right? I think it gave GameLab some decent room to formulate a response. But that's just the beginning of this best of 5. We still have a potential of 3 more games to go. We're guaranteed a game 4, but we got to take a breather. When we come back, game 3 between Euphoria Esports and GameLab will resume.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission, and you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking a crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on.
You don't really want to be in the Lord pit, not when Ziri is around. He's going forward. Venogod just fully committed. Princess grab, so close. One flip is still. exploit that. Ozil getting gone on by Yuktizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa. Havos in the front line. We are back for more action in the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is the Grand Finals. Best of 5 between Euphoria, Esports and GameLab. Now the score tied 1-1. We just had a long half-an-hour game, but we just reached a halfway point. The night is still young, get in. Of course, my name is Husky. We have more work to be done.
Yes, this Grand Finals, of course, hopefully it goes through all the 5 games here because it's been seemingly close between the two teams so thus far. I mean, Euphoria, they had a great game number 1, but we see the fight back from GameLab in game number 2. Draft issue, of course, coming in for the side of Euphoria in game number 2, and I think they can easily solve that because it's really tough for people, especially from 4 in this particular case. I mean, Dogman is getting away with too much here. The Franco coming in from Euphoria, it's a struggle to play his role. He's got like a million jobs to do.
Yeah, but to Euphoria's credit, even with a draft that has a lot of hurdles to jump through, they hung on for almost half an hour, right?
They've got an ungodly amount of patience.
Yeah, just an ungodly amount of just great individual plays. I mean, Yoshi God himself kept the game alive for longer than he should have. But of course, before we jibber jabber about game number 3, we have something we want to show you guys.
Selamat kembali ke Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Might be a chance, straight to the bag, and they found the dive.
Menumbangkan seorang Sorizo, tapi sorry Jack.
If you guys don't know what that is, well, now you do. It's a Season 3 Finals happening in Jakarta in July. Yes, I know, it's not even May just yet, but we've already reviewed the news, and honestly, I also just found out.
Yep, it's exciting. It's going to be happening at Istaya. And honestly, I'm excited for that because that is the exact same place that we had M4. It's a huge area, and I know for a fact that it's going to be packed with people who love Mobile Legends. So come and watch your favorite teams duke it out right at that season finals. But registration is now open, so sign up now if you want to start participating here at the Snapdragon Pro Series at play.eslgaming.com/mobilelegends/Asia. It's really important to have the full thing because you don't want to be in the wrong game or in the wrong region.
And time to put those armchair smarts to good use. Just participate. Maybe instead of being a viewer, you would be a player on that big stage because we have so many things planned out. Obviously, that is the crescendo of all. But aside from that, a lot of other details that will be reviewed over time. Just gotta look forward to it. Or maybe you can find out about it early if you just signed up.
It's so easy to do.
So easy.
Now, with that being said, we got to come back to our grand finals here. 1-1, pretty tight score so far, and we'll see whose favor it's going to be in the long run of things. As you mentioned before, the endurance test here for GameLab, and just overall just cracking the draft for the side of Euphoria because we are seeing that adaptation from both sides.
Yeah, both teams brought out kind of two different archetype of drafts, but the game length, right? Game length vastly different. And I think one thing Euphoria has been showing is consistency. And if you want the consistency, you gotta make sure that your energy is also consistently in the optimal spot. That's why we have Monster Energy right here to help you guys unleash the beast within you. So you can check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Take a swig, bleed green, be consistent in your performance.
Well, hopefully Havas, as well as their coach, is going to be chugging down on some Monster Energy drink because they are dealing with a bit of a fever. Hopefully that doesn't impact their gameplay in the long run here. Hopefully they have a nice long career, and I'm excited to see whether or not they can actually bring it in game number 3 against Euphoria once more because that draft was looking so good.
And an observation from game 1 and 2 is that game 2's game time is double the game duration from game 1, right? And it really showed how Euphoria won a clean game 1, but game 2 they had such a tight defense. And do you think this could be a could be a hint of what the team is capable of in the entire series?
Oh, look, I'm hoping that you're not trying to imply that game number 3 is going to be double the time of game number 2.
No,
That's
no,
like
no.
an hour long. I don't think I've seen a Mobile Legend game go on that long other than the MPL PH. Well, then again, it is kind of ironic here with the grand finals only being from PH. You know what? We'll move on from that. With a minute left on the clock, we're talking about Euphoria looking to adapt to the style that GameLab has kind of whipped out of here. Like, I was rather surprised that the draft, again, gave them so many outs in Euphoria, feeling like they didn't have too many roads to follow.
Yeah, and even then, they stuck on that one linear path, and they were able to really make it work out, right? You can see a lot of commitment. Again, the battle spells being really important in that game. There's four flickers, and every time those flickers are up, you're seeing GameLab push the metal, forcing the flickers out of Euphoria. But there's one thing that has gotten me curious a bit. Both games have a Halkert ban.
Yes.
And I'm trying to wrap my head around the rationale behind it.
Okay, so think about it this way. If you're using an artillery mage, whether it's real world manipulation on Eve or feathered airstrike on a Farsa, if you just click Dark Knight Falls, you see nothing. You literally have all this extra maps visual space that you can look on your phone, and you get zero value out of it. That's why Hellcurt has been such a prominent ban for these teams. We haven't just seen it here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've seen it here at MPL MY. We've also seen it brought up a couple of times in individual MPLs.
Once more, Euphoria Esports back on the red side, GameLab on blue. Kufra and 1-1, still the priority. GameLab has been really adamant in taking out Kufra.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that a lot of their dash options are available. But here's the thing, right? That Fanny pickup coming in for the side of Euphoria Esports sounds like a good idea, but they're not going to give it over to GameLab. They're still going to follow their Game 1 trend here.
And this, I think we are definitely going to be settling into a more consistent bans from both teams. I think Kufra has been a big point of contention. Kaja as well. GameLab doesn't want to deal with it. And you again toss the ball back onto Euphoria Esports core, right? You have the Farmers, you have the Joy to think of, the Arlot as well.
So many things to think about here. What does Euphoria Esports care about more than anything else? Because, again, it could just be a repeat of Game 2's draft, except on the opposite side. Euphoria could put GameLab in a position where they have to kind of, oh, I gotta go for this priority pick. Selects it, instantly gets countered, and then it affects the entirety of the draft.
Yeah, Euphoria Esports definitely taking the time with this. In Game 1, they did ban out the Far Miss last. They don't give it over to GameLab, but in this case, I do feel like the Joy isn't the biggest issue overall, right? Euphoria, they did have a way to do with it, though it did require them to go down the Franco route.
That's the thing. That's the big issue here.
They let both through,
They let both through. And personally, for me, I don't think that's a good idea at all. But it looks like Euphoria has a different angle this time. Banning out the Eve, that does mean that Valentina just shoots up higher in priority. Fanny can get cancelled out. Eve does have a lot of flexibility, but GameLab going to be starting off with Arla instead of the Joy.
I guess overall, if you can't decide on if multiple heroes have priority, you might as well let them all go and just pick up what's left, right? Valentina now goes over to Euphoria Esports, and indeed, they will pick up the Joy for themselves. Farm is still online. GameLab now looking to be in a good spot to pick that one up.
Look, if GameLab wants to lock in this Farsa, they gotta pick up the Grok at the same time. They don't want free ways for your opponents to get on top of you, and obviously with Farsa, it's great. You should technically be able to outrun the Joy at the earlier stages of the game, but later on, nah, the damage will be way too much to handle.
What does GameLab have in mind? Two very crucial picks. If the Farsa doesn't get picked up, what other options do they have left? Do you just pick the Grok +1?
I don't know, because that's the thing. When you pair up Grok with Farsa, they usually go together because one counters the other, right? Grok is able to kind of cancel out the Feathered Airstrike, so I don't see any reason for GameLab to start showing the Grok. But Farmis is open, so they're going to lock Farmis as well as the carry this time.
A lot of that security in these team fights, right? You want to run around us. Well, now we have to call Alta, and Grok just goes over to Euphoria Esports. And we've seen how Yoshi God really utilized this flicker engage onto GameLab. That has been the bane of GameLab in Game 1.
Yeah, the big question is whether or not we're going to see Aizawa playing the Farmis, or whether it's going to fall into the hands of Dokeman, right? We don't know whether Farmis is going to go into the support or mid lane, essentially, but Euphoria, smartly enough, get rid of the Franco. No Bloody Hunt, so that means, well, at this point, it does mean that Joy gets to run around for free.
Are there any alternatives? Maybe I guess Farmers is probably the kind of the soft counter with the Shadow Stampede, but yeah, I think Joy gets free reign in these team fights.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that GameLab didn't decide to actually, look to pick up the Franco at the very least. Don't really care about what your marksman option is going to be from here on out, because at the end of the day, every marksman is going to struggle against this Joy.
Yeah, and GameLab even went as far as banning out the Harith, right? They were the one who picked Harith into carry in game 1. Now they are worried that the lane is going to go sour for them. They just instantly take it out. Judging by Shizo's got stats in both game 1 and 2, I think it's very understandable. And Euphoria Esports banning out the Diggy also.
Why do they want to ban out the Diggy? Is there anything that they want to particularly counter? I guess the engage coming in from Grok at the very least, but other than that, I don't really see the angle just yet. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing for now, but GameLab, they also get rid of another lane bully in the Brody as well as the Harith, so now this forces Euphoria Esports to really start thinking about their options in terms of the gold lane. Personally, I think Melissa doesn't seem too bad at all, but it does mean it will spark a response from GameLab to pick up this Martis.
For Esports, they're gonna pick the Howkert. Find the first time we see a Howkert, I believe, at least on broadcast. But this does take away kind of the option for Farstar, right? If they don't want to go on the Farmers, now Farstar also is not an option anymore.
It's a huge deterrent. Like, no matter what mage you pick, it's going to struggle against this Hellcurt. If we start thinking about like the situational picks, like Lilia for an example, she's going to struggle. As soon as Dark Knight falls, that means the lunge, the leap, the gap closer for Hellcurt gets an innate silence, and that's a huge problem with such a heavy burst hero with the Stingers.
And even if we look past the mage, I think overall it threatens GameLab, right? You have a farmer who wants to stick on your team. Also makes it pretty deadly for the carry. So GameLab, they're gonna double up with that brick wall. Ruby and Fredrin.
Okay, this one isn't so bad. So GameLab's option is saying, all right, you're going to get at least one of us, right? There's nothing much we can really do about it except clump together, call Altar, pray for the best, and wait out that duration. After that duration, that's when Euphoria is expected to run at their opponents with the call Altar. They've got a strong dive comp with 4 of the heroes. Now to add on to it, what else do they need? Personally, for me, I'm thinking along the lines of Melissa. I'm thinking along the lines of Beatrix. Yep, perfect. Combo components.
And just so many tools for GameLab to deal with. Close range, Euphoria Esports has it. You want long range snipe, Beatrix does it just fine. Look at Yoshi got on the Grok once more. And Euphoria Esports going back to that playbook of game number 1.
Yeah, honestly, I'm interested to see how this Hellcurt is going to perform into something like a Fredrin. I want to see where are the openings that Euphoria is going to notice in the side lanes, or maybe even get those free picks onto people like Arla, who's going to struggle against Hellcurt. His natural passive is to silence you every time you CC, and, well, Arla, 2 out of the 3 abilities have CC in it.
How is that lane going to look like for Arlott against a Joy?
Joy should come out ahead. Technically, it's quite the skill matchup, but it's not an easy skill matchup. Joy generally has the advantage here, but with Arlott, it's all about timings, right? Can you catch the Joy just when she gets off her dash, and that way you can actually use your first ability to stun her before she dashes again. It's all about whether or not you can nail the timing.
Kind of a skill matchup.
It is.
It's going to be interesting. Havos, he's one of the guys who is not shy to really flex that mechanic. Now we get to see that. But I'm definitely looking at him to go more of a tank Arlott. That has been something that I believe the Filipino teams, and GameLab was one of them, to really bring out early on and found a lot of success with it. It's good to see that again. But overall, it does feel like Euphoria Esports, they're more comfortable in their skin in this Game 3 draft. And GameLab, kind of the one who are that's more threatened.
Well, I would say that Euphoria actually has quite a mountain to climb here, right? Because a lot of their members can peel very well for Yuktz. Dokman slows down the entire team. Takanaga can peel easily. Havas as well can push people out of position, can either progress the fight or de-escalate fights. He can do both. Euphoria, they're really good at going in. They're going to struggle getting out.
Oh, yes. Takanaga this time will start the orange buff and try to contest the purple of Hellcurt, but can't do so. I mean, you always have the Deadly Stinger, just great burst, allows you to secure the buffs early on. So not much of a contest, but I guess we can expect both these roamers to start mirroring each other again. But How is Dortmund gonna interact with Yoshi God?
Well, okay, so he's going to have to basically mirror Yoshi God no matter what, right? If they can get a little bit of pressure in the mid lane, like what we're seeing right here, then they can start moving to the side lanes.
Pulling Yoshi God back, there's the initial knockup, but Yoshi God is quite beefy and does some considerable amount of damage. Also, Venogod, the deadly sting, actually onto Takenaga instead of Dortmund, and now they're losing steam a bit. The Shadow Stampede right there, pulling him back. First blood for Aizawa.
Just a poor choice there. Just a little bit of a poor choice coming in from Venogod. He really wanted to actually take away, to steal away the Lethal Wanderer when he could have actually just fully committed on towards Dokman. But he knew that Dokman had that flicker, and if he didn't pop it, then there's nothing much. He was going to whiff the stingers regardless. Now, Shizogod has to pay the price because of that decision.
And Euphoria Esports, I kind of feel like they're reading a bit too much between the lines, right? He's going to force a reaction from GameLab. Through all of that, they did get the flicker out of Dolman. Venom got back to business on the top side, but her voice just going to start pressuring him. Dennis Ding is not doing much damage with Dolman showing up. Top Venom God has no avenues.
Yep, and now Dolman has changed his game plan, right? Instead of just mirroring the Grok, he's going to help that mid lane out, clear it, and immediately start looking for Veno. Because Veno is going to struggle against Dolman here, who's able to cancel out a lot of his abilities, especially since he's so auto-attack based. That makes it a bit of a struggle.
Turtle is going to be a big point of contention. Voss once more running interference. They're going to walk right out. Dark Knight Falls is right there. Steals the turtle away. He needs to get out though. Shadow Transition is around, but GameLab actually gets some decent control. He's got running between the members of GameLab. Euphoria Esports holding on for longer than they should. They get 2 kills off of that. Hezgod not done just yet, but can't follow on Takenaga.
Beautifully played by both sides. We get the initial pull coming in from Dokman towards Venogod. That was his whole idea. Takenaga, unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to secure the neutral objective. It ends up dying to Headsgod here, greening out for a gold crab.
Yeah, letting him proc that ultimate as well. Euphoria Esports definitely doing some heavy damage. And this is not a game where Aizawa can do, copious amount of magic damage, right? This Fire Mist is more of a utility role as the game progresses. It feels like as much as you mentioned that Euphoria has some hurdles they need to hop through, but when we talk about the scaling, it does feel like in this mid-lane matchup, Ryujin is going to have a better time as the game progresses.
Much better time, in a matter of fact. And let's say Venogod is able to, recover from the damage that happened earlier by Lethal Wanderer, which I think he is. Is that level 6? Squinting a little bit because of my
6 to 5.
6 to 5. So yeah, he is ahead of Takenaga despite all that's happened.
Yeah, and he was able to get the turtle also, right? So that's a mini bonus for Euphoria Esports. But Dokman is going to commit on to Yoshi God. They have the Shadow Stampede to pull him back, but Yoshi God, he's just too tanky, and oh my goodness, Aizawa just eats the entire barrage of Shizzle God. Instead of follow-up, flicker forward, I'm offended, Dark Knight Falls, Venom God in the fight, and that's 32 for Ryujin God. He gets an easy double, and GameLab have no response to that.
Beautifully played coming in from Euphoria, and that's the thing, right? Hellcurt is never going to be the first one in that fight. He's going to wait for things to happen, look at who expands resources in the match, and then instantly pop whoever is low. And that's the scary part about this Hellcurt. That's why GameLab are sending out Dokman to kind of track the movement so they know where to expect Venogod. Now, Havas, he is struggling a little bit in this matchup, and that's to be expected against the Joy. But for this upcoming Eternal fight, he needs to be there.
Yeah, he's got it. Even harassing the jungle as well. Euphoria Esports bringing the turtle down low. Yoshi God comes out the brush, but once more Venogod takes the turtle away. Co-Ultra use as well. The good wall blocking Aizawa away, forcing the Shadow Stampede. But look at his God. He's chasing them to the ends of the earth. Ryujin got on the mega kill streak. Takenaga left to his own devices. They will turn off the lights, jump on him, get the deadly spikes. Takenaga is gone. Underneath the tier 2, the stolen call altar is there. Euphoria Esports making it out with the entire team.
Wow, I'm surprised nobody died there. Like, at some point, Havas, yep, there we go. Ryujin's out of position. Oh, yeah, Havas doesn't have mana? No, that's so sad. After everything, Havas he's limited by his mana. That's gotta be a terrible feeling.
This lead is building up pretty fast, almost 3k for Euphoria Esports. And the Little Wanderer, yeah, gets stolen by Shizzle God as well. Nothing going right for GameLab so far.
Yep, and I mean, to be fair, GameLab, they're positioning themselves really, really well. It's just not working out in their favor just yet. And for Venogod, he's having the time of his life. His teammates are doing all the work. He just needs to show up for the cleanup.
Yeah, and Yoshi God as well, right? He's putting so much pressure down bot, and Yotisi getting clipped by the shot as well. It's gonna force him back. Yoshi got wild charge right there, forcing the call alter. Aizawa keeping his Ruby alive, but now they won't have the call alter. The wall! Oh, Yoshi got blocks all of them away from the tier 1. They even have a stolen call alter. That's 3 dead for you, for 4 dead for GameLab.
I think we found our bang bang of the week. Let's play that one more time. This
Look
is
at
timed
this.
so well. Look at that. The call altar times out at the worst possible time with the rest of the members of Euphoria chunking out the temp HP to set up for Venogod to come in with 4 deadly stingers, all of which just piercing through, getting multiple members, just so much collateral damage.
Oh yes, and yeah, this goalie is starting to get out of control. 6.5 minutes, 5,000. And Venogod, he is fearless at this point. And Yoshi he just expands the flicker like that. Takenaga, there's nothing left in the tank. Stolen call alter again. They're diving for more. Dolman turning the shish kebab. Venogod couldn't finish the kill, but maybe Rujingod can. They're thinking about it. Venogod can't finish the kill, but they did get the tier 1 mid.
Okay, Dogman, he is definitely building some armor right there. He definitely should have died considering the lead that we are seeing from this Hellcurt. It looks like Hellcurt currently... Oh! Actually, I disregard that. Hellcurt so far only has the Demon Hunter sword for now.
As no, the burst damage isn't there yet.
Yeah, it's
It'll
not
be
there.
there soon enough.
He will eventually get there. I mean, considering that he is 2-2-7, he's getting a lot of assists.
Oh yes, he definitely is, right? And again, not the first
there we
one to
go.
enter the fight, but I mean, his ultimate has been so useful.
I mean, now that he's got the Sea Halberd, he is very likely to finish off targets.
Rujingod being a menace, keeping 2 members of GameLab at bay. Even with this called Alter, I would say the bootleg one by Rujingod has been doing way more work in these fights.
Look, the ripoffs, the blue disc just as good as the yellow disc at this point in time, and I don't know, for Euphoria, they're just getting away with absolutely everything right now, right? Because they have unlocked Shizu. Oh wait,
oh my god, engaging topside. Yeah, they're gonna lose the Hellcat this time. The 4 members of GameLab.
Well, they should, on the next wave, they should be able to secure this top objective. Oh, they cancel it out as well. Heads God just being annoying.
Forcing Takenaga to go for a late reset also. But while all of that was happening, they get the bot tier 2, and because they forced that late recall, well, top tier 2 is also going to be taken down.
Yep, staggering the recalls, very annoying. Well, in all MOBAs, honestly, very annoying to deal with, but here, so valuable. Euphoria now able to get more turrets for themselves. They only have 1 outer turret to actually deal with, and this upcoming neutral objective is really tough for GameLab to actually contest.
And Yoshigod has been being so annoying. There's nothing that GameLab could do to really take down Yoshigod. Sure, Shadow Stampede, it's the power of nature, gets rid of that.
Yeah, honestly, it's really difficult here for GameLab to play the game, right? Nobody can really open up the map safely because there's so much combo potential from Euphoria. Oh, speaking of which.
He's got, yeah, he's just going to poke his head out just a little bit. GameLab wants it, and again Yoshigod just engages with the wild charge, forcing that early call alter. Venogod right there. They get a Shadow Stampede pull back, but Euphoria Esports, they just run GameLab down in front of their own base. Rujingod even diving underneath the inhibitor. They got 2 kills even, and this inhibitor is gone.
Now, I'm trying to figure out whether Venogod actually landed the deadly stingers or not. It was a little tough to tell with the call altar and temp HP, but it felt like he whiffed it a little bit. That should have been a fast kill onto specifically Aizawa there, but it could be because he still had Purify and he used it preemptively that he was able to protect himself.
Yoshigod happy to not even give his life away, but just buy time for Euphoria to get the Lord. The timing is impeccable. 10k gold lead now. We're approaching kind of the death sentence threshold.
Yeah, I think honestly this is a death sentence for GameLab. The last time we saw Euphoria have an 8k lead, GameLab was only able to hold out for an extra 6 minutes. Well, let's see whether that's going to be true here. By 15 minutes, the gold should even out for GameLab. But until then, let's see what they're willing to sacrifice. How many inhibitor turrets have to fall?
If the previous game was all about Shizuga on the carry, this game is 100% just Yuktezi on his carry.
Yeah,
the only damage dealer at this point.
Yeah, it's a good point. Aizawa will eventually scale, but it's going to take a while.
Yeah, I don't think he has time, right? No amount of talk. This is not like the Showmatch. We can't wait for the late game.
Yeah, it's Euphoria won't let it. They're going to take it. Oh, they're going to try and siege this inhibitor, though.
Yes, he's just running circles around GameLab. That's the kind of the lack of crowd control, right? No one to really keep this Joy pinned down. But they did take care of the Lord, and the inhibitor is actually not facing much. Again, the flicker wild charge. Well, call alter is dead. They get a good final slash, but Euphoria Esports, they are just so durable. The damage is overwhelming. Dolman is gone.
Man.
Euphoria Esports is looking for quick game 3. All inhibitors down. Euphoria Esports, they are in no rush to end this game, but if they get another kill, maybe they can just go for the juggler. Havas getting a good punish onto Ryujin God, but they don't have damage left. Euphoria Esports sticking around, but they know that they can't end the game yet, so they're gonna back off.
Oh man, this really sucks for GameLab. Like, Euphoria is making sure that they're taking everything, and I feel like, as of right now, one of the few interactions that...
Aizawa can't even recall in peace in his own base.
You gotta feel a little bad for him there, but Euphoria, they're basically setting themselves up for victory, right? It's slow and painful, but it's going to get the job done. 4-16 so far with an 11k gold lead. This is unheard of in terms of gold leads.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts.
11,000 cuts, unfortunately. But I think, you know, for Euphoria, you can definitely see how they're playing their composition. They're looking for these initial engages, pull off the combo with Shizogod, and then immediately turn off the lights.
They're playing so much more comfortable, right? It's lesser pressure to force these kind of play. I mean, when you see the difference between Yoshi got on a Franco and on a Grok, just massive.
Huge. Actually, now that we have the time, we can actually talk about this one interaction, right? When Hellcurt, his passive triggers every time he takes CC, and there's a bit of a cooldown on it. So if he does take CC, he silences everybody, the person who actually does throw out that CC. In this case, Takanaga is actually having a really tough time locking down someone like Venogod, because when he does, he gets silenced, he can't keep up the combination. He can't instantly go, into the taunt, you know, sustain with the first ability, and try to get enough combo points again to go for the Appraiser's Wrath. It's been quite the struggle.
I mean, Aizawa just lost 70% of health with that one shot. Takanaga, yeah, I mean, this guy, 0-7. Just a tough game for him. And Venogod, by himself, is going to secure this Lord again. There's no chance for GameLab to even contest this second Lord going over to Euphoria Esports.
Yeah, GameLab is just way too far behind against Euphoria Esports. In a perfect world where it's about 50-50, they would stand a little bit more of a chance, but then again, the direction that we're seeing so far, it's basically just, you know, Shizo and Veno working hand in hand, looking for opportunities created by Ryujin God, Heads, as well as Yoshi. Well, most obviously Yoshi, but everybody else has their moments.
Yeah. And when we look at, you know, the total deaths on the side of GameLab, right? 10 of them came from both Dolman and Takanaga combined. And these two are responses to the Hellcurt pick from Euphoria, right? Really forcing GameLab into such an uncomfortable position. And now they're getting basically brutally punished for it. Instantly turn on the lights. Topside Havos. Oh, where did the Hellbar go? This should be a game for Euphoria Esports. There's nothing left for GameLab. Euphoria Esports basically bulldozing onto the crystal. Triple for Venogod. No time for a Savage, but doesn't matter. Game 3 for Euphoria. Now they're at series point.
Woo, what a game coming out from Euphoria Esports. Making it clean, making sure that it's cool and calculated, but man, GameLab were struggling. This is why they were banning out the Hellcurt in the first couple of games, and it's super understandable why.
Yeah, this is a brutal beatdown, just like Game 1, right? And this is where I think I want to draw a parallel again. Very clean, extremely clean. Game 2, Euphoria didn't win, but they dragged out for half an hour. And we're starting to see the difference a little bit between these two teams.
Yeah, quite the difference, in a matter of fact. I feel like, you know, Euphoria's, their pockets are really deep here in GameLab. It's kind of tough for them to kind of figure out what direction they're going through in the draft. It feels like there's too many outs for them, and GameLab are very limited with the amount of winning conditions that they actually have.
Yeah, and with the draft that they gave themselves in Game 3 is a very deep rabbit hole.
Honestly, it's too deep of a rabbit hole, right? Again, I think that the bans have to start changing here. I think that in the first couple of bans, they need to start considering things like Minzatar if they want to start stopping these dashes, especially in the back line. It's becoming too much of a risk rather than not touching it at all. Even if you're not proficient, that King's Calling is a huge advantage, especially when you're playing, because the majority of these fights are happening within the lane itself.
And another option is the Kufra, right? Which GameLab has been banning for all 3 games so far. Consistently. First ban, and it's also a hero that they themselves would pick up every once in a while, but
Well, okay, to be fair, I do think that the counter engage is by far the most important thing. Things like Lolita are not getting picked up. It feels like, yeah, Lolita, there's no real projectiles that actually block except, well, maybe in this case it was going to be the Beatrix, but for the most part, you don't get to see that until the very end. And I think you still need that Numenon Blast to kind of get you out of these tighter spots. Hellcurt, it's clear that GameLab is a little uncomfortable dealing with Hellcurt, right? It feels like they're at the right places at the right times, but the fact that you don't have your teammates visually seen on your screen makes it very difficult to judge.
And I guess that also was what forced this Farmers into that mid lane, right? Because there's really no alternatives when that Hellcurt was picked up. You can see the numbers at this time is a clearer picture. Just 15,000 goal advantage, 19 kills to 4, and just a massacre.
Yeah, honestly, this just shows the power of priority here. If you're able to force priority, you get to make that first move on the map. You get to set up for a potential ambush. You basically get to dictate how this game is played. GameLab, they need to start recognizing that as much as their composition works really, really well as a 5v5, if Euphoria starts getting ahead, especially early to mid, that's been GameLab's overall downfall. That early game needs to be secured.
And it has to start with the draft, which Euphoria so far has not fallen for all the base that GameLab laid out, right? GameLab was like, you want to ban a Joy? Euphoria's like, we'll let all of them through.
That's the beauty of it. I think Euphoria Esports, they've got a formula that's working for them. They're making sure that Aizawa isn't very comfortable in his mid lane matchups, but more importantly so, forcing Yuktzi onto these mages, especially, sorry, not mages, but marksmans like this carry is actually quite a detriment to them. Yes, it works best towards the later stages of the game, but against a lineup that's all about jumping in and bursting you down, and there's no way to actually control the lane to begin with, that's when you see Euphoria start exploiting the side lanes.
And overall, right, again, this is kind of the topic at the start of the series. We looked at the hit between Ryujin God and Aizawa. It's Ryujin God, he's not required to just stomp the lane, right? It's just the responses that Euphoria constantly forces out of GameLab that gives him the lead.
I feel like GameLab as of right now is acting very reactive to Euphoria, right? And now that Euphoria kind of gets into their heads, like, yes, keep reacting to me, keep following me where we go, it's really a battle of the supports. Every time I look at the supports, it's either they're mirroring each other and then they recognize that they're faking each other out, they immediately turn into two different directions and start playing their own games.
And you can really see who has the bigger playmaking potential, right? Who just made more plays overall in this case. It's enough said, it's Yoshi God on the Grok, but Shizo God also on this Beatrix, a clean 4-0 and 8 games, virtually untouched. Like the entire game, no one could get on top of him.
Yeah, he has great communication with the rest of his team. Every single time you see that Bennett's Rage, you can expect a wild charge to come immediately after. Like, look at this, right? Yoshi God's like, oh no, don't hit me. Boom! Instant response from Shizo God.
And I believe this was also kind of led to Euphoria Esports punishing GameLab. And overall, it's just Ryujin God got a very, very good fight out of that, a double kill. All of these are just responses from GameLab. I think, you spoke about the Romans playing their own game. I think GameLab needs to stop trying to force Euphoria to react to them and just play what they're comfortable with.
But that's the thing, right? Would you say, like, especially in these situations, would you say that GameLab is in a good position to actually fight? Personally, for me, I think there are certain things that GameLab that I can recognize that GameLab sees and says, yes, this is a good time to fight. And I agree with them, There are times where they actually beat Euphoria Esports on the rotational punch, but they aren't securing those kills. And every single time, it always comes down to mid-lane control. That's something that we have to keep in mind. When Euphoria loses control over the mid lane, the side lanes instantly start backing off, and they wait for their supports to open up the map to get the information necessary before showing up in lane.
I think that's the dominant effect that Euphoria Esports has been really showing. And GameLab, if anything, to take this mid lane control, it's really falls back onto Doman himself, right?
Yep, it really does. Again, this is some very high-level gameplay, and especially when you're monitoring everybody's supports, you've got to instantly figure out what are they trying to do. Are they trying to pull me to distract me, or are they going to a particular spot, or are they sniffing out one of my teammates? It's really, really tough, and it's a very, I would say, rock, paper, scissors roll, especially in, well, quote-unquote, in this 1v1.
Well, heading into Game 4, I think GameLab really, maybe we would see some changes in the draft. I believe they would be on that red side if we follow the pattern. But overall, right, at least from my own observations, I saw GameLab again in the drafting phase trying to get Euphoria to respond with certain bans, but they're not biting it. And I think that's something that GameLab really needs to identify and just go, you know what, we are going to just ban things that benefit us instead of trying to bait Euphoria in.
But that's the thing, right? It comes down to whether you start thinking about potential outs for your team or whether you're thinking of the composition as a whole, right? And that's the thing. I feel like GameLab, they're prioritizing a couple of interactions, but they still look at the composition as a whole. And I think, at least with Euphoria, they're a little bit more flexible on that idea. They're recognizing that they still want to play for overall map movement. If they get a map movement, that's when you know that they're going to make that first attack.
Is it fair to say that this is the first time we see GameLab being reactive in the drafting phase?
Yes, in a matter of fact. I do feel, well, okay. Maybe it depends on what game it is. Some games you can definitely see that they have an agenda, and you see Euphoria be like in the draft, no, I'm just going to shut that down straight away. But other times they're going to start thinking about particular interactions, right? And personally for me, it comes down to the goal lane. This Beatrix has been quite a problem, and I think that things need to start changing for GameLab. Start considering how are we going to start playing towards the strong side, because again, Yuktz, phenomenal player. They've been continuously playing around him for the past couple of games. Why not give him a good matchup for once?
Yeah, actually, even in game 2, right, we saw that he can really do some heavy damage.
Oh yeah,
that's the game that they focus everything on that goal lane.
Yes, I think they need to relieve the pressure off of him. Tell him, hey, you're gonna get a winning matchup in your lane, and let's try and figure out that gold lane. The person who has to bite it is gonna be Havas, because that's just how drafts are. Somebody has to get a bad matchup.
And I would even say that maybe Aizawa sometimes would have to support Yuktz, right? I think game 1 was the game that we saw the Harif into carry matchup, and that didn't really work out because they visited him once and they were like, well, no dive, I guess we go somewhere else.
Yeah, it's all about the macro movements that Euphoria is making to actually defend themselves against these movements, right? They see it happen, they don't mind giving up a little bit, giving a little bit of crumbs over to GameLab before actually coming back at the right times.
Would the Grok be a high priority hero though?
Grok mainly is an issue for mid laners, right? Grok has great wave push. He's able to kind of force priority into that mid lane, but more importantly, it really punishes heroes that want to kind of clump up together, especially since you can set up with a quick, flicker wild charge. That's a great way to set up it, especially when you're targeting that back line. Oh, it's really difficult to actually maneuver around unless you take Purify, but that's a personal preference.
Yeah, I mean, this is a draft that wants to stick together on the side of GameLab. This is why every time Yoshi-God shows up, he gets a wild charge or two.
He gets way too many wild charges off, in a matter of fact. Like, I don't know why GameLab is letting him disrespect the space so much. They should be able to punish him a little harder, but I think even GameLab recognizes that you want to be a little hesitant, right? You want to poke him just enough without really committing onto him so that maybe you get Euphoria to respond. But I feel like Euphoria, they're just cold-blooded. They're like, oh, you're not going to commit any spells? We don't need to do anything. We're not going to die.
Oh, wait, Flicker is back up. I mean,
yeah, Flicker.
Maybe that's why the Diggy was banned out.
I suppose that's probably a really good reason here, because look at the overall damage, just overwhelming game from Euphoria.
How much so the Grok did 23,000. That's more than the Arlot and the carry.
Hey, look, Arlot and as well as carry barely got to play the game, to be fair. They just stuck in the side lanes, and by the time they were actually ready to pop off, it's too late. They've lost all the inhibitors.
Yeah, that is true as well. And this is another game where you did question why didn't GameLab go for the Franco, right? Would the Franco change anything?
Honestly, it wouldn't have at all. Considering how the game was played out, it wasn't around the side lanes. It wasn't because this Joy basically got to run away for free. Half the time, the interactions that really costed them the most was with the help of course, Grok and Beatrix. Starting things off and then let Hellcurt just kind of clean everybody up.
Yeah, his job is to flip the light switch. It's all right, good night. Well, I say good night, but not yet. We still have more to come. But if you guys are just tuning in, this is the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Before we head into Game 4, we do have something we want to share with you guys.
It's hard to decide. When there was a bug on Beatrix, they spammed the sniper. It was really OP, but they still lost.
The weirdest thing was GPX giving me free trip.
The weirdest thing is I steal the Lord from Alpha Egg.
I can take objective. I am the jungler but I cannot. It is weird.
Just continue playing and grind a lot more to be able to compete in higher tournaments.
My advice to new MLBB players is just play and play to improve yourself and always fix your attitude.
Don't give up and keep learning.
Grind hard.
It's hard to decide because I think GameLab's gonna win it. They have a good explainer.
Us, Euphoria Esports will win the challenge finals.
GPX we will the challenge final.
I think it is GameLab.
You see, I always like Calvin's answer because he never votes for himself.
Oh, truly. Well, a man of very, very important words. I can't. I love his answers every single time. He always has a banger ready.
Honestly, we see a bit of the difference between GameLab and Euphoria. Euphoria talks about us. GameLab talks about, well, honestly, just her boss about her boss. Maybe that could be.
Look, he's got a superstar mindset.
Oh,
he's
yes.
like, I'm ready to learn anything, but I'm also willing to smack talk. He's
Yeah.
got it all.
We win because of me. Euphoria's like, no, we win because we
did it together
We did
as
it
a
together.
team.
Yes.
There's no I in team except in GameLab.
Even GameLab doesn't have an I.
Look, it's spelled T-I-M, or you know, it's not the regular way. It's kind of strange. I don't want to get into it, but right now, with the match, and especially with Euphoria at match point, all this could just slip away from GameLab.
Oh, yeah. And GameLab, I believe they have finally kind of met their true demons, right? You know, they're no longer unkillable, and Euphoria just standing in front of them menacingly with gods in their IGNs.
They're struggling against the Pantheon so far. With 10 seconds left on the clock, hopefully they come up with a solution here, and I think that's what they need right now. A lot of the times, it just boils down to the draft. There's so little that they can actually do, but they also have to start considering other factors here. Number one, it's that early game that must change. If that early game does not change for the side of GameLab, it's going to be so tough for them to actually claim the next point.
I just love how one of the Euphoria members was playing a separate game while waiting for the draft.
It's a palate cleanser.
It is. You know, too much Mobile Legends. Well, I mean, too much of these pressures. You gotta relieve it somehow, right? There's not much breaks in between. Well, Euphoria back on the blue side. GameLab on red. This time Kaja 1-1. Nothing out of the ordinary so far.
Yeah, the same starters for Euphoria is the one banning out Fanny here. Kinda odd, maybe to throw off GameLab, because the last time we saw Euphoria Esports on the blue side, they picked up Fanny.
Yeah, we say that GameLab needed a game 3. Well, they did win game 2 also, right? It was a slugfest. But now we have passed that halfway point in GameLab. They have to come up with something to force the game 5. Or else they are going to be in the shadows of Euphoria again. And they worked so hard. The entire journey was just GameLab in the spotlight. But every time against Euphoria, GameLab just get kind of swept aside.
Yeah, it's really frustrating to deal with here. Man, Euphoria really learning from their initial draft mistake in game number 2. Now banning out the Joy. They got rid of the Fanny because they don't want to open up with that, knowing what GameLab have in store for them. How's GameLab going to respond to this one? Do they want to ban out the Farmist, or do they leave it open? I feel like they should leave it open.
Yeah, I feel like they should too. They get the Kufra again.
Okay. They banned out the Kufra. They're expecting to see Euphoria Esports to lock in the Arlot, maybe? If not, they're going to probably start off with Valentina opener.
And Valentina, and even the Eve, right? It is also one of the strong openers that is available for Euphoria.
Would I say it's a strong opener? It really depends, right? It really depends what GameLab's objective is going to be. Do they want to get a good matchup for UMTZ? Do they still want to prioritize Aizawa here? And I feel like they still are going to lead more towards Aizawa to get them out of tough situations. And there we go. The Valentina opener here. Now, GameLab, they're going to go for Arlot. Maybe pair it up with a Eve? No, Grok instead. Yes, because Farsa is still open. That's a good point.
And they don't have to worry about Farsa getting taken by Euphoria also. So GameLab is going for bigger priorities. This is what the Arlot was picked in the previous game, in tank Arlot for Havos. But this time they get the Grok in their hands. And both teams have been trading the Grok. Game 1 and 3 for Euphoria, game 2 and 4 for GameLab. But at least if you're Euphoria, you know that this Grok is going to go to Dortmund.
Well, like, I want to say yes, but it's a flex pick for a reason. And I think GameLab recognized the value of, hey, no matter what Euphoria does, right? You're going to steal an ultimate from us, we might get Farsa, and if you steal the Farsa ult, we can cancel it out. At the end of the day, it doesn't technically matter here, because that Grok could go into the EXP lane. So Euphoria, if they go in blind... Oh, okay.
Well,
so talking about going in blind.
That's one of the few blind picks that you can go for, right? Without much risk.
Yes, this is a great blind pick, in a matter of fact. They're expecting Euphoria to play either the mid lane, the Farsa, or as well as the Farmist. Claude does well between the both of them.
And can just dive back, and even when you have the Farmers with the Cult Altar, it's just primarily to withstand the kind of the initial barrage of the Blazing Duet.
So let's see how GameLab is going to respond to this, right? They lock in the Farmist. They want to make sure that their team is going to be healthy for these fights, but now they need to start attacking the jungle. They also need to start considering what other gold laners to deny Yuktizi for the side of Euphoria.
Benedetta comes to mind for GameLab. They don't really have a way to catch the mobile hero, and Euphoria this time banning out Halkert, which I think is great, right? You turn off the lights, it's hard for the Cho and the Claw to do much. Euphoria Esports is one step ahead in the ban phase.
They don't mind this, and I respect that. GameLab, on the other hand, the fact that they're banning out Benedetta does tell us that they still generally want Havas to have a good matchup somehow. Something that won't force priority. They got rid of Glue, which is #1. Benedetta always forces priority in the EXP lane, so there's still an option for him to actually get away with playing Grok in the EXP. Ling gets banned out here, so they don't want Euphoria Esports to rotate around the map fast.
Does leave the Lancelot up on the table, which GameLab can grab if they want to.
I think they are going to grab it this time around.
See what Euphoria has in store. They still have that one ban, right?
I don't know what they're going to lead it to. Do they want to get rid of Beatrix here? But they already see the Claude, so that's not necessary. Okay, Brody instead, so that Claude doesn't get bullied out too hard.
This should be a Lancelot angle for GameLab, right? You can leave that gold laner for last. It's not too much to worry. Unless they prioritize the gold laner more. I don't think so. I feel like that Lancelot has to come out now.
I mean, if Lancelot comes out now, I feel like Lancelot coming out now, not that bad, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Lancelot coming out, and now Euphoria Esports, let's see what they want to do. So Claude already does a really good job against Melissa, so they don't expect Melissa for the side of GameLab, and that's why they banned out that Brody. But to finish off their composition, what do they need? They have a way to copy the Call Altar. Do they have any engage tools other than the Cho? They could go for Martis. They could go for Fredrin. Fredrin doesn't seem too bad of an idea, but I think if they want to control the early game a little bit more, they'll pick up the Martis.
I think Martis would be great as well. When GameLab, they want to clump up together, but Euphoria actually decided to go for the Fredrin.
A little bit more reliable here.
Yeah. Just having a brick wall, right? You allow this Claw to really do his work. And even then, Euphoria Esports, they threaten a lot of that catch potential. And the Paquito comes out, so this is an XP lane Fredrin.
Ooh. Okay. So you have a high damage fighter here. You're looking to take out some of the members. I don't know. Paquito is extremely risky in this position because even if it goes into the jungle, you're expected to take out the marksman. You're expected to take out Aizawa in this particular situation because eventually it's going to come to a point where you can't actually deal with the Lancelot because he just has too much health. Oh, Leslie though.
How does Leslie fit into this?
Look. I'm trying to figure that out myself. They want true damage. They want a way to cut through the hard tanks, especially that Fredrin, but they don't want the short range from the carry. So I guess this is kind of their compensation for the side of GameLab. I think it's interesting. I'm going to need some time to think about this for a second.
And this is potentially GameLab's last match, right? The most important match of this grand finals. They whip out the Leslie, but we can say the same for Euphoria. Now we're really, reaching into the pockets of these two teams in terms of the draft. The Paquito also shown by Euphoria. At least, this is what the best of 5 does to you.
Yeah.
You really, dig deep.
You really got to dig deep into your pockets, look at your hero pool, and question yourself, am I capable of doing it? Is this something that will actually benefit the team? Here at match point, Euphoria on blue team. It's going to be GameLab on the red team. Now, coming back to the compositions that we were talking about earlier, I feel like with this Leslie pick, it's a way to kind of compensate for the fact of not having a carry. As good as carry is, her biggest issue is that she is rather short range. Leslie completely negates that. And more importantly so, with her ultimate snipe, she's able to open up the map without needing another support to risk their life. So with these tools, I want to see how they play out the lane because I should expect Yuktisi to get ahead.
And I think this also puts some pressure on Euphoria, where they need Yoshigo to somehow get onto Yuktisi, right? This guy he's gonna be at long range all the times. There's no one from Euphoria who can reliably get to him.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's all about positioning half the time. And Yuktisi, if he's careful, he should be able to get away with it. Even with a full damage build on this Paquito, he's going to have to find an angle to get on top of him. And even then, there is still a good amount of counterplay that Yuktisi can actually do, Flicker being one of them. But the fact that his knockback gives him so much space. Oh, immediately level 1 trade.
This early trade, Shizzle got, I don't think he wins this one. Yuktisi instantly pushing him away, and you can see the true damage.
Wow. Okay, fair enough. The fact that he goes for Electroflash in comparison to Avarice, he doesn't mind. Honestly, Shizzle guy, he doesn't mind trading this low at level 1. He's technically earning more money.
And he has to purify in case he gets jumped. Yoshi got showing up very early to push Yuktisi away. Honestly, this Leslie holding well on her own.
Yep, very, very well. Now Little Wanderer getting contested here. The rest of GameLab aren't really going to get into the middle of that fight just yet. They don't want to be part of this business, but you can see that even Dokman coming up to this to the top side. Now, all of it calling Yoshigod this early on, especially with how that level 1 trade actually went, is to allow Shizogod to get that early recall. He wants to be topped up, he wants to be as clean as possible. Venogod, kind of deep here.
At least he did got the crab, gold crab, so nothing much was lost, right? Both junglers getting a standard start, hitting at level 4, waiting for the turtle to spawn on that bot side as well. So Yoshigod, he's prepping for it, but doesn't have the ultimate.
Well, let's see how this is going to play out, because Yuktisi, he's going to start freezing it here, and I think it's a very good idea. He wants to make sure that Shizo, when he walks up, he needs to be punished for it. He should not be able to walk around this lane for free.
And Yoshigod clearing out that wave should give him that way of the dragon just a bit. Now he has gotten it. His god is there. Takenaga has 3 of his teammates helping him. They want this turtle for themselves. Reaching up from the side. GameLab securing the turtle. Takenaga walking away with it. They did use the call altar just for safety.
Yeah, that was a little tough for Yoshigod especially, because he wants to get on top of Takenaga, but he has to time the way of the dragon so it doesn't collide with the iframes of the Thorn Rose or maybe even the puncture at that point of time. It's really, really tough to time. So it's all about finding the right opportunity to land that third hit of G Kudo to guarantee the kick.
And it's so hard to land the Appraiser's Wrath onto a Arlor, right? Just dodges it with the dash. He's got just like that, losing out the trade.
It's a good timing on the trade as well, because now there isn't a wave for Headscott to actually recuperate this gray health. Most of the time, the biggest issue between Arla as well as Fredrin is no matter how hard you trade, Arla eventually just out-heals and out-sustains you.
Yeah, Demon Mark's a pretty strong passive when you get the resets.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're up against Fredrin himself, he is thick and beefy, man. The guy doesn't go down very easily.
Conditions to heal, though, it's a bit easier to achieve as the Arlot.
For sure. Now, again, GameLab, I don't see them making too many plays across the board, right? Their composition needs quite a bit of time to actually scale, and fun enough, Havas actually having the stronger lane this time around.
Yoshigod, he is very deep in. Instantly pull back. He's gonna get a Jit Kundo into Way of the Dragon. They have the blazing duet, but First Blood goes over to Takenaga. Call Alta keeping the rest of GameLab alive. Rujin God steals the Call Alta, but Euphoria can't follow up. Pernoko is gonna try, but Dogman is pretty beefy.
Okay. That was getting very, very scary for both sides. Like, Aizawa's like, oh, Aizawa, do you really want to still keep up with the fight? You're already at 50% HP, and whoa.
Oh, Venogod. Dogman is not an easy target, and he's not gonna go for it.
Yeah, he's not gonna go for it, but he guarantees that Shizogod is able to hard shove this wave. He's gonna have teammates coming up. Aizawa, please don't face check this.
Aha, there it is.
Ultimate snipe, such a good ability.
Rujin God is gonna go anyways, and they take care of Aizawa.
What?
I mean, why?
Oh.
Why did he?
look, I guess he was confident that maybe Yuktizi could like try to one-shot whoever gets Shadow Step onto Ryojin God. I don't know.
It's the kick, blazing duet, right on top. Dokman trying to walk out, but I mean Aizawa he's a far mid, so he comes back to life pretty quickly.
Yeah, he has more than enough stacks, especially in this early game. Oh, 50-50 here between Veno and Takanaga.
No way of the dragon for Yoshiga, so it's gonna be very tough to disrupt Takanaga. He's gonna get the turtle again, and now snipe on the Yoshiga. Oh, the flicker! Final slash from Havos to get the kill.
Right place, right time there. Ultimate snipe, great ability to chase people down with, and it doesn't have to be you who secures the kill.
And Euphoria Esports so far losing out on both turtles, and Shizzle God is starting to get pressured a lot. Battle mirror image, getting him out. GameLab have 4 people here.
They're going to try and crush this as soon as possible. They realize that Yuktizi has too much of a lead here. I mean, they'll be fine. Like Euphoria, they've got more than enough wave clear with the help of all 3 of their members. It should be generally fine. Paquito shoving out the mid lane while all of this is happening. He's not really getting ahead here, but now they turn their way back.
Flicker will the dragon out of the fishing to it just a little bit, but they're more than enough damage for Yuktizi.
Beautifully done coming in for Euphoria. Somebody just respects the space, you punish them.
And now Dokman and Aizawa are forced to defend the turret. Euphoria Esports getting a considerable amount of damage on the structure. They're going to stick around just for a little bit.
Yeah, while this is happening, it looks like Takanaga has got a level lead over Veno God so far, but Euphoria just committed on this top side.
Aizawa can't really stay here for long. Shizzle God shouldn't be able to take the turret, but does bring it dangerously low as well. Alright, the commitment from Euphoria is there. Now they finally get the tier 1. While that was happening, his God was cutting the bottom wave in the middle of the tier 2, in front of tier 2. He's taking the jungle from Takanaga away.
Yeah, but man, this has got to be... It's a little annoying for Takanaga because that means he doesn't maintain his level lead against Veno God, who his camp should be coming back up relatively soon here. But I do think that in GameLab's position so far, this is pretty ideal.
They use the conceal. Flicker response from Ryujin God is good, so Dokman can't get the engage.
Yeah, despite the fact that GameLab is down by a turret, they don't mind dragging this out. They want to have enough scaling for Aizawa to get his Flock of Destinies, scale his mana up as quickly as possible, and pair it up with Lightning Truncheon. Yuktizi, on the other hand, the more items he has, the more beneficial it is for his team. But then we turn over to Euphoria Esports, right? They want to press the matter as soon as possible, and more importantly, during the mid game, which it's about to hit in about a minute.
Yeah, third turtle going over to GameLab. Malefic Roar for Veno God is there. Jikundo, just good patience from Yoshi God. Her voice is relatively tanky, but not against 4 members of Euphoria.
Yeah, this entire time, Euphoria Esports are moving as a squad, and they realize that GameLab is playing extremely passive, so they fully take advantage of this. What? He kills him with that! No!
Yo, Malefic Raw, man, I'm telling you. Oh my
goodness. 2-item power spike instantly taken out too. Jeez.
I bet you Dokman was like, what? I die?
Yeah, I would have expected it to die like that as well. Wait, let me just have a look at what his items are. Ah, that explains it.
And actually, the flicker kick as well from Yoshi God. This guy, he is styling.
Yeah, he is styling, timed it perfectly well, knows that the power of nature only works when it's close to a wall. A boss?
Boss, not sure if you want to be there. Backup is here though. Aizawa has to call Alter. 10 HP, keeping her boss alive. But there we go, blazing duet, letting it loose. Shizzle God dropping low. I don't have enough gas to continue this, but his God straight to the back with the taunt. Yuktizi getting his knockback. His God could not follow up, but Shizzle God made it out, and GameLab got 3.
Yep, 3 for 2 in their favor as well. This is what they want to see. And Euphoria, they've got such good ideas here. All of them so very low towards that end there could be extremely scary, especially with Yuktizi, with the amount of damage that he's slowly building up. I mean, look at the items, right? He's already got the Berserker's Fury. He's going into the Endless Battle. I'm pretty sure he's going to get a BOD on top of it all. If not a Malefic Roar, either or is totally fine with me. You know, he's going to have more than enough true damage to start cutting through the thicker members, people like Heads God, for an example, or Yoshi God in this case.
And we already start to see the limitation of this Fredrin, right? You just cannot catch up to the Leslie. It has to be the Cho or no one at all.
Yeah, maybe they could get Shizzle God to get on top of him as long as he doesn't get one shot, so he's got to be extremely careful with his health.
Yoshi God dashing away with the Shun Pole, drag back by the Shell Stampede, and now Euphoria pounces. Counter engage is there, and GameLab forced to use the call Alter. Oh, this is a good opportunity for Euphoria. They wait for it to time out. Aizawa getting caught. He's losing so much health. Veno God just 1-2 punches him. They should at least get Venogod, but no! Ryujin God saves him with that stolen Call Alta, and Euphoria Esports turn their attention onto Lord.
What was that interaction that just happened? Like, it feels like GameLab, they're running out of steam here. The decision-making isn't as fast, and honestly, it's either you... Oh,
and the kick is there, Havos eating the full brunt of the blazing duet, ends up going down. Takenaga keeping the aggro on the Lord. Venogod not healthy. GameLab have a good chance of taking this Lord away, and they know that. And Yoshiga is also keeping that Lord occupied. It's gonna get very close. Lord down to 8,000. Euphoria going for the engage. Hezgod leading the charge. Thornrose is dead. Venogod going for the burst! And he finds the Lord for himself. Yoshiga does go down, but Euphoria Esports, they are out of there. The recall completed. But Shizo God ends up going down. Ryujin God runs away. Euphoria with a minor win.
Yup, GameLab, unfortunately for Euphoria, they were just taking way too much damage. Coming in from the Lord, trying to juggle it for as long as possible, and GameLab just slowly poked them down, getting them low enough. They're willing to sacrifice the Lord for this because they know their composition is required to be a lot later in this game to actually be relevant. Now look at Yuktizi's damage here. The true damage coming out of him is starting to become a problem for the side of Euphoria Esports. People like Venogod, who's building full damage, and he's not going for Killing Spree. He's going for Master Assassin. Ideally, he's looking for flanks.
And this Lord just not doing much at all. Even the bottom wave was pushed in by Takenaga. So all these Lord in power minions end up being not giving much value. Even so, GameLab has the goal lead despite losing that Lord.
They have a very slight goal lead, in a matter of fact, but this is tough. Euphoria need to remember that neutral objectives might not necessarily be their game.
Takenaga is a juicy target, but Yoshiga is not gonna risk that flicker yet.
Okay, we get the BOD coming out from Yuktizi. He's gonna be shredding people now.
The Conceal actually spotted out by GameLab. Yoshiga, is he gonna go for Havos again? That's not an easy target to catch on. Yoshiga has enough durability to get away, but Thornrose gets onto him. Takenaga is there. Stolen Call Alta once more. And look at Yuktizi's damage. Hezgod just lost half his health because of that. Ryujin God also has to block that snipe. GameLab ready to go for the chase. Shizo God in a dangerous position. You can't stay there for long.
Yep, they have to back away. Euphoria Esports, they can't just be taking this free poke for the side of GameLab. It's very difficult for them to sustain through it, especially with true damage. So they have to figure out a way.
Straight into a wild charge. He is. Yeah, he's dead.
He got hit by the wild charge even before touching the brush at that point. They open up the map with the ultimate snipe as well.
Yoshiga just eats all of that, but Euphoria, they don't have the damage right now to fight. You see the battle mirror image is placed preemptively. Shizo God able to back off underneath the tier 2. They're slowly playing this push and pull. Call Alta is there. Shizo God still relatively healthy, but Yoshiga barely getting away. Now stolen wild shot from Ryujin God as well. He has the Shadow Stampede lashed onto him. And the flicker to safety. Takenaka shows up, wants to go for a couple of cleanups, but couldn't really find it.
Yeah, he's got to be extremely careful there. Again, when you're positioning against a Lancelot, you have to think about your surrounding area. What could Lancelot get a free reset to close the distance? And Yoshiga, he's trying his absolute best here, but GameLab is making it tough for him to get in on these fights.
Just no snipe angles. And once more, this snipe from Yuktizi just keeping everyone from Euphoria away. Silver lining, they still have this mid-tier 1, which GameLab doesn't.
That is true. Euphoria has a high priority on keeping their mid-tier ones alive for as long as possible. They're willing to sacrifice all the way up to their inhibitors. As long as that mid-tier one is available, Euphoria Esports feel a sense of safety.
It does allow them to access the Lord easier as well.
Let's see how they play this out. This neutral objective last time did not go in the favor of Euphoria, but now the fight begins.
Hezgod already pushed away Takenaka, just really putting the pressure. Havos right there with them. Yoshiga not able to get the knockout, but this forced the flicker from Havos. That could be a key for Euphoria to jump back in. But this Lord is dangerously low. GameLab presses the conceal as well. Waiting for the timing. Hezgod wrapping around, but Venogod needs to find that Lord. Havos has already gotten rid of Ryujin God. What can Euphoria do in the situation? No stolen Call Alta. Hezgod just trying to drag out as much as possible. Venogod now goes in, tries to go for the burst, and once more finds the Lord. And Euphoria Esports contend with that. They're just gonna hightail out of there, keeping 2 of their members alive. Oh, Hezgod's gonna go down, so only the quad will be there. But at least Hezgod gets rid of Aizawa, who will instantly respawn. Good Thornrose to dodge the Praise of Wrath. GameLab still winning the fight anyways.
Nicely played coming in for GameLab. Even though they did give away this Lord to Euphoria Esports, they are more than happy to take this very final inhibitor with the death timers being just long enough for them to start sieging down this mid lane. That's what they're going to do. They're going to allow the side lane, especially the bottom side, to actually push in. If they can secure an inhibitor, that's a huge win for GameLab.
And looking for it, and look at Shizu got instantly forced back. UTZ playing that Overwatch, allowing GameLab to get that inhibitor. We're starting to see some cracks inside of Euphoria. They can't get any engages off.
Hey, is somebody gonna clear up that top side there? Ah, there we go. We do see Takanaga making his way. They were willing to sacrifice a bottom tier 2 for a mid inhibitor, and this is great for GameLab, right? They have a consistently pushing wave, and now we're seeing that Euphoria, the composition really struggles against this overall poke, especially since Venogod can't seem to find the right timing to get on top of Yuktizi. Euphoria need to start thinking about ways to bait out spells from GameLab.
Even for his god, right? You see a lot of times he's just walking in circles. He's really trying to get on top of GameLab. Even has the Twilight armor, and that, even that is not enough to protect him from all these bursts.
Because GameLab is just dragging out these fights. They're just poking, dragging, poke, drag for as long as possible because they know that Euphoria Esports can't sustain through this true damage. And more importantly so, GameLab are very comfortable with the space that they're actually obtaining. And Euphoria Esports just gives it to them because what else can they do as long as GameLab's Aizawa holds on to the Cult Altar?
Look at this, GameLab basically eating up the entire map. Nothing left in the jungle for Euphoria, except for the one camp on the top side. And also the purple buff coming back in 10 seconds. Thankfully for the Paquito, not too hungry for the buff. Overall for GameLab, they have put themselves in the same state as game 2.
Yep, and this might be another 30-minute game here. Let's see how GameLab looks to close things out. In terms of high ground defense, they've got decent high ground defense. I would say that Euphoria has a slight advantage in that department, but both sides not utilizing artillery mages, so that means they're not exactly going to be able to clear multiple waves as quickly.
In that, just like this, they have taken control of majority of the map. And you have the Lord coming back up in another 20 seconds, the third Lord of this game.
And they're going to hold Euphoria Esports hostage again. They're just going to keep sitting around it. Yuktizi with a Malefic Roar now. More penetration, not like he needed it, but hey, you know, it's plenty of damage that he can abuse. Aizawa, very ballsy of him walking up, trying to open up the map a little bit more to get ever so slightly more space for his team. Oh, Doko, he's getting kind of low there.
Yeah, Shizuka is going to start working on getting the stacks as well. And so far, I mean, GameLab has been finding it pretty difficult to catch Shizuka, right? Has the Battle Mirror image, has the Purify, but it's not like they need to catch it. The Call Altar has been doing a lot of work. Oh, he's got, in a rough position, swipe right back past the wall. Shizuka has a good angle to come right in, but you can see GameLab again, the poking game.
Oh, Headscott, he should heal off of this wave, no problem. Oh no, he didn't have his first ability. That's so sad. A lot of great health wasted there, but once again, GameLab gonna do it all over again. Hostage situation. Let's see how they're gonna play this out. Euphoria, it's either they commit onto Aizawa to force him to utilize his ultimate, or they're gonna look for a flank angle.
Yeah, that's definitely good for Euphoria. They force the snipe onto Yoshigod, even as an immortality. So let your tank eat that spell. Voss also has his own immortality, but that's the poke, man, from Aizawa is getting a bit annoying. They catch a glimpse of the Lord. We're slowly getting whittled down. GameLab are not in a rush.
Man, this sucks. Yuktizi has already chunked out both Shizo and as well as Yoshi. There's no way they can contest for this Lord.
They just rushed down the Lord, and Venogod even got caught as well. They're trying to escort him out, and they will do so, but this is the first time that GameLab has gotten the Lord in their favor for Game 4.
Finally, and more importantly so, when they are the strongest. And GameLab, they've been waiting for this for a very long time. They're like, Yuktizi, are you max built yet? Not yet? Okay, let's just chill. And obviously they want to be able to get these Lords for themselves, but Euphoria Esports, so far when it comes down to consistent retributions, Venogod seems to be the one.
And you compare both Yuktizi and Shizogod, right? Shizogod, no winds of nature, just pure raw damage, just so you could cut through GameLab, including the Call Altar. So much work to do. Havos, he's just doing everything on his own at this point. Waves are crashing in.
This is where it's going to get tough here. This high ground defense. Do they have enough damage? Let's find out.
No artillery means it's harder to defend against the Lord. Look at that, Lord already in front of the Crystal. Euphoria Esports, they gotta do something. Hezgod losing that immortality already. Stolen Call Altar is there. Shizogod gets rid of the Lord, stacking up that passive. Has no opportunities to use that Blazing Duet in any ways. But the silver lining is Euphoria keeps the whole team alive, but they will lose the entire base.
Again though.
Voss, gone on. Kickback, damage, not dead. Venogod still in the front. Now Blazing Duet from Shizogod. Isn't enough? It breaks the immortality of both Dolman and Havos. Maybe Euphoria can get a couple of kills as a consolation prize. They sure got Havos for 50 seconds. And GameLab gets the rest of the team out.
This is quite the breakout for Euphoria Esports. For the first time, Venogod finds an angle, a clear line to get on top of Yuktizzi and force the Winds of Nature. Put Yuktizzi at 1 HP, forcing him to flicker at the same time. And even Headsgod, he wanted to finish it off so badly. But right now, your predictions, 54% on GameLab, 46% on Euphoria Esports. For the first time, it is split down the middle to a degree.
We have not seen any prediction that is as even as this.
Yes, usually it's a landslide.
Usually it's a landslide, and usually the team that has a landslide vote wins. Well, except for AE, but that's...
that's a different story. They've got different problems to work on. But for now, this is quite the game here. If Euphoria can find another opportunity to get on top of Yuktizzi just like that, they basically secured this game. A majority of their damage is from Yuktizzi. As much as Havos deals damage, Shizogod doesn't really care about it. He's got that Purify. He's got that Winds of Nature to ensure that he lives. Yuktizzi, running out of resources, had to use both of his key abilities or key utilities to keep himself alive. So we do see a repurchase of the Winds of Nature.
And honestly, for Euphoria Esports, compared to Game 2, they don't really have the playmakers that they had, right? No Kagura, no Franco.
I mean, they got Cho.
Sure. that's one way to look at it.
It's tough. Like, admittedly, for Cho to play in this game, no matter who you kick, it's going to get saved by that Call Altar. There's really no going around that.
Shizogod is, he's going to start getting the purple buff first, just to get a bit of a CDR. They see this Lord being taken, and GameLab, if they get this Lord, high chance this game ends right then and there. Before really putting the body in front, Shizogod, he needs a good flank angle, and it might be a good one. Shizogod waiting for the opportunity, right to the back! There's a Call Altar is out. Shizogod having the Call Altar stolen to protect him as well. Euphoria Esports chunking out the help out. Yoshigod going for the flicker, but no kick. Immortality pop, he's gonna lose his life. Yuktizzi is godlike. No one can touch this Leslie.
Nobody. Just the perfect defense coming out for GameLab. Oh, it's not over yet.
Ooh, Shizogod even taking that one hit from Yuktizzi, almost going down. And Rujingon now has to block those bullets. Venogod spotted out. Has no point of entry onto the Lord. GameLab once more just taking their time, wheeling out the Lord. And Venogod can't contest this. They have to give it away. Dolman flickers forward, gets the kill onto Rujingon. Hezgod also goes down. I think we are getting that well-deserved Game 5.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think GameLab have worked too hard to not bring it to the very end here.
And
whoa, where did he go?
I think it's the Leslie. Yuktizzi isn't been shooting it. Oh, well, now he did.
What happened earlier? I feel like Aizawa has more stacks than I would like to believe.
Well, GameLab, they're gonna break the crystal, wipe out Euphoria Esports. We get a Game 5. It's not done just yet.
Wow. All right. Solid game coming in from GameLab. I mean, despite, some of their players feeling a little under the weather, they're enduring it right now. They're enduring it for the Pantheon.
Yeah, and this pun is fully intended, but we're reaching a fever pitch.
Oh, boy.
For GameLab. I mean, they definitely deserve a bit of that breather, because so far you see this ping-ponging effect. Right? When Euphoria wins, clean. But finally, GameLab, they won a pretty clean game.
Yes, no, this game in particular has been extremely clean, in a matter of fact. The fact that, we're seeing that Euphoria try a different angle this time around to go a little bit more all-arounded by switching over that Frigid into the EXP lane to get a bit of an advantage. At the end of the day, it actually hurt them. The fact that they had true damage, the fact that they could hyperscale Yuktizzi on this Leslie to the very end, it became so difficult, and this is the general style of 4 Protect 1 for GameLab.
And so far, teams on the red side have won their games.
Yes, keep that in mind. I wonder where Euphoria is going to go into the next game.
I heard it's red side.
Let's see.
think so.
We're going to have to wait and see. I don't know whether it's a draft issue this time around because I don't think they were expecting Leslie to get whipped out in that fashion.
Yeah, and it's the last pick, right? It's those gotcha moments.
Yeah, it's a last pick, even though they decided, I'm just going to go blind with the Cho. Like, I thought that was extremely bold.
Yeah, and it was kind of like the pseudo response. Like, if we don't want Franco, we have a Cho, right? A bit more mobile, a bit more durability. You can make more plays early on. Overall, it didn't matter. They need to get on top of Yuktisi. They couldn't get it. And we just got an update. GameLab, they're going to choose blue side for Game 5.
Okay. This is like that final hurdle of like, man, we haven't been winning on blue side, but if we could just get one, we win the grand finals all together at match point.
And on the blue side.
This is like their final hurdle here. They beat red side, now it's just blue side, and once they get that, they've got... all the stars will line up for them.
Her voice is going to be really happy. I hope we get to talk to him if GameLab wins.
The poor man's sick. As much as I want to see him celebrate, he's probably going to go, and that's as much energy as he has.
Fair enough. But yeah, 11-18, this is, as much as I want to say it's a close one, but GameLab clean throughout from start until end. UTT 8-1-7. This is the best game that he has had so far. Even for Aizawa, right? Even though he's 0-5 on the farmers, but his Call Alta, big game changer.
Big game changer. And honestly, considering how both of these teams have been playing, like, it really feels like this blind Fredrin was a bit of a mistake for the side of Euphoria. Like, putting Venogod on this damage dealer, they knew they wanted to shut down a marksman. They didn't know what marksman exactly, but then realized that Fredrin was not enough to hold that front line by himself, even with Yoshigod.
And no, we were also discussing like what other picks could Euphoria go for. What other options do they have in this case?
Well, in this particular case, I do think that they probably could have considered throwing the Cho in towards the EXP lane and start changing up the jungle picks. Maybe. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter. No matter what, as long as it's a tank, it's very risky to play. Tanks don't do well with true damage, whether it be Carry, who is short range, or Leslie in this case, who is a lot longer. And it's a tough battle and a tough hill to climb up.
Yeah, I just realized this is a game that Kadita wasn't banned also, right?
Yes, but there was also no reason to actually show the Kadita, right? How is Kadita going to get to that backline, especially when you have Brock in the way, especially when you have Arla who's able to easily push you. Oh, you're going to one-shot somebody? Call Altar. It's so many different ways to counter it.
Hall of Fame Takenaga once more back on the throne, highest goal per minute, but yeah, her voice. This game, he is the real tank, for sure.
He definitely is a real tank here. Man, I don't know. The more that I think about it, the more it hurts my brain, so I'm just going to stop. Because Euphoria Esports here, as much as they want to close out this series with that match, GameLab always brings the best. And Yuktisi coming out as our MVP of this game. KDA of 8-1-7, only dying once, and that was because he made a mistake. Other than that, perfect game for him.
And it was also what you set up, right? Yuktisi, one of the best goal laners we have in this tournament. You know, you give all the resources to him, you support him, and GameLab did exactly that, what they replicated in game number 2. And this guy just showed up massive on this Leslie. Even dealt with the early game by himself for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, honestly, he was doing such a good job here. And I think it's very smart the way that he knew the limits of his heroes, right? Despite most people just, I'm just going to play Leslie for fun. He knows that he's stronger than Shizogod on this clock at level 1. And then proceeds to 2v1, proceeds to have the rest of his team members kind of scout out information, because the only person who really poses a threat against them is Yoshigod and Venogod.
And even then, they couldn't get on top of him, right? The one time Venom got on top of him, sure, he had Winds of Nature, and that itself was good enough. Even then, you look at the state of the map, GameLabs, they are fine playing this long game, and look, the way that they dragged out these objectives is very unsettling if you're on Euphoria's side.
It's quite unsettling, because it feels like GameLab, whether they got the Lord or whether they didn't got the Lord, it didn't matter to them at all. It's like, oh yes, you get the Lord, no problem. I just take away your objectives and clear your Lord empowered minions. Oh, I get the Lord, I'm gonna end the game straight up.
Euphoria got 2 Lords, and the Lords did nothing. Almost nothing.
Woo! We've got a close grand finals here. Both teams at match point. It's a BO1 to determine who is the winner.
Who can kind of push themselves through that finishing line? That is the grand question. You not only get to win $20,000 US, there's also a 10k differential between first and second.
Yep.
And GameLab, they are one game away from proving themselves to truly being the best team of the Philippines, at least aside from MPL.
You know, aside from MPL, things have been looking great, especially with the Grand Finals. It's everything that we've wanted from the Grand Finals. So full best of 5 series, top tier plays, high mechanics, very, very intelligent moves.
Climax coming up pretty soon for this best of 5. We're gonna go take a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere though. Strap tight to your seats. We have one more best of 1 to settle the score after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do.
Number one in the street, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine on, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody.
You don't really want to be in the Lord pin, not when Ziri is around, he's just going forward. Benogard just fully commits and Princess grab so close to one flip the steal. Exploit that. Ozil getting gone on by Yukizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa, her boss in the front line. Welcome back to the one last ride of this grand finals between GameLab and Euphoria Esports. We have reached the crescendo. One more match to determine who will be the champions for the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals.
Yeah, we are here at the very final game. GameLab versus Euphoria, a rivalry that has been set in stone here. Euphoria beating them 2 times already, and GameLab, honest to God, getting super close to closing out the grand finals, the ultimate finish to this story.
And also to finally ascend to godhood officially, right, by taking down the one team that has been stopping them all this time.
Look, Euphoria, I don't want to be painting them as the antagonists here, but the fact that they have gods in their name, their divinity knows no bounds here. We just don't, well, I mean, we know for a fact that GameLab is going to be on blue side. This is their final test to get that extra 10K and finish off this grand finals.
I don't know which one is more impressive, winning on blue side or winning the tournament.
Honest to God, it's tough. It's really been tough because it feels like, you know, red side is so good for both of these teams. They have a very good idea of what they want to actually whip out in the draft. I do think that, you know, the troll pick for the side of Euphoria, a little bit awkward. The Paquito especially, but then again, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with me to say that Paquito probably wasn't the best option.
And we saw the same pattern for Euphoria in Game 4 as we did in Game 2, right? They just don't feel as comfortable on running that draft, right? You look at Game 2, it was a Franco, a Kagura. In Game 4, it was a Paquito, a Fredrin. They don't feel like they're in their skin. That deviation felt a bit weird.
It does, but here we go. Final draft of the grand finals here, and we're expecting to see the exact same things. We're expecting to see the 1-1. We're expecting to see the Kaja at this point. Kufra as well, something to consider for GameLab.
Yeah, if you have supper plans, bring it back home, right? If your kids want to stay up, just tell them that even though Cinderella will lose her glass heels in like 7 minutes, this grand finals is the most important one of all.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I respect that. I respect that. Farm is going to get banned out as well for the side of Euphoria. GameLab looking to respond. What's it going to be? Is it going to be Fanny, similar to what Euphoria was banning out in game number 4? Or are they going to push this momentum and say, hey, you know what? Take the Fanny.
There could still be a chance Euphoria bans the Fanny if it gets let through by GameLab, right? It feels like they haven't been really been liking the Fanny after losing Game 2. Could just be me though. The glue getting banned, so Joy Fanny now on the table.
All right. Somebody, let's see whether Euphoria, are they going to adapt in the bans or with their selection? Let's find out. They've got 40 more seconds to talk about it. Okay, they ban out the Fanny once more. This should be a very typical, what's it called?
It's a Joy pick, right?
Oh! I was going to say either Valentina, Joy, or Arla here, but the fact that they went straight with Grok begs the question. Euphoria Esports, yep, they're not going to go with our artillery mage. They're instantly going to go for the Joy and as well as the Valentina. I like where Euphoria's head is at.
Honestly, aside from all 4 games have been red side wins, all 4 games also had Grok in them.
That's a good observation here. I didn't think of it until right now, and maybe it could be that impactful. I could be wrong about this because it feels like GameLab has been setting up for this Farsa right at the very beginning of this draft. And Euphoria Esports, they respect it. They're like, okay, we don't have the counter pick to it. We don't want to lock in an early Claude. So the best that we can do is is making sure that we have the Valentina this time round.
And with that being said, I think Hauker is surely going to get banned out by GameLab, right?
No, it gets picked right here. Right here. Right now. Come on, Euphoria. Come on.
Do you want to do it? Do they want to do it?
Honestly, it's really risky to do
They
it.
actually went for it.
They actually went for it. Now, the risky part about all of this, right, is the fact that GameLab could be like, well, it kind of sucks that we've already shown our hand in terms of what Havas is going to be playing, as well as what Dokman is going to be playing. If we had a flex pick, we could have responded to this with like a potential Hilda to interrupt the farm from Helker. But Grok, he's going to do the exact same thing. He's going to invade the jungle. He's going to try and get early retributions out of this Helker.
Is the application for the Helkers the same, right? When you looked at game 3? Yeah, game 3, Halkert, the passive silence really messes up heroes like Fredrin and Ruby. But in this case, is GameLab as worried as they should be?
Well, I mean, if their entire composition is designed around this Farsa, then yes, it's a huge problem because Feathered Airstrike are going to be ineffective every time it's being utilized in comparison to Euphoria, who just has to expand one ultimate and then keep power farming for the rest of the game. As much as the Feathered Airstrike is great, it doesn't have aim assist when the lights have been turned off.
And Euphoria can even steal the Feathered Airstrike, right?
Exactly. So you're blind and you get hit by artillery, and you don't even know where the artillery is coming from.
Euphoria Esports now responding by banning out the Martyrs. I think that's a pick that we kind of wanted to see in the previous game on Euphoria side itself. Ling also gets banned out. GameLab focusing down on that gold lane.
What the heck? I mean, I guess it's worth banning out these heroes, but at the end of the day, I feel like GameLab are kind of set in stone what their composition is supposed to look like. Well, like, what's the flex pick here? What am I not seeing? Are they going to throw Arlott? Are they going to throw Grok into the jungle? They're going to put Arlott into the EXP and then look for a different kind of support? Or
if they pick Fredrin at this point, I wouldn't be surprised. For GameLab, definitely not for Euphoria.
Yeah. Oh, Euphoria. I think this is very straightforward. They know exactly what they want. Yep, they're going to get the Beatrix as well. And now GameLab, how are they going to piece together this draft?
This is the exact same draft from Game 3, barring the lack of the Grok. If I remember correctly, they had the exact same draft, just they don't have the Grok this time, so they need a replacement for that. Franco has been banned out. Akai and Claude gets picked by GameLab. For Esports, looking for a roamer.
Okay, I can respect this. This is a really good adaptation for the side of GameLab here, despite the fact that they've kind of showed their hand in terms of supports as well as their EXP laner. The only other jungler that can actually maintain its overall advantage against Euphoria Esports is Disengage. And if we're talking about Disengage, Akai, #1, or arguably the top 3 on the list of Disengage heroes.
Now when you see GameLab, we don't get to see Takenaga on a tank jungler much, right? He's always been on those flashy assassins. Now he's going to be on a slightly different role on that Akai. We get the Ruby last pick for Yoshigod. This is it, the draft set for game number 5. Any conditions that these teams need to fulfill? I
mean, I feel like for Euphoria, they have to win their early game. There's no reason for them not to win the early game at this point of time. I do think that around mid-game is when we're going to see GameLab start to pop off. As soon as they hit level 4, in a matter of fact, there's definite opportunities for First Bloods against Euphoria. But it comes down to how well the jungle and mid duo is going to work together. In tandem, in a matter of fact. Dark Knight Falls, expect to see Takenaga sitting right on top of Aizawa and quickly popping that heavy spin to ensure that he does not die, because Yuktizi technically is a little bit more self-sustaining.
And you know how poetic it is that in the final game, we still go back to the jungle mid interaction, right? Something that we mentioned from the very get-go between Aizawa and Ryujin God, and you see that the different applications. Aizawa really valuing that his individual performance as a laner, but for Ryujin God, it's like, I have my team with me, my team sets me up.
Yep, and beautifully played by, despite having a Grok on their side to slow down that wave, Dogman tried his absolute best with the Nature's Barrier, but look at this. This is the siege that you want to see from Shizo God, right? Clear the waves fast, immediately start peeling away at that gold plating.
And even getting some chip damage onto Yuktizi as well. It's not like in the previous game where Yuktizi can respond. Well, in that case for Shizo God, but Aizawa stealing the Wanderer away.
Look, it's a best of 5. These players are getting tired and it's starting to get late at night, okay? You can't expect Beto God to always land the abilities.
He has some moments with the Hellcurt.
He has his moments. It's so unlucky though. That should have been level 4.
Did it get stolen away? Yeah, it did. Takenaga stole it. Instantly hits level 4. Gets the heavy spin. Did force out a flicker from Yoshigod.
Yep, it was about to get a little dangerous there, but in the mid lane, this is what I'm talking about. GameLab controlling this mid lane so well. Dokman, he walks up, Power of Nature's the wave, and immediately starts rotating to make an effect. Try to create some pressure, try to create an advantage in the side lanes. And unfortunately for Yoshigod, he kind of just has to follow him.
Yeah, and you know, it's finally a game where you see the game that gets to dictate that early phase, right? And once more, it's the product of having a Grok. Just so annoying to deal with early on. No one can really take him out in a 1v1. Turtle spawning, Euphoria having members down here.
Oh boy, what's really annoying is that as much as hold on.
Oh, his god, okay. Trying to push a Voss away. They get the pull, and now the lights are turned off. That is the target you want to kill. First blood for Euphoria, and they even walk away with the turtle. Venogod doing it right.
Dang, nicely done coming in from Euphoria. They notice that the Grok comes out at a bit of an off position, and instantly they pounce on top of that. You can even see that even Ryujin he was ready to play Beyblades with Takanaga if it boiled down to it for this neutral objective.
And just like that, Euphoria getting a minor lead, but it's a very crucial one also. Would have been nice if the goal went over to one of the cores, but you know, Yoshigod getting it's fine.
Yeah, well, technically, even if ideally Shizogod gets the kill, but he's having the time of his life up in the top side, right? He is just chunking out, clearing the waves faster than Yuktizi, and slowly chipping away at that gold shielding, so he's always getting more gold. Oh,
again, Dolman pulled in once more. I mean, this Grok is definitely not made of rock in this case. More like pebbles, well, at least for Takinaga. He was able to get a counter kill onto Venogod. Aizawa still wants to chase. Might have overextended. Shizogod is right there with him. Meanwhile, Ryujin getting pressured by her force. Couldn't get him to tank one more turret shot.
Unfortunate indeed, but Euphoria have definitely changed their game plan here.
Oh, Takinaga? He's in an awkward position. The heavy spin, okay, denied by the pull, and okay, a bit of a miscommunication. Yeah, the Knight is not young anymore.
The Knight is not young. These players are tired. They're not exactly looking like, you know, pristine tip-top shape as we did at game number 1, but now we're starting to see teams getting a little slower on their reactions. Communication starting to falter as well. This is to be expected in a full best of 5.
Yeah, and no, they did have to play a 30-minute game as well, you know, in game 2 or early in the series. And it's been a long day for them, right? The battle of attrition, when you head to game 5, it really comes down to who has more energy, who is less tired.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving it so far. And Euphoria, I love their adaptation in the middle of the game. They realize they can't actually get mid-prio, so we're going to call Beatrix to force us to get prio and then go back up top because Turtle is spawning on that side of the map.
And while that was happening, when Shizogod wasn't around, Yuktizi actually got all of the plating, all the gold plates, right? So a lot of gold for him, and with the wild charge, instantly deletes this Ruby and Ryujin God. He was in no man's land, so he's also gone. Yuktizi, meanwhile, having the plating duet, fully eaten up by that vengeance from his god, but I don't think Euphoria Esports can contest this. They turn off the lights. Alright, Venogod coming in to help. Her boss getting silenced, and that should be his demise. They're actually dashing away. They will follow it up with their own flicker. But the turtle taken away by Takinaga.
Yep, he gets away with it. I can't believe it. GameLab now bouncing back against Euphoria's initial damage here. And now Headsgod showing up to the party.
Try to damage Takinaga, just leaps over the wall.
Oh, look at this GameLab. They actually go for the macro play. They actually switch up the lanes.
Yeah, and now they put Aizawa up top. GameLab, they're no longer threatened up there. Headsgod, he is dashing towards the bot side, but that turret is going to start taking a lot of damage.
Yep, immediately his battle mirror image gets him out of that tight spot, especially when you're up against Headsgod on Joy. I mean, no marksman really wants to deal with Joy.
Yep.
So far, so good. Where else can Euphoria try to look for a play on GameLab so far? Because I feel like GameLab, they've got the momentum behind their backs, and especially off of that win in game number 4, you can definitely see the difference.
And you know, Euphoria, they are not willing to commit to the mirror, right? They're not mirroring the swap. So GameLab basically just gave Yuktizi a better lane and also doing the same for Havas. His god has to deal with this pressure. He can clear the waves, but he's definitely getting punished.
Yeah, they're trying to bait something out of him, and I think, you know, for Euphoria, they see 3 people down here. They know that 2 people are on that top side. Ruby, she needs to start opening up that map. They need to be able to take this turn because Joy can't necessarily do everything against 3 people, despite being immune to CC half the time.
Both teams really putting a lot of emphasis in that goal lane. So at the end of that, both will trade that tier 1 in the side lane. But uh-oh, Venogod, he's trying to protect that mid turret, but he gets knocked back. They can't kill him though. There's the knockup. Venogod able to use the shadow transition, leaps away.
What? What exactly happened there? What pushed him out of position there that Aizawa ends up missing the stun, but now the fight is going to break out.
It's got vengeance onto Aizawa. Aizawa turn dash away, hits the wall instead, and ends up hitting the dirt. Euphoria Esports getting 2, they get the final sweep. Unfortunately, cannot secure the target, and Venogod is on the prowl. Takinaga trying to zone him away. Euphoria Esports coming out with a minor win, transitioning to the turtle.
Yep, they want priority over the turtle. This is how Euphoria plays. They really like their neutral objectives, especially when they have a comp to actually play it out.
His God just doing joy things.
Headscott just doing joy things.
Glowing One doesn't make it any easier. As a tank, also.
Yeah, eventually he's gonna start speccing into like Genius Wand and probably most likely the Holy Glaive too, but we'll wait until then. For the most part, Euphoria are currently up a turret. They still haven't been able to break GameLab's tier 1 mid, and if they do, they can start invading the jungle from then on out.
Genius One now done for his God. Bot tier 1 taken out by Shizo God while all of that was happening. 2.3k goal advantage for Euphoria Esports. Not the biggest of leads, but the game had definitely slowed down a bit. And again, right, they did have a good macro play, but that minor trade earlier on did cost them the lead.
Okay, item power spike for Venogod here. He just got that Sea Halberd. Let's see.
Oh, conceal. Dolman, he's gonna eat all of that. Can he get out though? So much damage! Oh, Dolman barely making that with his life. Takenaga, he's deep in. They're gonna pull him back. Use that heavy spin to instantly disengage.
Yep, Dogman still making the same mistake as before. He's building a lot of magic resist, but truly it's a physical damage from Venogod that's allowing him to get pretty much almost 100 to 20% of his HP gone instantly.
Yeah, Radiant Armor first item, right? He's more worried about Ryujin God and his God than Venogod. Now he's starting to spec into a bit of that extra armor. It's gonna take a while. And that means more space for Euphoria Esports.
Yep, that means for the next about 2 to 3 minutes, Euphoria should be able to get away with picks onto Dokman. And if they, I mean, he's already 0-4. Might as well put him even further behind.
Yeah, and you know, he's always going to be useful when he has the flicker wild charge, right? It's one of those few heroes that's like, yeah, I can be behind, but my tools are always useful.
Yep, it's always relevant in that game. Now, with 16 seconds left on the clock, you can tell Euphoria, they are posturing for this Lord. GameLab, on the other hand, they need to start doing some housekeeping first before they get back on it. And Yuktizi with the purchase of that Winds of Nature, super important here, especially when you're up against Venogod.
And while that was happening, her voice is also occupied by his God, right? It's running circles around him.
Oh, he's actually winning out that trade.
Yeah, he is. I'm just gonna force his God to reset, but still, her boss needs to deal with that wave. Now Lord getting started just by bit, but it's actually by GameLab themselves.
Yep, the Lord Dance in GameLab's favor so far. It does mean that Havas will make it down to this bottom side of the map. First, nobody's going to try and trade against Joy.
Yeah, I mean, for his God, he is going to clear out that wave, so 4 versus 4. Aizawa even used the Feather S right now with no ultimates for the far side. They're going to engage. Dolman gets a 2-man knockup, but Venogod just flipped the light switch, and now they're going to try and burst down the Lord. GameLab not ready to respond in any way. Takenaga, he is out of there. Euphoria gets away with burglary.
That was on. I can't. What? I'm more confused about what GameLab was doing there. Like, Euphoria Esports, they saw what was happening, and even with Headsgod noticing that Havas decided to walk up into his lane to try and proxy the wave, means that Headsgod can actually go interact with the wave, quickly make a move down, honestly sacrifice it if he needs to. Wait, no.
Havas, he's
alive?
Not anymore. To find him. Eventually, they use the flicker from Ryujin God. Euphoria Esports, they want this mid tier 1, and now UTD tries to go in, blazing duet, good knockout, follow up from Takenaga is dead. Get rid of Ryujin God. GameLab protect this tier 1.
Man, we are seeing the inconsistencies with the teams. They are slowing down significantly. It's not as crisp, not as clean. Here we go, the engage!
Ultimate cancel by Takenaga. Good heavy spin, but he just gets gunned down mid-spin. Shizogod does not give a damn about this panda.
Oh, Venogod finally gave the Malefic Roar as well. This is Euphoria's time to put their foot on the gas. Without their ultimates, though, they're probably going to let go of a lot of the pressure, and especially since GameLab still have a majority of their tools. Just let them have it. We've already got what we want.
Honestly, this is... I didn't know that you could still shoot while getting knocked back by the heavy spin.
I mean, there are frames of opportunity, you see. The weird thing about the heavy spin is even if you're pressed against the wall, for some reason there are small windows of opportunity to actually flicker over the wall or flicker away from the heavy spin entirely. Don't know why that's the case, it just is.
It's a funny interaction.
Yep.
Takenaga just disappeared. Like, okay.
Okay, cool. I guess my mini stuns don't matter.
That ability had one job and couldn't do it right.
Frustration, of course, but in terms of the damage leaderboards, we're seeing, you know, both of these EXP laners chunking out members of the opposing faction. And in terms of gold earned, Yuktizi, Shizogod, as expected.
When you look at the gold to damage ratio, it is not even close. The top 2 damage dealers are Joy and Beatrix. And they are 10k ahead, more than 10k ahead of Yuktisi, of the Claude.
Yep.
It's not even fair.
It really isn't fair. But at this point, Euphoria, I think, they have their composition is all about responding to GameLab, right? So the more GameLab tries to make a move, the better it is for Euphoria. And if they are a man down, Euphoria can instantly call the nuclear strike.
And one curse will be broken. High chance, at least, Grog not winning a game. But still on red side win so far. And I mean, look at that damage.
Okay.
So BOD, Malefic Raw. What else are we missing?
So much damage coming out from Shizo, God. I mean, he honestly just needs those 3 items, right? Now, he's already got that Winsome nature to protect himself against people like Havas, people like Yuktisi if he comes in with the Blazing Duet.
Oh,
Man,
again?
Come on!
The support for GameLab is strong, but Euphoria is looking stronger in this game. Aizawa is like, wow, I just show up in lane. Just give me a break.
Yeah, he has to recall again. It's like, come on, man. But do they know, though? Do they know? Yeah, they don't know that he recalled so early on, and they're just going to reset this Lord all over again. GameLab, they don't mind dragging this out. Now, the problem I had with GameLab earlier was the fact that Havas did not rotate when he was supposed to, and instead, they dragged this out, and Euphoria instantly punished them in a 4v4.
They even used the Feather Airstrike, right? Euphoria was watching that happen.
Like, I don't understand what exactly happened to cause that situation, but Euphoria, they'll take it.
I mean, he's getting pushed back, so that's good for Voss. Oh, terrified Takenaga forced to use a heavy spin. UTZ going right in and hitting no one with a Blazing Duet. They might at least get Yoshi God, but Shizo God is ready to pick up the pace. Venom God securing the Lord. Good flank from Havas, getting rid of Yoshi God. Ryujin God also goes down, and Shizo God soon to follow. GameLab finally getting a good fight.
Yup, Euphoria made the choice of taking the Lord, but their members, their frontliners, could not take that sort of damage, especially in a 5v5 fight. And that's when you expect to see Havas, who comes in at the very last second when it matters the most. Now, look at this, right? In this entire reaction, they get to push out Takenaga. It feels like they should be able to get this, but immediately GameLab switched their mindset. We want to fight. Focus on that front line. Let's play front to front, and we will win this. Havas is in the right position and gets an amazing final slash to allow the rest of GameLab to slowly collapse. And Heads God, where is he in this fight?
And he was forced to reset, right, by Havas, and that's the one time that Havas, his pressure really worked out. And also, for Yuktisi, even though Blazing Duet didn't hit much, it forced Euphoria to disperse into the win. And Euphoria, they want to try and escort this Lord, but the Lord is very unhealthy. He's just going to dive right in. Oh, he's all alone. Heavy Speed pins him into the wall. He has the Vengeance to keep himself alive, and that's more than enough for Venegod to jump right in. They turn off the lights. Havas is low. Shizo God just ready to snipe any survivors, and Havas goes down for almost 40 seconds.
Woo! Beautifully played coming in from Euphoria. Nicely done by Heads God to sustain that type of damage, and forcing Aizawa to actually go outside of the map with the wings by wings to protect himself. If not, he just becomes a target to the beat. Now, Euphoria are in a very peculiar situation, right? Because even though they've got this massively pushing wave, they're not getting any inhibitors despite it being the second Lord of the game. And that shouldn't be the case. By the second Lord, you need to get some sort of advantage. In terms of the macro play, I do think that GameLab is basically even with Euphoria despite the 3k gold lead.
Yeah, this is the most even game that we had, at least at the 15-minute mark.
Well, I would say that this is also one of the most unclean games from both of these teams, both making their own little blunders here and there.
That is true.
Let's see how this plays out, right? I feel like Euphoria, they're starting to get a little sloppy here. And GameLab, they're taking full advantage of the situation. As long as they don't lose an inhibitor, their macro should be fine, and they never have to actually answer the 50-50 if Euphoria starts to split push.
And look at that damage leaderboard. I mean, his God, he is leaps and bounds ahead.
I mean, he is getting deep in there, man.
No,
he is.
He is a 1v5ing.
I think that's the idea for Joy. It's one of the few characters you can actually get away with. With that being said, Euphoria, let's see how they're spread of the map, right? 26 more seconds until the Lord spawns. GameLab, they want to control this mid lane as much as they can, but Havas has to make sure that he matches Heads God on that push.
And Heads God doesn't have time to push out that bot wave of another wave down bot, so Havas doesn't have to worry about it, right? It's stagnant in the middle side. His God is going to return to that. So he will be late if they want to go for the Lord Dance.
Yeah.
So far, I mean, GameLab, their front line is getting more and more durable. It feels like Euphoria, they don't have the same durability, right? You only have Yoshi God that's going to be able to tank the damage. But for GameLab, they have Dokman, they have Havas, they have Takenaga.
Yep, and that's the worst part about it, because unfortunately for Yoshigod, he's on a Ruby. You don't exactly have a lot of base stats to survive a lot of this damage. No commitment onto Headscott just yet. Very good choice by GameLab.
Now the Lord dance begins. This third Lord, Euphoria, if GameLab, if Euphoria can get it, then great. Break inhibitors. Oh my goodness, the damage! Where did Doman go? It was supposed to be a tank, but I guess not. Takenaga, he's out. He's spinning to safety. Yuktisi also forced back. This is a free Lord for Euphoria.
Yep, and all of this because Havas was just not in that fight. Like, the backline gets threatened almost straight away. They get, it looks like they almost get that initial pick, but as soon as that light turns off, you lose track of all your senses. And this is a level 15. This is level 15 on this Helker, so that means it's maxed out on the Dark Knight Falls because you have very little vision. Like, it's basically a tiny circle around you at this point.
Look at that day. I mean, I guess I was wrong. I take that back. I thought GameLab was durable. Apparently not.
I mean, Dogman, he does not... Oh, he only has the Dominance Ice. He went straight into Immortality. Rather strange there. I would like to see him try to build into the Anti-Cuirass. Maybe even go for the Twilight Armor if necessary. I don't think it's necessary because the Anti-Cuirass is just so much better right now.
And his god instantly runs in. He is not afraid at all. No Feather Airstrike for GameLab. Aizawa used it to try and clear the wave, and even then, we're not able to defend, clear the entire wave. Top inhibitor down. Euphoria looking for the mid one. Takenaga getting engaged. Vandal God pinned to the wall. And that's the immortality gone. But GameLab, they need a bit more of that push. They need more juice in that damage. Takenaga scurrying away, making it out with his life. Euphoria Esports, though, do get both inhibitors.
Great. That's already a great play. Unfortunately for them, they won't be able to back up that bottom inhibitor at the very that bottom wave to take down the inhibitor because they just don't have enough resources to do so. There's no point in fighting right now. They just have to set up for the next neutral objective, similarly to how they got these past two Lords.
And GameLab actually mounting a pretty commendable defense overall. They did get the immortality out of Venom God. Oh man, this big conceal play. Her voice, it's gonna get gone by his god. Takenaga is quite far away as well. They might lose Doman. They're not even there with the team. And GameLab, how they have lost their chance to engage. Everyone on the run. Her voice, slow down, pull back, immortality is gonna be gone. They try to protect him with the Feather Airstrike, but there's no damage. Yuktisi, he wants an angle, but there's no angle for him. Venogod switches off the light just in case GameLab wants to try something funny. And that's too dead for GameLab.
That's super unfortunate for GameLab. Man, Dogman, he's got to realize that his itemization is wrong right now. He doesn't have enough armor to actually deal with Shizogod, who is utilizing Weapons Master. So even with the steel leg plates, it's just not enough. Even if he got the Anti-Cuirass, he needs at least 3 defensive items, 3 armor improving items to make this work.
Aizawa getting sniped near the base. Takenaga losing most of his health. Feather Airstrike. This is big! Doman is in! But they need a bit more. Immortality pop on the side of Euphoria Esports, but they end up losing Dogman instead. And that guy did his very best, and they still couldn't get a kill.
What a perfect time to fight. They got all the resources out of Euphoria Esports. They have to do the housekeeping, but immediately the resets must come out of Euphoria to contest for this Lord. Holy cow, Dogman is like, I made a mistake, I'm gonna make sure that it was worthwhile, and even then, he still ends up dying. The best play that he's made so far with a flicker wild charge right from spawn and a quick follow-up from Aizawa just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and just the gold deficit, right? They were way too far behind to make use of it. Now Dogman, he's down for a while more. They need to contest the Lord. It's not going to be easy. Dogman up in 2 seconds, but they might not have 2 seconds to work with. Takenaga is in. Instantly, Venogod switches off the light. Pops the immortality. They don't need to rush this Lord down. Takenaga is gone. Euphoria Esports might have just found that final blow onto GameLab. 2 kills for Shizogod. 3 versus 5, and the base is wide open.
They've done it. They've done it here. And Shizogod will get his Winds of Nature to guarantee that there's no way he dies except for Aizawa. So Aizawa, he's looking for Shizogod. If Dogman can pull this off again without his flicker in the next 23 seconds, that would be incredible. Yuktisi has to be so clean and careful.
Final defense for GameLab, and Euphoria, they can smell it. Everyone crowns GameLab as the demigods, but Euphoria, right in for the jugular. With the Lord coming in, Dogman loses his immortality, and those who are unfaithful will not prevail. Euphoria does it again. 3 times in a row. They take down GameLab, $20,000 US. and the title as the champions for the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals.
GG, well played to Euphoria Esports! They've done it! After a long, crucial battle, they out-macro it. They made GameLab feel uncomfortable with Hellcurt, and when it really mattered, that Dark Knight Falls confuses the opponents to help them secure the win. Well done, Euphoria Esports. Well deserved.
When GameLab turns off their lights to sleep tonight, it's going to be a different nightmare. But for Euphoria, again, all the series that they fought against GameLab, they've been able to gatekeep GameLab. But props to GameLab, this was the closest that they've ever gotten to beating Euphoria.
I mean, this truly was, in this best of 5, 3 games for Euphoria, 2 games for GameLab. Euphoria once again beating the votes this time, right at the grand finals.
And red side prevails. If you next time if you're in rank and you're on red side, you know you have a good chance. And then also pick the Grok. Apparently Grok has an 80% win rate in the finals.
It's crazy. It's crazy how far these teams have gone and pushed themselves to look as clean as possible. Game number 5, definitely you see a little bit of people getting a little sloppy, but once they wake up and realize, oh boy, this is match point, and when it matters, it matters.
Yeah, and when you look back to the history of these two teams, how Euphoria Esports made GameLab run the entire Open Finals just to meet them and beat them 2 more times in the playoffs. You know how beautiful this ending is, for Euphoria at least. But I would say for GameLab, at least they can call themselves the second best team in the Philippines on that tier 2 level.
On that tier 2 level. Honestly, Euphoria just giving them that little bro syndrome, like sit back down, little bro, I got this.
Yeah. Apparently they are still the kryptonite of GameLab, right?
It's so unfortunate. Honestly, it's so unfortunate from the way the draft was looking like, from the way that the macro plays were slowly coming together. It's just those few seconds that Euphoria needs to find just a slightly faster rotation.
They can only be one set of gods, and guess what? The team with 5 gods in the IGN, well, they won the grand finals, and they'll be walking away with $20,000 US. And so GameLab, they get 10,000. Again, we talk about that big differential, but GameLab, at least they can walk away with their heads held high. And you know, you look back at the interviews for these two teams, Euphoria Esports, always focusing on us, always focusing on that we, well, it paid off tonight.
It really did pay off tonight. Unfortunately for Hervas, as much as he tried to turn the tides of these 4v fights, he cannot do it by himself. He needs that team around him to make sure that it works. But you have to give it to Euphoria, right? They looked at every single one of their outs. Everybody was doing a phenomenal job in their own role to disrupt the overall combinations and the ultimates from GameLab and shuts them down before it even begins.
And when you look back at the macro plays, it is safe to say that Euphoria Esports just has a better grasp overall. And I think Game 2 is just a great case study, right? With how far they were behind, they still held on for the longest of times, despite having a draft that didn't deserve to survive that long.
Truly. It's not easy playing a composition, especially with GameLab, right? It's clear that they had a slightly weaker composition with one particular interaction, and that's that Dark Knight Falls. I mean, Yoshigod, you gotta give it to him. He has been finding everything, literally everything with this Ruby.
Yeah, this guy, when we saw him on the Grok, he is the most generous flicker user I've ever seen. Now on this Ruby, once more, just pulling off these engages, setting up the team for success. And then throughout all of that, honestly, you look back at the results, Yuktezi, he just couldn't do it by himself, right? This guy's 0-0-6, didn't die once in that game, but he's just alone.
Yep, and Shizogod easily took that spot. It was like, hey, you're leaving that spot open for Kings? And then throw me in there. I can cover it. Don't worry about it. Sit down, little bro. Because he's coming out with 813 gold per minute. And his damage, surprisingly, 5,000. And this, okay, keep this in mind. 5.1k in a matter of 21 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of time to cover. And somehow Shizogod is still power farming.
So you guys might not be able to see this, but I'm going to throw some numbers. And I promise it's the last time I throw numbers at you guys. You compare the damage dealt, right? 21 minutes.
It's not even funny.
Yeah. Beatrix dealt 111,000 damage. Compared to the Claude that did 83,000.
Oh man, he was just getting so much off. It's unbelievable.
And that's a 1,000 net worth difference.
It is. It's a 1,000 net worth difference. On top of the fact that he had a different moment of setup, right? He didn't have a Grok to kind of force him into a corner. He had Ruby, and Ruby only like stun locks you for 0.5 of a second.
And he still does it anyways. We are gonna show you the finals MVP Shizo God. It's definitely the deserving one. There can only be one God and one that stands on top of the throne for gold lanes. It has to be Shizo God.
He played phenomenally with his KD of 9.5, well deserved, really good with his timings. Most importantly, he is by far the most consistent player on Euphoria. Just look at him. He knows how to position himself. He knows how to play his lane extremely well. But on top of it all, his timings and communication with the rest of the team allows him to kind of play freely.
Yeah, and GameLab, they invested a lot of resources early on, right? They kept trying to jump him and they just couldn't touch him. And look at, if you just keep your eyes on Shizo God every fight, he is untouched.
He has so much space to play with. So much space. More space than he honestly has the right to. And even when people jump on top of him, that's what I would argue that's when Shizo God pops off the most.
Yeah, you see what Takenaga did? The guy jumped on him, and Shizo God was like, alright, sure. We won't be able to see that moment. But just know that next time you're playing Akai, you gotta rethink using the heavy spin on the Beatrix. Apparently, she can still kill you.
Look, maybe against the wall you can't, but if you're just getting pushed away, there are definitely opportunities for Beatrix to get some shots in. So well done once again, Euphoria Esports here are well-deserved champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Season 1.
What a great ending as well. This Season 1, the inaugural season for Mobile Legends for the SPS, and we had such a long and interesting open final, so many great storylines, and it all culminated to Euphoria Esports being overshadowed by a team like GameLab, because we were just talking so much about GameLab being undefeated, being so strong. They were the demons, they were the kings, they were the gods. And when we look back at Euphoria, we were like, we've been missing out the true divine beings the whole time.
I mean, that's just how gods work in mysterious ways, man.
Yeah.
They don't need the spotlight all the time. They just need to get the results. And Euphoria Esports have proved that today.
Yeah, they won't be shadowed anymore. Finally, they are now going to take center stage before Esports. And not only that, not only are they the champions for Season 1, we're going to see more of them in the next season. They are going to be one of the teams that qualify directly to the Open Finals, the top 4. So we will still see GameLab, we will still see GPX, and we also will see Maharlika.
Oh, I love it. I love the idea of this continuing to evolve. But with that being said, it is time to have our interview with our champions, Euphoria. And I'm pretty sure we have Venogod on the line. Venogod, can you hear us?
And hello, Venogod and the rest of Euphoria. First of all, congratulations, you guys are the champions. It's been a long evening, but formalities first, how do you guys feel? We saw you guys pop off, but let us know your feelings after winning the finals.
Definitely overwhelmed because we defeated the most unbeatable team in MLBB history. They said they are unbeatable, but we defeated them. I don't know what to say. They are the most overhyped team. I don't know why.
I love it. I'm guilty of that. I'm one of the few that hyped up GameLab. But yeah, so for the past few times you guys met, you guys have always beaten GameLab, and I'm curious as to how you guys keep doing it consistently over the months. Is there a secret? Like, are you guys just reading every single one of their movements? Like, what is the sauce?
We just trust each other very well, and we play every day 24/7 to build chemistry, and because of that we defeated GameLab again.
They're not willing to tell us just yet. But with that being said, Venogod and the rest of Euphoria Esports, I'm curious. You guys have just won 20,000 USD. What are you gonna do with that money?
I would use it to my family because they support me unconditionally, and maybe buy myself a few things.
Hey man, consider getting yourself a Monster energy drink and, the Samsung Galaxy S23, just letting you know ahead of time. Man, these guys, they're already so excited with everything that's been going on. What is next for Euphoria Esports in the future?
I guess we will have to find out when you see us next time.
All right, keeping a secret. That one thing we know that we most likely will see you guys in the next season. But I want to do a quick throwback. So last time we talked to you guys, we asked you what is your goal, right? We compared what you guys told us to what I think Havos told us. Havos said that they are going straight for Echo, which was the current world champion for the M Series. And for you guys, you just said, no, you're not aiming for the MPL team. You just want to stay where you are, just slowly build up. Has that goal changed? Are you guys willing to shoot further than the stars?
When the opportunity came to us and all five of us are together, why not?
All right.
This guy's an anime protagonist. He knows how to answer questions. Thank you so much, Redo God. This has been so awesome. Do you have any final words to all the fans out there supporting you, your family as well, the Filipino fans, the international fans for Euphoria Esports?
Shout out to my family. They were watching all 5 games. And shout out to our fans from Euphoria Esports. Thank you for supporting us and not supporting the other team because they are so overhyped. we hope our fans will continue to support us in our next match and not GameLab.
The one thing we know for sure is that they are friends outside of games, but yeah, it did get a bit personal. Shout out to the 20+% of people that supported Euphoria, and of course, just your parents, the true MVP, staying up to watch you guys win. It's definitely a very heartwarming moment. But thank you very much, Venom God, for being here with us, and thank you. Congratulations to the rest of Euphoria.
One more thing. Can I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
This is for GameLab.
No words needed.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you to everybody in Euphoria Esports and as well as Venom God. This has been a sick time, man.
You love it.
Champions here.
You love it. You love it when the thing that you need to say is nothing. Action speaks louder than words.
Oh boy!
Dude, all that smack talk now, you feel a bit bad looking back at it, you know?
You definitely do, but here we go. Our champions here, Euphoria Esports. Give it up to them. And shout out to Venom God's mom and dad, his entire family for watching a brutally long series as well. And it came down to the wire, so I'm sure it's a breath of fresh air for them and at least a bit of a reliever that their team and their son has won.
Oh yeah, 100%. You've watched the journey, right? Euphoria Esports, you can argue that, yeah, they had a very smooth upper bracket run, but remember, when we look back at them against Maharlika, at one point, they were about to lose the game as well. Right? They came back with impossible odds, 10k deficit, normally a death sentence, but they got out of it, got the 2-0, proceeded to fight GameLab, knocked them down. GameLab came back for more and brought them to a full best of 5, and they still won.
Woo! Honestly, what a legend in the making here. This could be the very beginning of a dynasty that Euphoria Esports. They could be looking to get into the MPL, and at least they know that their roots are here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, if there's one team that can aim high, I think Euphoria Esports definitely is. Not taking anything away from GameLab, I think they've done a fantastic job, but in this case, we have to just look at Euphoria Esports and marvel at the achievement that they have gotten for themselves, right? They don't have the cleanest record coming into the playoffs. It's not like they won every single game. They definitely had some losses, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish the grand finals. Euphoria is the winner.
Yep, and they finished so strong. They finished hella strong.
They finished $20,000 richer.
They are feeling, you're right, $20,000 richer out of that prize pool. And unfortunately for GameLab, they're only going to be able to secure 10K off from being so close to glory.
And honestly, when you look at the distribution of teams in this top 8, it's fair to say that Indonesia and the Philippines are still the top 2 best regions in Southeast Asia, right? We also got to thank GPX, Maharlika, Alpha 8, A8, Tiger Wong, and PBN Strike for being a part of this top 8 playoffs. It's definitely not easy, especially when we went down to the later stages of the playoffs. At one point, we had so much more Indonesian team than Philippine teams, but the top 3 Philippine teams that remained at that point of time all survived until top 4.
Yep, it's quality over quantity, and that's how the nature of competition is always going to go. Eventually, you're going to have to get to the point where you face a decent team, and you might just get eliminated. But
There it is.
qualified for Season 3, Euphoria Esports, GameLab, Maharlika Esports, and GPX. We'll see you guys in Season 3.
And here's a fun fact for those who have signed up or want to sign up. Don't worry, these guys will be playing in the Open Finals as well. So if you want to get into challenge stage, you know which top 4 bosses are there waiting. So better sharpen up your skills because this is not going to be easy. And on top of that, we don't just have these top 4 teams, we also have top teams from the pro circuit. That is a secret for another day.
Yep, we'll keep it down low for now. Can't wait to see what happens in Season 3. I mean, what a story that this has been here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Again, it's very different from MPLs, of course, because MPLs, you know, these are teams that everybody knows and loves. They play so consistently, but now we come down to the Tier 2, right down to the grassroots levels of people trying to make it and go pro. This is the platform that they want to be on.
Yeah, and I'm just happy we get to shine a spotlight on some of these players, right? We have so many shining stars, and we are glad we get the honor to shine on so many different teams, whether they come as victors or those who are defeated. They all earn their spotlight. But you know, before we close things out, we still have one last video that we want to share with you guys. So enjoy.
There's a lot of pro teams and I get to learn from them. It is great experience.
I think it was really fun tournament to be in. I get to fight with some of the best players out there.
This tournament is a really good opportunity for us who are not in MPL yet and not competing on a world stage, because it will help us to get an experience on competing against other countries and learning from it. That's why it will help us to be more confident in ourselves because we're winning in every game. That's what it matters.
My thought on this tournament was very outstanding because it gives people a chance to fight against other countries.
I wish it would be held offline and meet my fans.
I wish there are more MPL teams to join the tournament so I could have a battle with them.
I think SPS will be more competitive. There's gonna be a lot of teams that will join in the tournaments, such as MPL teams, and I hope it will be held offline because I also want to destroy them in a offline tournament.
I think SPS MLBB will bloom in the future because this tournament is truly an opportunity to fight other countries, and it was a most exciting journey to be part in this SPS MLBB tournament.
Thank you Samsung and SPS for the amazing tournament. I very enjoyed a lot.
Thank you Samsung and SPS for this amazing tournament. It truly gives us players some opportunities.
Thank you Samsung and SPS for the amazing tournament. I enjoyed it a lot.
I would like to thank Samsung and SPS for this amazing tournament because it's really a pleasure to play in this league, and it really helped us to be more good in the game because there's a lot of competitive teams around there that we get to play, and we absolutely destroyed them. That's why we're more confident now, and yeah, we're ready to destroy the other teams. I love you, Samsung.
We love you too, her boss. Something that you can't take away, the confidence. But you know, the teams, well, the players, they had the expectations, and then guess what? All of the expectations will come true next season. Well,
I mean, they literally listed it off in order as well.
Oh yes.
Offline tournaments, MPL potential teams are coming in. So many things are going to be happening for the upcoming season, and just as much as we'd like to remind you guys, I mean, might as well. Registration is open.
And remember, you go to play.eslgaming.com/mobile-legends/Asia, and just remember to type in the right hyperlink because you don't want to get into the wrong link and end up not registering for the tournament. Season 3, again, you saw the top 4 teams that will be playing in the Open Finals. There's potential MPL teams that will be joining, and the Grand Finals will be held in Jakarta and in an offline setting. And I believe it has been graced by M4 before. So you cannot ask for more than that. I'm just looking forward to the next season already.
Yep, me too. I'm super excited to see what everybody out there is going to be like, whether you're a professional team, whether you're, a team that's slowly going up and want to go into the competitive scene. This is your opportunity to do so. So sign up now, and Season 3 is the perfect time to be playing against some of the best that we have here in Southeast Asia.
Oh, see, I'm going to take it up a notch. graduate from MCL, play in SPS.
That's one way of doing it. Yeah, that's also a pretty good way of doing it. And hopefully we get to see the best of best play it out and big upsets, grassroots taking over the spotlight from the talents in our professional scene. Which one are you going to be?
If you want to write your own history, if you want to rewrite some of these storylines, you have a chance to do so. But of course, there's going to be a lot of obstacles. You have to fight through the best of the best. But no great stories, no great legends are written without some hurdles along the way. And in this case, Euphoria Esports have reached the pinnacle, the echelon of that tier 2 scene for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is just going to evolve even more. But for now, we're going to stop right here and call it a night. It's been a fantastic Season 1. It's been great working with you as well, Gideon. My name is Husky. On behalf of everyone else behind the scene, we wish you guys a great night. We'll see you guys for Season 3.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.